Chapter 2539, We are going to die. Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Audiobook Studio. Han Sen wanted to hear the final part of God's Wonder, so he had to continue hanging around Li Qier. But he didn't speak to her much while he was practicing. When they did talk, Li Qier would either tell Han Sen about God's Wonder or answer questions about herself. This person is a fighting freak like Lone Bamboo. Li Qier had grown a little depressed as they traveled. She planned to take Han Sen as her silkworm, but after spending so much time with him, she realized that there was nothing Han Sen really needed from her. She couldn't even bring herself to tell him that she was one of the very high. Li Qier regretted this. If she had known this was going to happen, she would have told him she was one of the very high the first time they met. That way, they could have had a more serious discussion, at least. If she revealed her identity now, Li Qier didn't think it would amount to much. It wasn't right, she thought. She would even feel lower than Han Senator after Li Qier finished teaching God's Wonder to Han Sen. She wouldn't have another opportunity to reveal her identity and convince him to go with her. I still have some matters to take care of. We will meet again if fate bids our paths to cross once more. Han Sen quickly said goodbye to Li Qier and departed the core area. He returned to the white whale. Li Qier was so upset that she wanted to kick something. She looked so sad when she returned to her ship. My lady, what happened? Did you tell Dollar? Did he agree to be your silkworm? Little Butterfly asked, looking at Li Qier with confusion. Li Qier sighed and said nothing. She didn't want to admit that she had missed an opportunity to reveal that she was one of the very high. My lady, what is going on? Why are the rumors saying Dollar is one of the very high? What happened? Little Butterfly hastily asked. It's nothing. I will claim him. Li Qier felt annoyed and just waved her hand to indicate she wanted no more questions. Dollar, you must become my silkworm. Li Qier nibbled her lips in anger. Han Sen returned to the white whale and was shocked to find out what had happened in his absence. Fang Qingyu and the pirates were hiding in a corner, and Ningyu was curled up behind Bauer. She was very scared, but Bauer was holding the purple ginseng that looked like a big carrot. She chewed on it as she stood in front of the others. Inside the control room, Gu Qingcheng was fighting Elysian Moon. What surprised Han Sen was that they were both using area powers. How did they level up so quickly? Han Sen wondered. They are already king class. Although he had given Gu Qingcheng some xenogeneic genes, she and Elysian Moon had become king class much more quickly than he expected. And they were using area powers. That was a bit much. That was especially true of Elysian Moon. She had spent less time in the Geno universe. There was no way she could have leveled up this quickly. The white whale's control room had become their battleground. Gu Qingcheng stood there with loads of swords coming out of her. All those flying swords were like a river headed for Elysian Moon. Elysian Moon opened her umbrella that was made of paper. The flying swords, upon hitting the umbrella, were sucked into the drawing on the umbrella's surface. More and more flying swords appeared on the drawing. Elysian Moon spun her white paper umbrella, making the flying swords inside the canvas come back to life. Now under Elysian Moon's control, the flying swords flew forward to strike back at Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng frowned. Her area power was put to work again. She regained control of the swords and sent them back at Elysian Moon. The two pretty girls were having a standoff, with one holding a sword and the other holding an umbrella. A storm of swords flew back and forth between them. It was like there was no end in sight. What are they doing? Why are they fighting? Han Sen asked, after jumping over in front of Bauer. Everyone other than Bauer shook their heads. Clearly, they didn't know why Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon were fighting either. They were also shocked about how fast Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon had leveled up. Bauer was clutching her purple ginseng when she answered, they are fighting about which is bigger and which is smaller. Bigger and smaller. What does that mean? Han Sen asked in confusion. I don't know. I heard them fighting. Gu Qingcheng said she wants to be big, but Elysian Moon said no. She said Gu Qingcheng can be small, and she can be the big one, Bauer explained, not seeming to understand it herself. Upon hearing that, knowing expressions crossed the faces of the pirates. I know. They both must have fallen in love with the same man. So, they both want to be with that man. But they are fighting about which will be the mistress and which will be the wife. Right, things must be like that. I'd like to know which man is so lucky to have two pretty girls fighting over him. A family must have been storing up luck for generations for a man to have these two women. I can't imagine what he did in a past life to earn this. Maybe he saved the universe or something. Saving the universe once wouldn't be enough. He must have done it twice, at least. I don't think so. That man must have been a virgin for 10 generations, and that was how he was gifted two women like this. If I was able to marry them both, I would be satisfied to live with them as my wives for one day before dying. You want to just die on top of their bellies. The pirates were now caught in a firestorm of discussion. They all wanted to be the man that Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon liked. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon looked very similar. They were both beautiful to an almost disaster-inducing degree. The pirates loved them. If Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon weren't Han Sen's friends, the pirates and the Extreme King Knights would have been hitting on them night and day. They'd probably fight for them, too. When Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon heard what the pirates were saying, they became even angrier. Gu Qingcheng turned to stare at the men. The swords of the pirates suddenly flew out of their scabbards. Under Gu Qingcheng's control, they flew toward their masters. Gu Qingcheng. Elysian Moon. Stop. Han Sen reached out his hand to absorb all the swords. All of the swords writhed like snakes, trying to escape Han Sen's grasp, but they were unable to. Upon hearing Han Sen, Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon stopped. They coldly stared at the pirates, who then felt a chill. They quietly stepped back. You both come with me. Han Sen took Elysian Moon and Gu Qingcheng to his office. Tell me what's going on. Why are you two fighting? Han Sen sat on the office chair and looked at Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. We are going to die. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon looked at each other and said the same thing to Han Senator. He stared at them in stunned silence. Chapter 2540, Only One Can Live. Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Audiobook Studio. What happened? Is it because of the mushrooms? Han Sen pointed at the plants that were on both of their heads. Gu Qingcheng shook her head. I told you, I'm not a person of the modern age. I am a Qigong user of ancient times. So is this happening because of your lifespan? Han Sen's heart jumped. Gu Qingcheng was the same as him, both of them had entered a crystallizer control room. When Gu Qingcheng had left the control room, she had been transported tens of thousands of years beyond the period in which she had been born. She had entered a world that was completely different from the one she knew. If they calculated the time that had passed while she was in the control room, Gu Qingcheng should have died a long time ago. Gu Qingcheng nodded, then shook her head. It is because of my lifespan, but it is not as you think. It isn't because I entered a crystallizer control room. Then, what is it? Han Sen asked in concern. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon looked at each other. Then, Elysian Moon said, It is because of me. Han Sen turned his gaze to Elysian Moon and said nothing. He waited for her to proceed. He still had no idea what was going on. Elysian Moon was confused and unsure of what to say. She moved her lips but no words came. Gu Qingcheng said, Let me explain it, then. Han Sen turned back to Gu Qingcheng. He was growing more concerned by the minute. A long time ago, he had been interested in the relationship between Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. Gu Qingcheng was an ancient human Qigong master. Elysian Moon had been a spirit inside the sanctuaries. Their races were different, but they looked exactly the same. So, Han Sen was curious about the relationship they shared. I practiced a Qigong called Sword Fairy Picture, Gu Qingcheng said. According to the ancient theories of Qigong, you could watch yourself generate a god and become the Sword Fairy Picture. Through this, you could unlock the Sword Fairy path. Elysian Moon is your Sword Fairy Picture. You created her. Han Sen looked at Gu Qingcheng with shock. Gu Qingcheng shook her head. Elysian Moon is the Elysian spirit, and she is very special. Due to an accident, the two of us combined with my Sword Fairy Picture. That was how our fates became intertwined. Han Sen looked at Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. He wasn't sure what sort of accident she was referring to. It would have taken quite an accident to make a Qigong master connect with a spirit, after all. Didn't I tell you that I was different from ordinary spirits? I told you that my spirit stone wasn't in a spirit statue, and I kept it on my person instead. I was actually lying to you, though. My spirit stone had already combined with her. Elysian Moon pointed at Gu Qingcheng. Is that related to your lifespan? Han Sen asked. Gu Qingcheng nodded. Our situation is very complicated. I am a human combined with a spirit stone. It made my spirit very strong, and I also earned the body type of a spirit. I took Elysian Moon's spirit stone, while she drew power from my Sword Fairy Picture. Over time, her body changed. We are a part of each other, but not exactly. When we entered the alliance, we were reconstructed. At that time, our connection was pretty much severed. We thought the effect we had on each other would be over and we would live apart from each other, but after contacting each other, we swiftly found out that the connection was becoming stronger and stronger. Stronger than it had been before. Elysian Moon looked gloomy. She said, in the Geno universe, this power resulted in big changes happening to our bodies. We have begun to level up very quickly, and as long as there is energy available, our level can continue to increase at this rate. We were happy about this, but then we discovered that these changes make us age faster, as well. Han Sen's face changed. You guys are saying you are getting old very fast. Something like that. I'm not sure exactly how it works. Based on the speed we've been progressing, though, we only have a year at best. A few months, in the worst-case scenario. We will grow old, and we will die. Gu Qingcheng nodded. Have you found a way to stop this? Thinking about what Bauer said, Han Sen had a few guesses. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon nodded. Elysian Moon said, we have been investigating this issue for quite some time, and we have conducted many tests. We have come to realize that we are supposed to be together. As long as we remain separate, we will never be whole. So, there are flaws in our genes. These flaws are what is making us grow so old so fast. They're pushing us to develop far too quickly. Gu Qingcheng leaned forward and said, it is like this, if we were ordinary humans, our lives would have a lifespan of 100 years. Our current aging process is like that of a mosquito. From birth to death, our whole lives could now pass us by in a fortnight. The only way to get rid of this flaw is for me and Elysian Moon to become one. In that way, we can repair the flaws of our genes. When we are perfect, we will have a lifespan like an ordinary human. Can you guys combine and become one person? Han Sen looked at Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon with confusion. While Elysian Moon was still a spirit, Han Sen could picture her possessing Gu Qingcheng. Now that they both had physical bodies in the Geno universe, Han Sen couldn't believe that they could still combine. I wish we couldn't, but we did find out it was possible. But that means we will become one person, and even our personalities will be merged. Elysian Moon looked dire. Han Sen understood the crux of their conflict now. As a creature with emotions, no one would want to be a part of another. They wanted to be individuals. But now they must become a part of each other. Otherwise, they'd die. It was a very painful dilemma. As Han Sen thought about their conflict, he realized that they were fighting over which of the two would control the body. But the reality was crueler than Han Sen thought. Gu Qingqing coldly said, "And we found another way. We don't need to combine our personalities, the other option is for one person to die. That way, the body of the deceased can be combined with the body of the living one. If we do that, there will only be one personality. There would be no need for emerging." Han Sen was shocked. He just stared at Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon with bewilderment. He hadn't expected that to be a potential solution. "Are you guys going to go through with this?" Han Sen sighed. In a situation like this, Han Sen didn't know how he should advise Elysian Moon and Gu Qingcheng. "We don't want to do this, but it doesn't seem like there is a fairer alternative. If the two of us are going to die, then I would rather the other be alive," Elysian Moon coldly said. "Even when you combine and become one, your personalities may not match," Han Sen said. "No, they do. We have tried it before." Elysian Moon shook her head with certainty. "How?" Han Sen asked the two with curiosity. Elysian Moon and Gu Qingqing didn't say anything. They looked at each other, and then Han Sen's mouth opened wide. Elysian Moon and Gu Qingqing walked nearer each other. Then, when their two pretty faces drew closer, they locked lips in a kiss. Chapter 2541, Pick for Us Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor. Audiobook Studio. Han Sen was frozen as he watched Elysian Moon and Gu Qingqing's bodies becoming one. The process was pretty much like how Han Sen could combine himself with Little Angel. But when Han Sen combined with Little Angel, Han Sen's body was the primary controller. Little Angel was secondary. Elysian Moon and Gu Qingqing were equals. They completed each other. Before, whenever Han Sen looked at Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon, he had always thought they were so pretty that any man could fall for them. Even Han Sen caught himself watching them, now and again. After all, everyone liked to admire pretty women. When Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon completed themselves, Han Sen no longer felt as if he was looking at a human. The beauty of the being that emerged was unearthly. A sword fairy stood in front of him. She was so pretty that she no longer looked like something that belonged in this world. The black hair spilled down her back like a waterfall. Her eyes were like pools of black water. It looked as if she could see into the bottom of a person's heart with a mere glance. She could look so deeply into a person that it was almost frightening. There wasn't a single blemish on her face, and every inch of it was amazing. If people saw her, they would feel ashamed simply for being in her presence. They would deem themselves unworthy. Gu Qingqing was beautiful, but she never used her looks to put pressure on other people. This person now, though, was different. Her divine beauty was naturally suffocating. Of course, the most oppressive thing about her wasn't just her looks, it was her scary sword mind. Han Sen thought he was very good at sword skills. His sword mind could compete with the sword mind of a deified being, after all. But this woman's sword mind made Han Sen's sword mind look dim by comparison. It was like comparing a firefly to a bright moon. It is a perfect sword fairy, Han Sen thought, despite the fact that she was holding a white paper umbrella instead of a sword. "Do you know what I want to do now?" Suddenly, Elysian Moon and Gu Qingqing spoke to Han Sr. "What would you like to do?" Han Sen asked with curiosity. "Kill you," the woman said as she looked at Han Sr. "Stop joking around," Han Sen said. Although he was pretty sure she wasn't serious, he couldn't actually discern her emotions or gauge how she was feeling. Regardless, she did have a proud look about her. Han Sen had never witnessed that level of pride before. She was like some goddess perched in a lofty realm, despising the commoners beneath her. Or anyone who was not worthy of being in her presence. The woman shook her head and seriously said, "I'm not joking. I really want to kill you. Not just you. I want to kill every living creature in this world. You are all so ugly in my eyes. You are all so imperfect. I cannot accept these imperfections I am forced to witness. I have held it in for so long, stopping myself from killing people." Han Sen looked at her with shock. He realized that she wasn't joking. Right now, he was in trouble. Pang! The woman's body suddenly split in two. Elysian Moon and Gu Qingcheng splintered into their separate bodies again. They looked very pale and ill. "Now you know why you must kill one of us and keep our personalities uncombined. If we are one, things will end up that way. We will have a personality that is untouchable and entirely ruthless. That personality is obsessed with perfection, and it will seek out and destroy all it deems imperfect. We combine very well, but there are dark thoughts deep within our genes that are brought to the surface. We can suppress the slaughterous desires for the moment, but we have no idea what the future may bring," Gu Qingcheng said. "So, if only one personality is alive, we won't have this problem?" Han Sen asked with a frown. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon nodded. They didn't want to become murderous perfectionists. Even if it guaranteed survival, that wasn't a life that they wanted to lead. They would become a demon that sought the destruction of pretty much everything. The rest of their lives would be one of battle. What kind of sword fairy is this? It's just an evil swordswoman. Han Sen had a wry smile. Looking at Elysian Moon and Gu Qingcheng, Han Sen knew he was in trouble. When they combined, they didn't just have an ugly seek and destroy heart, they had a terrifying level of talent that could probably make their sordid wishes come true. After they combined, they were still king class. But after getting a good look at their willpower, it was easy to guess they would one day become deified. At that point, they would become even more frightening. Both Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon were supremely talented. Even more frightening, they both had super god bodies. When those combined, they would be even more perfect than they were now. Han Sen didn't know how the two super god bodies might exist together, but anything was possible. Regardless of how exactly the combination happened, their talents would make them scarier than any human or spirit that existed. That was an undeniable fact. "After you guys combine, will you two still have your super god bodies?" Han Sen asked the pair. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon nodded. They didn't speak, but Han Sen knew how scary the confirmation was. Elysian Moon looked at Han Sen and said, "I'm sure you understand the gravity of the situation now. If we don't combine, we will die. We estimate we will live no longer than another year. But if we do agree on a combination, the result still isn't a good one. We might not die, but many others would. We have killed before, but we find the thought of such a pointless, murderous existence to be abhorrent. We don't want a life based on killing. Maybe that won't happen. Maybe when you do fully combine, that desire to kill will disappear." Han Sen tried to offer them comforting words. "That is impossible," Elysian Moon and Gu Qingcheng said at the same time. They looked at each other, and then Elysian Moon said, "We want to live, but we don't want to become someone like that. So, only one of us can be permitted to live. If a winner doesn't come about through our battles, then we will allow you to decide. With your involvement, one of us is sure to be a clear victor. You should decide which of us should live." Han Sen sat in his chair, unmoving. He hadn't expected Elysian Moon to say something like this. He was closer to Gu Qingcheng, though. He knew that deep inside of himself, some part of him wished for her to be the one who would live. But Elysian Moon wasn't his enemy. He didn't want her to die. Han Sen looked at Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng nodded. "Sadly," he said, "why do you have to make me decide this? Because you are the only one capable of killing us, even if we want to fight back. So, this is a decision only you can make, Elysian Moon said emotionlessly. She said it as if this was none of her business, like she was reading the headline of a particularly boring newspaper. Han Sen felt a headache coming on. He was very strong, even here. In the sanctuaries, he was more like a god. It turned out, however, that there were problems even a god couldn't solve. This is harder than choosing between a mother and wife who have fallen into a stream. It is 2F** king hard. Han Sen couldn't help but swear. He wasn't just deciding who to save. He was deciding who to murder. Chapter 2542, Elysian Moon. Changing. The two beautiful women looked like flowers made of jade, and Han Sen couldn't turn his back on either of them. He wasn't their enemy, so he couldn't simply choose which one should die. But when he thought about the arrogant, perfectionist, bloodthirsty being they combined to become, he knew that he had to do something. It wasn't just the other races of the universe that would fall under their wrath. Eventually, they would go after humans as well. What should we do? Han Sen looked at Gu Qingcheng and then at Elysian Moon. They looked extremely similar to each other. Their presences, however, were different. Gu Qingcheng was mysterious, but she didn't distance herself from everyone. Elysian Moon was as cold as ice, and looking at her gave people the feeling that they were being shut out. Han Sen could tell the two apart, though, and he would never mistake one for another. When they both combined and became one, their presence was completely different. The woman they made felt like a fairy. She was a being that didn't care about anything in the world. That coldness was chilling to see. Which of us do you choose to kill? Elysian Moon asked when Han Sen remained silent. I'm not killing anyone. To be honest, even if I agreed to kill you, I don't think that's something I could make myself do. Han Sen shook his head. Then would you prefer to watch us fight each other to death or die of old age? Elysian Moon asked emotionlessly. That doesn't matter. I think there might be a road out of this mess. It is worth a try, at least, Han Sen said hesitantly. What road do you mean? Elysian Moon and Gu Qingcheng looked up with interest. After a moment of thought, Han Sen said, the aging problem is being caused by the flaws in your genes. If you can fix these flaws, then there is no reason for you to fight to your doom. Gu Qingcheng shook her head. If things were that simple, we wouldn't have been fighting in the first place. My genes are included in Elysian Moon's spirit stone. And Elysian Moon's genes contain the sword fairy I created. We both have a part of each other, and because of that, parts of ourselves are missing. We can't use the genes of other creatures to fix problems that are inherent in our own. I know. Han Sen nodded, sighed, and said, my method isn't for you to combine with the genes of another creature. My method can fix your genes as they are. What do you mean? If we could fix our genes, we wouldn't be stuck in this situation, Elysian Moon said, tilting her head to the side. You're both missing a part of yourselves, and the parts you're missing are the parts you gave to each other. That means you aren't complete. But, you both still contain the missing components of each other. All you need to do is fill in the gaps. I can try to activate both of your gene potentials, which might allow your incomplete genes to repair themselves. I'm not sure if it will work, but it is something we should at least try. The method Han Sen was proposing would require the power of the Blood Pulse Sutra's area. He would push their self-cogwheels in an attempt to force their genes to evolve. The Blood Pulse Sutra's area power was little more than a nudge. Whether or not it worked would be determined by the possibilities harbored by the genes that required fixing. Therefore, Han Sen couldn't promise that he would succeed. It was a chance for them, though. It was something they had to try before they resorted to the more sordid solutions. If it worked, they could both live. You can fix the flaws of our genes. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon's beautiful eyes were staring at Han Sr. I can't promise you it will work, but there is no harm in trying, Han Sen said. Try it, then, Elysian Moon said immediately. We'll test it on you first. Come over here, Han Sen said, looking at Elysian Moon. Is there a risk to this process? Gu Qingqing asked. There is no risk. While there is a chance that it won't succeed, failure shouldn't result in any harm to your bodies, Han Sen said. Elysian Moon walked over to Han Senator. Her voice was completely level as she said, a long time ago, you were rather unfond of me, weren't you? It is good that I'm in danger, is it not? If I am dead, then you can be free. Elysian Moon was saying this to Gu Qingqing, not Han Senator. Gu Qingqing moved her lips, but no words were spoken. Don't worry, only good things can happen to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to try this. Han Sen understood what the two women wanted. He smiled at Elysian Moon. Stop talking crap. Let's get on with it. Even when I was a spirit, I was never afraid of death, Elysian Moon said, meeting Han Sen's eyes. Han Sen smiled, lifted his right hand, and pressed his fingers to Elysian Moon's forehead. Then, he started to cast the Blood Pulse Sutra. He made his self-cogwheel connect with Elysian Moon's self-cogwheel. Then, he started to spin them. Don't try to resist my power. Try to accept it and move with it. A blood godlight formed on Han Sen's hands, and the light seeped into and melded with Elysian Moon's body. When the blood light entered her, Elysian Moon's self-gene power was activated. The dusty self-cogwheel started to spin a little. Elysian Moon's self-cogwheel was blue. It had old-fashioned symbols inscribed upon it. Han Sen didn't know what they meant, but he knew that it was the source of Elysian Moon's power. When Elysian Moon's self-cogwheel began to accelerate, the old-fashioned symbols shone brightly. They were like a sun. The light blurred as the self-cogwheel spun. Blue lights rose from the cogwheel, dyeing Elysian Moon's flesh and cells a weird shade of blue. The woman looked like a blue crystal statue. The color was rather ghostly, and Elysian Moon no longer looked like a person. She was like some sort of phantom, or the crystal statue of a witch. And before long, the crystal started to melt. No, rather than melting, it was like dirt was being washed off of the crystal statue, layer by layer. It was like a flower shedding its wilted petals. Gu Qingqing watched Elysian Moon and Han Senator. Her face was always impassive, but right now, she looked nervous. The crystalline Elysian Moon's blue light began to fade. The blue light dissolved into dust, and Elysian Moon's body changed as the light peeled away. She was starting to become someone different from who she was before. Han Sen was so happy. Elysian Moon's genes were starting to change. That meant his Blood Pulse Sutra was working. Even if he was unable to fix them entirely, this process was still going to benefit Elysian Moon's body. But Elysian Moon wasn't like Lando, who was a top-half deified. Rather than leveling her up, Han Sen's power simply improved her genes. Her talent and powers were increasing. Buzz! A strange sound came from Elysian Moon's body, like a sword was being unsheathed. A scary sword mind blossomed from her, and the ghostly air shifted around her. The weird blue light faded further. Describing Elysian Moon was difficult, because she now looked like a ghost woman from hell. Right now, Elysian Moon looked like a cold fairy in the moonlight. She seemed distant, but not in a way that would frighten people. Chapter 2543 Failure. When Elysian Moon's self-cogwheel changed, the genes of her body changed more. Her sword mind became stronger and stronger, slowly climbing closer to the strength of the being that she and Gu Qingqing created when they combined. Buzz! A blue umbrella was unleashed. It automatically opened over Elysian Moon's head. The sword mind of the umbrella became heavier. The sword mind was surging throughout Elysian Moon's body, spurring it on to change even more. Gu Qingqing was as shocked as she was happy. Even if she didn't have the power of the Dongxian area to show her exactly what was happening, she could tell that Elysian Moon's body was becoming stronger. It was becoming even more perfect. That was especially true of the sword mind. It was the sword fairy picture she practiced, but different. Elysian Moon was now just like the sword fairy she had once imagined. Only instead of holding a sword, she held a paper umbrella instead. The umbrella was like a sword. The ribs of the umbrella were like individual blades, and they all combined to make an amazing umbrella sword. As the umbrella sword changed, Elysian Moon's body altered as well. The sword mind became almost tangible. The umbrella sword generated a sword sun and wrapped up Elysian Moon inside it. When the blue sword sun finally dimmed, Han Sen and Gu Qingcheng saw a cold, blue fairy. She was standing still, clutching a blue umbrella. It looked as if she no longer had to eat food, and she was like a goddess from the Moon Palace. Han Sen was shocked. He could no longer feel Elysian Moon's sword mind now, but the fact that she could hide it from his detection made it even scarier. As he looked over Elysian Moon now, Han Sen felt that she was no weaker than the figure she became when combined with Gu Qingcheng. Aside from having just one Super King body, her power should have been just as strong as it would have been if combined. But its nature was also different from the power that the combination being possessed. The Blood Pulse Sutra is such a powerful Geno art. Why can I not use it on myself? Han Sen felt very troubled by this. The Geno art he practiced could pass genes to his children and help others in their evolution. He only received a small benefit himself, and he couldn't use it to level up any faster. In truth, Han Sen had simply misunderstood the concept of the Geno art. Every time he practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra, it was slowly modifying his genes. The Blood Pulse Sutra helped his genes develop better, but it worked slowly. When Han Sen used his power on others, the results were just faster and easier to see. It looked so weak, as it didn't seem to directly benefit Han Sen himself. And that was why the Blood Pulse Sutra was so scary. The results the Blood Pulse Sutra created reached far beyond the Geno art itself. The real purpose of the Blood Pulse Sutra was to break the limitations of one's blood lineage. So, the Geno art wasn't limited to a certain set of skills or techniques. Rather, the Blood Pulse Sutra had the potential to expand one's practice endlessly. Most ordinary people would never accomplish much in their lifetimes. They would work for the necessities of survival, and they would live within the confines of predetermined limits. Most people were complacent, so they never put their full effort into transcending those limits or breaking the glass ceiling. But some special people would end up doing things that others would consider unbelievable. Their success was never guaranteed, though. What people could do was unknown because the future itself was unknown. The Blood Pulse Sutra sought out ways for people to rise throughout their lives, and it tried to figure out the unknowns of the future. That was why it never limited the people that practiced with it. And unlike humans, who often got discouraged by failure, the Blood Pulse Sutra never stopped trying. It was always there to help, in the background. A more modern way to explain this would be to say that Han Sen's practice of the Blood Pulse Sutra put him at the zenith of what technology could achieve. The people he cast the Blood Pulse Sutra on would receive the best of what technology could provide. However, the person would only receive the best of what Han Sen had managed to discover. He couldn't impart technologies that he himself hadn't yet explored. Did it work? Han Sen looked at Elysian Moon, who had finished changing. Elysian Moon shook her head. My body has become stronger, but I can still feel a connection with her. The need to combine with her is still there, as well. Han Sen looked at Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng shook her head and said, that feeling is still here. Han Sen comforted them by saying, maybe it is because your genes have yet to finish being repaired. That is why the feeling is still there. Perhaps you need to wait until your genes have finished, and then that feeling will be gone. Gu Qingcheng was confused, but she didn't resist Han Sen's power. Just like Elysian Moon, she walked in front of Han Sen and accepted the power of his Blood Pulse Sutra. Her self-cogwheel was different from Elysian Moon's. Gu Qingqing's self-cogwheel was green. She also had symbols that began to glow on the cogwheel. Even though Han Sen couldn't directly interpret them, he had the overwhelming feeling that the symbols meant sword. Gu Qingqing's evolution process was similar to Elysian Moon's. Her body changed continually, becoming stronger and stronger. Her sword mind grew more powerful as well. When the old, bronze sword appeared, a strong sword mind wrapped her up. Inside it, she kept changing. But the changes happening to her were different from those that Elysian Moon experienced. Gu Qingqing was already a very holy woman, and when her body changed, her presence changed, as well. That holy presence was still there, but it was now so much harder to feel. It was very mysterious. If Gu Qingqing used to be a fairy, then right now, she was becoming a goddess cloaked in fog. Her presence was half transparent. It made others want to see her real face and pull down the facade she hid behind. She was so pretty, and yet, she was so blurry. She was beautiful and mysterious. Even Han Sen, as he stared at her, thought to himself, what a beautiful, dangerous woman. If this was in ancient times, she would destroy a country worse than De Ji did. No, this is the era of the Geno universe. If the scary elites of the universe saw her like this, it wouldn't lead to the destruction of a country. It could spark a war. It could destroy far more than just the lives of a single system. Han Sen was shocked. He looked at her for another couple of minutes, then turned away. How do you feel? Han Sen lowered his head and frowned. Gu Qingqing sighed and said, I'm afraid you have made things worse. My body has evolved so much, and so has Elysian Moon's. If we combine now, the damage created will be 1,000 times more terrible. Han Sen's face changed upon hearing this. Clearly, their connection was still there. But Han Sen wasn't ready to give up yet. Even if your connection is still there, if you guys stop getting old, you don't need to combine. Therefore, all is fine. I don't know. We would have to test such a system for a while and see if we get older, Elysian Moon said. Let's just give it a try. If this method doesn't work, then we'll have to look at other options again, Han Sen said, quietly praying that they wouldn't continue to get older. If this failed, there was nothing else he could do. Chapter 25-44 Third Sister 2 days later, Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon were happy to report to Han Sen that they had not grown any older. Although their connection was still there, they no longer had to combine if they wanted to survive. Han Sen let out a long sigh. This was the best result he could have hoped for. If the problem hadn't been resolved when he completed their genes, he had no other ideas on how to fix the issue. In the meantime, he spent all his energy practicing Big Destroyed. As he attempted to practice Big Destroyed safely, he wasn't putting in enough power to fully cast Big Destroyed. But as time passed, and he practiced more and more, he was able to generate Big Destroyed's light. But the Big Destroyed light he created wasn't even enough to kill a duke in its current state. That meant it couldn't be used to consume King-class xenogeneic genes. Progress was progress, though, and his advancement thus far made Han Sen happy. If he could successfully activate Big Destroyed's godlight, that meant developing power and control with the technique was only a matter of time. Han Sen kept practicing Big Destroyed. As he got used to how Big Destroyed's godlight worked, he grew more and more powerful with it. Han Sen used King-class xenogeneic genes to practice. A month later, his Big Destroyed godlight could digest King-class xenogeneic genes. It turned them into a pile of dust that was smaller than a speck of powder. He used Consume to eat the King-class xenogeneic genes that he had ground up with Big Destroyed. When he tested the process, Han Sen noticed his digestive speed had increased. Within a day, he was able to absorb a dozen King-class xenogeneic genes that had been ground up into a powder, earning a dozen king genes. Ha ha ha. Big Destroyed is different. Right now, I still haven't mastered the technique, but if I can practice and take Big Destroyed to the max, I think I'll be able to absorb king-class xenogenic genes incredibly quickly. I might even be able to eat 100 king-class genes in a single day. Han Sen was delighted. Within a few days, his Dongxian Sutras area had broken through to another tier. Elysian Moon and Gu Qingcheng wanted to go to the core area to hunt xenogenics. When they told Han Sen where they were, he discovered that they were close to his jade skin spawn point. He had them wait there for him, and he entered the core area himself. He found Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon, and after the rendezvous, they went out to hunt core xenogenics. Most people never really worried about the future, they only worried about the present. Han Sen had lots of king-class xenogenic genes, but his Big Destroyed and Consume were getting stronger and stronger. If he was able to break down 100 genes a day, eating 1,000 king-class xenogenic genes would only take a week and a half. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon were first-tier kings, but their powers exceeded what the average first-tier king could do. They were practically the same as Han Sen had been at his first tier. Their skills and area powers were very good, so killing king-class xenogenics was a trivial affair. But their digestion speed was much slower than Han Sen's Consume. Even if Han Sen used Big Destroy to break their xenogenic genes down for them, they could only digest one per day. Han Sen wasn't in a rush, but Li Qier was. She had been there for a whole month, waiting on Dollar's return. Not even the flicker of his shadow showed up, though. It was like he never planned on coming back. Li Qier's teeth itched. That asterisk shoal. Li Qier sat in the front of her ship, gritting her teeth and looking up into the sky. If he showed up, she'd probably have to fight off the urge to smack him. Little sister, this is bad. The very high should be emotionless, but you are very emotional right now. This is bad for you. A very pretty woman appeared on her ship. She stood behind Li Qier and looked at her. Third sister, why are you here? Li Qier turned around to find a green-clothed woman standing behind her. The woman was pretty, but she was emotionless. Her face was like ice. I hear you have selected your target. Let me see how your silkworm is, the woman said coldly. Good or bad, it doesn't concern you. Li Qier lifted her lips. The woman, seeing Li Qier's face, shook her head. You're displaying too many emotions. Your practice of the very high talents isn't up to par. I'm worried about you failing or resorting to selecting a poor silkworm that can't do anything in service of the very high. Good or bad, it is none of your business, Li Qier insisted. Third sister didn't become angry. She acted as if she hadn't heard Li Qier at all, and emotionlessly said, It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not, I am your third sister. I cannot let you walk along this path of constant failure. Before she could reply, third sister continued, Okay. Now tell me, where is this person you've chosen? Let me see if he is capable of serving the very high. He isn't here right now, Li Qier said. Why not call him over? Third sister said. I haven't told him I am claiming him. I can't contact him. If you are so smart, why don't you go and find him for me? Li Qier snarled. You are so slow. You still haven't claimed him. What have you been doing all this time? Third sister frowned. She wasn't happy with Li Qier's progress. Li Qier blushed. She had spent so much effort trying to convince Han Sen, but it never worked out. She hadn't told him who she was, and thus, she couldn't claim him. Third sister looked at Li Qier's face but did not say anything. Something in her eyes swirled, looking as if a spinning galaxy was residing with them. Tell me who your target is. Third sister's eyes looked very magical. If you are so smart, why don't you guess who it is? Li Qier said in a sulky manner. Again, third sister didn't become angry. She just reached her hand out and grabbed one of Li Qir's hairs. Then, she stared into that strand of hair with her shiny eyes. Her spinning galaxy-like eyes revealed the image of Li Qir. The image danced as if the woman was rewinding time, revealing what Li Qir had been doing. Everything she had done in the past few days played before the woman's eyes. Time quickly went back to when she parted ways with Han Sr. He is your target, yes? Dollar. I have heard his name. Right. He came first in the Geno Being Scroll. He defeated Lone Bamboo, third sister said, her voice neutral. Then, she stopped looking. Her eyes returned to normal, and the strand of hair turned to dust in her hand. Third sister, how could you read my past without my permission? Li Qir sounded annoyed. Behavior like this doesn't belong in the very high. Third sister shook her head, ignoring Li Qir's protest. The stars in her eyes were still spinning when she spoke to herself, saying, let me help you take a look at what this dollar is doing. I will see if he can be your silkworm. Her eyes spun and the lights in them flashed. A shadow that looked like Han Sen appeared. Chapter 25:45 Ji Yang Sheng. Han Sen was out hunting xenogeneics with Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. All of a sudden, though, he felt a strange movement in his sea of soul. Han Sen was surprised by this, and so he looked inside himself. There, he saw the black crystal armor twitching slightly. For an instant, some sort of vortex appeared around his body. The vortex only lasted for a second, though. Then, the black crystal armor returned to its usual motionless self as if nothing had occurred. What the hell? Han Sen wondered as he glanced around. He didn't see anything dangerous. Far away, in a certain system inside the core area, third sister's eyes looked magical. The shadow of a man appeared and began to grow clearer. The image was on the verge of revealing his face. Arg! Suddenly, third sister screamed and cupped her hands over her eyes. Third sister, what happened? Li Qir was shocked. There was blood seeping out of the gaps between third sister's fingers. Someone broke my scrying skill. Who is this dollar? Third sister lowered her hands. Her eyes were red, and tears of blood were rolling down her face. Li Qir was shocked seeing this. Third sister's very high sense was much stronger than her own. The powerful very high had only just used her scrying skill, and her eyes had been injured. It was difficult to believe. Dollar is dollar. He said he is human. Li Qir realized she actually knew nothing about dollar. What is a human? This dollar isn't someone ordinary. He broke my scrying skill. He must have some sort of deified protecting him. How could someone who doesn't even have a name possess deified protection? Third sister gritted her teeth as she spoke. I don't know. Li Qir's face kept changing. She hadn't expected Dollar to have such a mysterious background. Both of them spent some time trying to guess where Dollar had come from. Third sister didn't dare try to steal a look at him again, though. As a result, neither of them could come up with a solid idea for who he truly was. I want to see who he is. Third sister lowered her hands emotionlessly. Her eyes had recovered a little. They weren't bleeding, but they still looked injured. She planned on waiting with Li Qir for Dollar to show up so she could find out who he was. Han Sen did not know the situation of Li Qir and third sister. He was busy killing xenogeneics with Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. Along the way, he kept practicing using his teleportation talents and Big destroyed in combat. Although he was growing more familiar with both skills, he needed to test out their practical applications in real fights. While the three were fighting a metal wolf, someone appeared before them. When that person laid eyes on Han Sen, he was immediately recognized. Han Sen, you aren't dead. When he realized someone else was there, Han Sen stopped using his teleportation skills and Big destroyed. Turning to take a look, he noticed it was the Extreme King's princess Bai Wei. Bai Wei looked at Han Sen with a conflicted expression. She thought Han Sen had been killed by Bai Yi. She had always wanted to help Han Sen and herself. She even wanted to save Bauer. Little did she knew that it wasn't Bai Yi that had killed Han Sen, it was Han Sen that killed Bai Yi. And then Bai Wei thought about the things Han Sen had done. She couldn't believe the fake prince claimed an Extreme King's alpha statue and did so many horrible things in his time with her people. The scariest thing about him was the fact that he escaped the wrath of the Extreme King without being damaged. And he traveled through the Tianxia system while the Extreme King were pursuing him. He had done so many shocking things in the universe that it was hard to fathom. He even grabbed by Wuchang and held him as a hostage. Ultimately, the Extreme King couldn't do anything to him, and above all, they'd lost track of him. Thinking about what Han Sen had accomplished in recent times, Bai Wei felt as if her own experiences were nothing. No matter how bad her situation became, at least she was a bona fide royal amongst the Extreme King. She would always have resources, and no one would dare try to take her life. Han Sen was just an outsider, and yet, he had become a very famous character in the historical annals of the Extreme King. She was a real royal, and yet, compared to Han Sen, it was like he was in the sky and she was stuck on the ground. There was no way she couldn't do all the things he could, she believed. In the time since they had last met, Bai Wei had changed a lot. Those changes had happened because she had pondered these questions thoroughly. It was all due to Han Senator, so Bai Wei had very complex emotions when it came to confronting Han Sen again. Seeing him there now, Bai Wei had no intention of attacking. Congratulations, you have now reached King class. Han Sen bowed before Bai Wei. Bai Wei looked at Han Senator. A while later, she said, just go, and don't ever let me see you again. But Han Sen still went on to say, I will never forget how you took care of me and my daughter. If you need anything in the future, have someone deliver a message to me. I will do whatever I can, and I will put my utmost effort into not disappointing you. Han Sen still really liked Bai Wei. After all, she had tried her best to save Bauer. He had always felt as if he owed her something. When we meet again, we will be enemies and not friends, Bai Wei said. Then, she turned around and flew away from Han Sen in the opposite direction. Then let us hope we never meet again. Han Sen, Gu Qingcheng, and Elysian Moon also flew away. The three of them were traveling through space when Elysian Moon suddenly stopped. She floated and pointed in the direction of a planet. There is something amiss up ahead. What is wrong? Han Sen didn't sense anything unusual coming from the planet. His Dongxian area still couldn't reach that far. Elysian Moon frowned and said, I don't know. But I can sense that an extremely dangerous presence resides on that planet. Is it a xenogeniac or some other sort of creature? Han Sen asked. It should be a xenogeniac, Elysian Moon said quietly. Han Sen's eyes brightened. A xenogeniac is great. You guys hang back while I go take a look. Han Sen readied himself to attack when suddenly, a bunch of people came flying over. They were clearly coming toward Han's senior demons. Han Sen frowned upon seeing the people with purple horns approach. I am Ji Yongsheng. I have admired you for a long time, and finally, I have the chance to see you in person. This is a great privilege. A half-deified demon bowed to Han Senator. The demon man looked very pale and very handsome. He was very polite, too. It would be hard to find a reason to hate him. Thanks. Looking at Ji Yongsheng, Han Sen knew he must have been quite famous amongst the demons. Otherwise, kings and half-deifieds wouldn't have been following his leadership. Han Sen thought to himself, that demon protector Moldo wanted me to come and bless a prince of the demon. It cannot be this guy, can it? After Ji Yongsheng bowed before Han Sen, he looked at Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. Something strange passed through his eyes, but it only happened for a second. No one noticed it. Chapter 2546, Demon Doll Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio. Elysian Moon and Gu Qingcheng frowned. They were sensitive enough that they noticed the glance that the man directed toward them. Although Han Sen saw it, he said nothing. Considering the beauty of the two women, it would be weird if men didn't have any reaction towards them. The demon and humans looked alike. Their definitions of pretty were similar, so it wasn't strange that a demon man would be drawn to the appearance of a human woman. Attraction was one thing, but it would be a different matter if the demons tried to make a move. If Ji Yongsheng didn't do anything stupid, Han Sen wouldn't begin a conflict himself. Ji Yongsheng turned away from Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon, then said to Han Sen, "Teacher Han, Mr. Moldo might have spoken to you before about how he hoped that you could bless me. Do you have time now?" "Ah yes, Moldo mentioned that." Han Sen went quiet for a moment, then he told Ji Yongsheng, "I told Mr. Moldo before that my blessings can affect others, but I cannot make people deified. Becoming deified is all about the potential of one's genes. I understand, but I would be very grateful if you were willing to try to help me. Whether we succeed or not, it is the thought and effort that counts." Ji Yongsheng was maintaining his politeness quite well. Han Sen laughed. "There is no need to say that. We are merely trading. I will still charge you. That is okay. Tell me if there is something you want. If I can pay it, I won't disappoint you," Ji Yongsheng responded quickly. Han Sen shook his head. "We can talk about the price later. I haven't yet fully recovered from the blessing I gave Lando. It will take another 4 months for me to recover enough that I can bless someone else. We can talk about it then." In truth, Han Sen could use his Blood Pulse Sutra power whenever. That didn't mean he wanted to keep using it, though. If he did, its value would drop off substantially. Up until now, Han Sen had only used it on Lando, Gu Qingcheng, and Elysian Moon. He wanted to use it on Little Silver, too. Han Sen wouldn't use it on Bauer or Linger, because they were so talented themselves. They had so many possibilities, and the use of the Blood Pulse Sutra could limit their development. Little Silver's talents were a bit on the weak side. The Blood Pulse Sutra could only do good for him. "Okay. If you don't mind, though, I can protect you. I won't let anyone disturb whatever you are doing in the meantime," Ji Yongsheng said with a look of sincerity. "Thank you, but no thank you. We are only here to hunt xenogeneics. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to be together." Han Sen didn't want a bunch of people following him. "In that case, I will contact you at a later date. This is my contact information. If you need anything, all you have to do is ask," Ji Yongsheng said, before taking his people with him to depart. He didn't say anything about wanting to loot xenogeneics. After Ji Yongsheng left, Elysian Moon coldly grunted and said, "That guy doesn't seem very likable." "You will probably end up meeting a lot of other people you hate," Han Sen said, with a shrug of his shoulders. Their own beauty might have been their biggest challenge. In that universe, many races looked just like humans, including the Rebate, the Demons, the Sky, and the Extreme King, to name a few. Their definition of beauty was quite similar, and so the two girls were undoubtedly quite eye-catching to those of such races. "From what we have seen, we should learn from Dollar and wear armor," Gu Qingcheng said, glancing at Han Sr. "I'm afraid wearing armor won't help. Your bodies are quite distinctive, and even if others cannot see your faces, your curves are sure to attract men. Your appearance makes quite an impact." Han Sen laughed. "If we are that sexy, why aren't you affected by us?" Elysian Moon asked, quirking her lips into a half-smile. "I'm different. People like me are so faithful and loyal. I'm just a good man, so a few looks here and there keep me happy. I'm afraid you'll never meet another man like me in the universe, Han Sen joked. Gu Qingcheng smiled but said nothing. Elysian Moon looked at him with disdain, and she said, "You're just a creep who has no balls. You call yourself a good man. PFF." After that, she ignored Han Sen and resumed her flight. What's wrong with her? Since when did I become a creep? Han Sen looked at Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng laughed and raised an eyebrow at him. Not saying another word, she flew after Elysian Moon. Hey, what is wrong with you both? Han Sen was so depressed. Although Gu Qingcheng said nothing, he felt as if he had been bullied. Ji Yongsheng and his demon allies didn't venture far. When Han Sen and the others departed, Ji Yongsheng spoke to a king in his entourage and said, "You go home and bring me my demon doll. If my father asks, tell him I need it." The demon king was shocked, and so he said, "Are you going to attack Han Sen? I can't believe that I encountered him here. This is a very rare opportunity. We were unable to find him in the systems of chaos, but now we have a second chance to snare him," Ji Yongsheng said in a hard voice. "Please think about this, sir." The Extreme King sent deifieds after him, and even they were unable to capture him. Only half deifieds can come to the core area. "I don't think you have what it takes to catch Han Senator if he knows that we have tried to snare him. I do not think he will ever spare the time to bless you," the demon said. "That's why I'm going to use the demon doll, it is deified. Attacking Han Sen will be a guaranteed success. And even if it fails, Han Sen will have no clue it was us who used it," Ji Yongsheng stated flatly. "But the demon doll is the demon's," the demon king wished to say something, but Ji Yongsheng cut him off. "Just bring me the doll and stop your protesting," Ji Yongsheng snapped. "Yes." The demon king didn't dare disobey a direct command. He opened his core area hall and returned to the demon realm. An hour later, the core area hall's door opened again. The demon had returned, but with someone else in tow. If anyone else had seen this, they would have been very surprised. Kings could only use their power to open a personal door to the core area. No other creature should have been able to enter through that same door. That demon king brought a creature through the door with him. Even the Extreme King wouldn't have been able to believe their eyes if they had seen this. Chapter 2547, Not Teleportation Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio. The creature looked humanoid. Because it was wrapped up in black armor, it was impossible to tell exactly what it looked like. It just stood behind the Demon King. "Sir, I have brought you the demon doll." The Demon King brought the demon doll before Ji Yongsheng, then raised both hands, presenting a purple horn. The purple horn was around 1 foot long, and its surface was ribbed like a screw. It was crescent-shaped, and many strange symbols were carved around its top. It looked so pretty, but also so mysterious. The horn looked like the horns on the heads of demons like Ji Yongsheng. Ji Yongsheng didn't know what it was. Ji Yongsheng took the purple horn and turned it over in his hands. Then, he spoke to the demon doll. "Listen to my commands and go." Ji Yongsheng's eyes flashed with purple. A purple aura rose from his hands, then swept into the purple horn. That weird and beautiful purple horn glowed and flashed. The weird symbols across it started to release a demonic smoke. The demon doll flashed with purple. It zoomed off in Han Sen's direction at a blistering speed. "Sir, you must be careful. We cannot allow any other race to end up capturing the demon doll." The Demon King looked worried as he spoke. "Don't worry. With the demon doll's power, even if I cannot get Han Sen, what else in the core area could threaten it?" Ji Yongsheng looked annoyed. The Demon King nodded and retreated. After that, he said nothing more. A shoal of shark-sized, mechanical demon fish were flying through space. As they headed for Han Sen, they spat out scary streaks of lightning, turning the system into an electrified ocean. Seeing the ocean of lightning bearing down on them, Elysian Moon summoned a blue oil paper umbrella in her hands. After the umbrella was opened, a sword light was unleashed. It blocked all the streaks of lightning from hitting the umbrella. The three of them were shielded by it, too, which meant the lightning was of no concern to them. Gu Qingcheng lifted a hand, unleashing countless sword lights. Swords of all kinds appeared around her, like a galactic waterfall of blades being fired at the mechanical demon fish. In a second, over 100 of the demon fish were chopped to pieces. Your 1,000-sword area is very powerful. Han Sen complimented her. The shoal of mechanical demon fish had 3 kings. They couldn't block Gu Qingcheng's attack at all, though. Gu Qingcheng's area was overbearing. Is my area weak or something? Is that what you're trying to say? Elysian Moon asked in annoyance. Han Sen opened his mouth to respond, but Elysian Moon was staring out into empty space. Han Sen and Gu Qingcheng turned to look at what might have caught her attention, and there, they saw a black shadow drawing toward them. It wasn't moving quickly, it was just sort of floating through space. After a while, the shadow flew close enough that they could see it clearly. That man in black armor didn't mean to stop, however. He was still coming for Han Sr. Why have you come here, and why are you going after me? Han Sen asked, looking at the man in black armor. But the black armor man didn't react. It was as if he hadn't heard Han Sen, and still, he approached. Han Sen noticed the being was only looking at him. Han Sen was the man's target, and the man was coming right for him. Seeing the black armor enter their radius, Han Sen spoke again. You should stop right there. The armored man behaved as if he hadn't heard a thing. He didn't stop, and he even raised a fist to punch Han Senator. When that punch was unleashed, his entire body disappeared from the vision of all those who watched. When he reappeared, he was directly in front of Han Senator. That violent fist of his was about to strike Han Sen's head and rattle his skull. Very powerful teleportation. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon's eyes widened. They weren't sure how the armored man had come right before Han Sen like that. It was quite bewildering. According to the theory, there were 2 types of teleportation. One of them was a speed-type teleportation, and the other one was a space-type teleportation. When a teleportation skill was used, there were distinctive traits that distinguish one type of teleportation from the other. Speed-type teleportation only required a strong eye to follow its movement. So, you could still see it. Space-type teleportation was different. When space and air were broken, a space shockwave was released. It took time to build up that wave. Even skills like God's Wander had this flaw, but the shockwave of God's Wander was small. It didn't take much time to activate, so it would be difficult to feel. But this armored man, from the time he lifted his fist to when he appeared before Han Sen, did not leave any trace of his teleportation. There was no shockwave or anything. It was like he was just there, not giving anyone a chance to react. Dong! Han Sen raised his fist to block the armored man's attack, but his entire body felt electrified on contact. It was extremely powerful, and the strike sent him flying away like a falling star. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon looked shocked. They knew how strong Han Sen was. Although he was just a 4th-tier king, he was as strong as a half-deified. No power should have been able to beat Han Sen unless it was a half-deified with a focus on raw power. The armored man punched Han Sen and sent him flying once again. The power that the armored man wielded had to be amongst the greatest any half-deified could wield. It was nuts. Without hesitation, Gu Qingcheng drew her sword. A mysterious trail followed the bronze blade as the old sword moved to strike the armored man. When she used the old bronze sword, countless sword shadows were unleashed in 8 directions. It was like a galaxy of blades were sent soaring over toward the armored man. Elysian Moon attacked from the other side as this occurred. She closed her blue oil paper umbrella and used it as a sword to thrust at the armored man's heart. The sword light became a scary glow that could break through a planet. The two of them blocked all of the armored man's exits, but the armored man ignored their attacks. He flew after Han Sen, punching as he went. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon were enraged by that. The armored man was being so cocky by ignoring their attacks. It was like they were just clutching toys, and there was no need to pay attention to them. They sent more power surging into their umbrella and swords. Elysian Moon coldly said, "Advice for the future: whatever you do, do not underestimate women. It's a fatal mistake." But right before Elysian Moon finished speaking, her eyes opened wide. When the armored man threw his punch, he just disappeared from their vision. The net of sword lights did nothing to stop him. That isn't space teleportation. Gu Qingcheng's face paled slightly. She looked confused. She hadn't seen any distortion to the space around them. She didn't know how the armored man had managed to escape their sight. Chapter 2548, Familiar Presence. The armored man vanished from Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon's vision. Then, he reappeared in front of Han Senator. His striking fist approached Han Sen's belly. Just as the armored man's fist was about to hit Han Sen's body suddenly disappeared. He reappeared elsewhere. His fast escape was a product of the teleportation abilities he had been practicing. Without a moment's hesitation, the armored man threw another punch. And with it, his body vanished just like last time. He appeared in front of Han Senator. Han Sen's body blinked away again to avoid the incoming fist of the armored man. The two of them kept flashing across the expanse of space, moving too fast for ordinary eyesight to follow. It was like they could be in the sky at one point and on the ground in the next. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon moved to help Han Sen, but he told them, "Stay back, you guys cannot evade his attacks. Use your power to protect yourselves, and don't leave any of your weaknesses exposed." Upon hearing him, Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon stopped in their tracks. They watched Han Sen and the man in black armor do battle. Elysian Moon opened the paper umbrella in her hands. A sword light flashed from the surface of the umbrella, then expanded to envelop the two of them. Just as Han Sen wanted, it left no weaknesses exposed. "That man in armor isn't using teleportation abilities," Gu Qingcheng said with certainty, as she observed the battlefield ahead of her. Elysian Moon nodded seriously. "It isn't teleportation. It's more like Godslayer Luo." Gu Qingcheng finished what Elysian Moon was hesitant to say. That old man was a lone warrior who had once obtained a foothold in the sanctuaries for humanity. When his power reached the max, the presence he gave off was just like the one they felt from the armored man. He ignored the rules of space to kill his enemies. Why does the armored man have falsified sky powers? No, wait, that is sky demon power. The armored man is a demon. Gu Qingcheng wondered aloud. Han Sen knew the armored man was using sky demon powers. He clearly wasn't using a space-based teleportation talent. Not many powers could repel sky demon powers, but thankfully, Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra was one of the few that could. The armored man's absolute strikes weren't difficult for Han Sen to break, but the armored man's power was undeniably greater than Han Sen's. And that meant Han Sen couldn't defeat him. Han Sen felt a mixture of different emotions when he looked at the armored man. He knew this attacker was different from the demons they had encountered earlier, but he wasn't entirely sure what the difference was. Ji Yangsheng and a few of the demon elites watched the fight through a mirror. They appeared to be in shock. Even Ji Yangsheng was floored by what he was witnessing. He is a very powerful guy. He has dodged every attack that the demon doll has thrown. Ji Yangsheng chewed his lip. That was what he did when he was in thought. No wonder Han Sen escaped harm when he was pursued by the Extreme King. He is very scary. He is dodging the attacks of the sky demon powers somehow. I wonder what power he has been making use of, a few demon elites said, their voices a mixture of admiration and trepidation. They knew that the demon doll's sky demon power ensured that every hit was a successful one unless the enemy possessed the same causal powers. If the enemy didn't, not even teleportation would let them escape the demon doll's strikes. Sky demon abilities were a causal power. Once the demon doll locked onto Han Sen, even if Han Sen teleported away, he should still be hit. Han Sen's teleportation let him dodge the demon doll's attacks, though. He was obviously using an advanced version of teleportation. And as for what other powers Han Sen was employing, Ji Yongsheng couldn't guess. He couldn't understand what he was witnessing. He might be dodging the demon doll's strikes for now, but his efforts are futile. He is slower and weaker than the demon doll. We must take him with us today. Our race requires more than just a blessing. Thousands of our people over the next few decades. No, millions of our people over the next few centuries will need what he can provide us, Ji Yongsheng declared. In an effort to speed things up, he put more of his power into the purple horn. The purple horn's mysterious symbols glowed with a purple light. The powers of blessing Han Sen had displayed made other races take him very seriously. They needed his abilities. If they could capture Han Sen, they wouldn't hand him over to the Extreme King. They would lock him up for themselves and force him to bless their children and grandchildren. The mysterious symbols on the purple horn lit up further. And then, the armored man who had been struggling to capture Han Sen suddenly stopped. His body suddenly enlarged. The muscles of the mystery man grew, and the black armor began to swell. It had to morph in order to fit the bulging muscles. It highlighted their ridiculous size all too well. A dark purple presence intensified within that armor. It made the armored man look like a demon from hell. His eyes were purple like lightning. This is sure a change. Han Sen looked at the armored man in shock. He whispered the words hoarsely. He finally knew why the armored man's presence felt different from the other demons. They looked so similar, but Han Sen could feel that this guy was more like a Shura from the Alliance's universe. His power, however, was obviously some variant of sky demon power. That was what made him look just like one of the demon. It was very difficult to tell the difference, and so Han Sen hadn't caught on until now. Once he used Shura change, the Shura's presence became heavier. Now, Han Sen was finally getting a better sense of what was happening. Why is there a Shura here? I never brought a Shura to the Geno universe. Unless he is one of the Shuras that come out of the coffin in the Shura's graveyard. Could he be one of the Shura kings? Han Sen looked at the demon-like armored man with a conflicted expression. And as he did, Han Sen kept thinking. The armored man didn't stop to think through things like Han Sen had. After he finished changing, his purple lightning-like eyes peered at Han Senator. Then, the muscular creature threw a punch toward Han Senator. Han Sen dodged the attack of the armored man, but when he teleported away, the armored man appeared in front of him. Purple flames burst to life around the man's fist as it slammed into Han Sen's stomach. Pang! When that fist connected, Han Sen's body shot away like a raging fireball. He flew into a nearby asteroid. He went through it and many more, cleaving a line through space. Before Han Sen could stop, the armored man appeared in front of him and punched him again. Once more, he was sent flying. Blurg! Han Sen spat out some blood. He kept falling, and he couldn't even teleport away. Chapter 2549, A Man with Three Options. Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Audiobook Studio. Han Sen was still falling when the armored man's hands reached out and wrapped around his head, gripping him firmly. Purple air rose from the hands in streams that flowed like venomous snakes, and they drilled through Han Sen's body. The purple air bound him, preventing him from moving. When they saw the armored man grab Han Sen, Elysian Moon and Gu Qingqing were in shock. Gu Qingqing's heart leaped into her throat. She lifted her hands, and thousands of old swords appeared around her. They went soaring over to strike the armored man. Gleaming blades rained down like a waterfall. Even a planet would be riddled with holes after weathering a storm of those blades. But the armored man was able to hold Han Sen with one hand and use the other hand to punch through the sword stream that was all around him. The power of that punch flew all the way back to Gu Qingqing, but it was stopped by the sudden appearance of Elysian Moon's umbrella shield. Pang! That punch broke the sword light that her umbrella had formed. The armored man gathered strength in his fist again, preparing to attack Gu Qingqing once more. Stop! How dare you be so rude to those two girls? Go back! Ji Yangsheng shouted. He had arrived just in time, riding a robotic demon wolf. The armored man lowered its fist and retreated. Sorry I'm so late and ended up scaring you, girls. Ji Yangsheng smiled at Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon. So you were the one behind all this, Elysian Moon said, giving Ji Yangsheng an icy stare. Of course not. I'm just here doing what is right of me to do. Ji Yangsheng looked at the armored man holding Han Senator. He smiled and said, Teacher Han, we meet again. You should have the time to talk to me now, yes? Mr. Ji, I don't think you have gauged my personality correctly. Han Sen was being held firmly by the armored man. Purple smoke covered him, and he couldn't even move his fingers. His face remained impassive, though. What do you mean? Ji Yangsheng looked at Han Sen with interest. He looked like a cat playing with a mouse. Sir, just in case, we should take Han Sen to our core area base, the Demon King said. Han Sen laughed and said, he is right. I have a very bad temper. You better do it quick, otherwise, you won't have the chance. Ji Yangsheng ignored the Demon King. His face took on an expression that looked something like a smile, but it was far too toothy and feral to be pleasant. He said, Oh, Han Sen, you are quite powerful. Even under these conditions, you managed to stay so calm. But you are under the Sky Demon Lock. You are certainly stronger than a mere king, but not even a deified elite could break the Sky Demon Lock. After that, Ji Yangsheng turned away. Ignoring Han Senator, he directed his attention to Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon. These two girls can be privileged guests of my family. Please don't worry. You guys are VIPs. The demon will never think of bringing harm to the two of you. We will treat you very nicely. Before Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon could answer, Han Sen laughed. I was wondering why you were doing this to me. It's because you want the two of them. If you had told me sooner, I would have given them to you. Why go to all this hassle? Shut up. I thought you were quite the character, but I can't believe you are so obscene. How could you say something like that just as a desperate attempt to survive? Ji Yangsheng shouted at Han Senator. Han Sen sighed. I'm just telling you the truth. They are very pretty, but they're actually insatiable monsters. They'd eat your flesh right down to the bones. I've suffered so much following them. I will be very happy if you take them away from me. I will build an altar in your honor, and I will praise you every night. I will treat you like a savior, Han Sen said. Whatever you say. You cannot escape this. Ji Yangsheng seemed to know what Han Sen was trying to say. It made him laugh coldly. Han Sen shook his head and sighed. Mr. Ji, you're being rather cocky, but we're only in this situation because of someone else's work. If it wasn't for that scary guy in armor, you would be unable to defeat me. You have nothing to be cocky about. It should be that guy there who is cocky. Ji Yangsheng smiled and said, he is my demon doll. He only moves when I move. If you cannot beat my demon doll, you aren't qualified to fight me. Demon doll. He isn't an actual demon. Han Sen pretended to be surprised. Sir, let's go back to base now. The Demon King from earlier stopped Han Sen and Ji Yangsheng's conversation. He didn't want the prince to leak details about the demon doll. Ji Yangsheng wasn't stupid, though. He knew what was going on. He laughed and said, Han Sen, stop wasting our time. I won't kill you. If you behave during your time with the demon, we will treat you well. What does that mean? Can you define behaving for me? Do you want to milk me like a cow? Do you want me to eat grass while you squeeze my udders? You want me to make your sons and grandsons fat and full? You want me to die miserably when there's nothing left to give? Han Sen smiled. It is nothing like that. If you work, you will be rewarded. If you have this kind of power, you should do things to better the lives of others in this world. After that, Ji Yangsheng spoke to Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. Ladies, please. You both will be my VIPs forever. No matter where you go, no one will dare hurt you. But if you both don't want to be my friends, I can't promise you this. Elysian Moon was always cold, but now she suddenly laughed. She was so pretty that she looked like a moon palace fairy. But her face looked as untouchable as a marble sculpture. When she laughed, it was like a flower opening amidst the snowfall. It was so beautiful. It was like realizing the world was alive after believing it to be dead. Ji Yangsheng and the other demons were frozen. They were thinking, this woman is unbelievably pretty. Elysian Moon laughed and said happily, we would like to go with you, but I'm afraid someone else might not. Who won't? Ji Yangsheng asked. Him, Elysian Moon said, looking at Han. Senator Ji Yangsheng chuckled darkly. Mr. Han is in danger. Even if he doesn't want you to come with us, he has no say in the matter. He doesn't even have a say in what happens to him. He will be coming with us, so we can all go together, too. So what if he doesn't want to? Elysian Moon shook her head. It looks like you don't understand him at all. Do I need to understand him? Ji Yangsheng said cockily. If you understood him, you would know he is a suspicious, cunning, insidious, and cruel person. He doesn't place trust in anyone aside from himself. He always has a backup plan. Even when he is on the brink of doom, he has an escape route planned and ready to go. If I were you, I wouldn't be hanging around here to chat. I would chop his head off and grind him into pieces. Then I would burn those pieces until there was nothing left but ash, Elysian Moon said in a serious voice. Ji Yangsheng was shocked. He looked at Han. Senator. The man's body was still wrapped in the toxic snake-like purple air, and the sight made Ji Yangsheng relax and smile again. You think too much. He is under the thumb of the Sky Demon Lock. Not even a deified elite could escape this. No matter how evil he is, getting out of this trap is impossible. Really? Han Sen's voice asked. When, before Ji Yangsheng could speak again, his face grew pale. The purple mist still surrounded Han Sen, but his body looked like a rainbow. The Sky Demon Lock was melting within that light. Chapter 2550, Shura horn grayish-white feathers appeared, cloaking Han Sen's body. The image of a rainbow peacock appeared on his face, and it released a scary rainbow light. That rainbow light quickly melted away the Sky Demon Lock's purple smoke. In seconds, the power holding Han Sen in place had vanished. Ji Yangsheng and the other demons were shocked when they saw this. Their Sky Demon Lock, which could securely ensnare a deified being, had just been melted away with ease. It was unbelievable, and as a result, they were left staring in stupefied silence. They looked at Han Sen's feathery clothing, unsure what sort of treasure he was now making use of. But whatever it was obviously strong enough to break the Sky Demon Lock. Their assumption was only half right. Han Sen had been able to break free of the Sky Demon lock because of the Peacock King's soul robe's power, but the beast's soul alone wouldn't have been enough to free him. Even if the Tianxia Peacock King was reborn, it couldn't have broken the Sky Demon lock. But when the Peacock King's soul power, Han Sen's strength, and the power of the Dongxian Sutra were combined, the resultant power was enough to shatter the Sky Demon lock. Nothing less than that would have been able to free Han. Senator Han Sen hadn't used the Peacock King's soul robe at first because he knew there was something amiss with the armored man. He wanted to see who or what was behind the armored man, and that was why he allowed himself to get captured. Now he understood everything, and there was no point in pretending. Ji Yangsheng's eyes widened. He didn't say anything, but he poured more Sky Demon power into the purple horn that was still in his hands. The armored man's eyes glowed purple once more. He tried to grab Han Sen's head again. Han Sen waved his hand, and a rainbow light struck the armored man. The armored man's body lost control and fell prone. The rainbow light covered his whole body, and the power of the light quickly dissolved the black armor, revealing the person inside. It was a very muscular man. He was much taller than Han. Senator he wasn't very tall compared to many of the giant races in the universe, but his body was so solid that his limbs looked like towers. Tattoos covered his entire body. Han Sen could see that these tattoos were Shura-associated. Han Sen had rarely seen Shuras with those kinds of symbols, though. They were different from the traditional demon tattoos. Han Sen raised his eyes and looked at the man's head. To his surprise, the man's head didn't possess Shura horns. His head was only covered in short purple hair. But in that short hair, Han Sen could see an oval-shaped marking. It looked the man had once possessed a horn, but it had been broken off. It really is one of the Shura, Han Sen thought to himself. The guy was emotionless, and his muscles bulged so much that they looked like they were about to burst. The purple air rose, and it came at Han Sen in another attack. Han Sen immediately detected the Sky Demon power. Are the Sky Demon Sutra and the falsified Sky Sutra the same? But if there is practically no difference between them, doesn't that mean pure Shuras shouldn't be able to learn it? If he is a Shura king from the sanctuary, how could he practice Sky Demon powers? Han Sen wondered. The man's fist came before Han Sen, but Han Sen raised his hand to stop it. Han Sen's hand was enshrouded with a rainbow godlight formed by substance chains. The rainbow godlight quickly tied up his enemy's body. The man struggled and writhed inside his bonds. Sky Demon power was strong, but it could only make use of causal powers. It wasn't some invincible ability. And speaking of power, this creature wasn't quite deified yet. He was weaker than the soul robe's power. If the Shura had been fighting someone other than Han Sen, he could have used causal powers to escape. But Han Sen was using his Dongxian area in conjunction with the Peacock King's soul robe. The Dongxian area's force stopped all of the universal cogwheels in the region. Not even causal powers could escape Han Sen's manipulation. Unless the Shura was stronger than Han Sen, the Shura's powers weren't going to be of any use while Han Sen had his Dongxian area active. Ji Yangsheng and the other demons were in shock. The demon doll's power was almost deified class, and demon dolls weren't like ordinary demons. They had very scary talents. After they became demon dolls, they would undergo a weird reaction with the Sky Demon powers. The demon dolls would then gain causal powers, which would allow them to apply causal powers to a wide range of uses. Not even a pure demon could do that. Even deified elites couldn't trap a demon doll. But now, the demon doll had been subdued by Han Sen, and it seemed completely unable to break free. It was being held tightly by Han Sen's power. The entire situation was way too scary. Without hesitation, Ji Yangsheng turned around with the plan to run away as fast as he could. The other demon elites thought to do the same. But they suddenly noticed their powers had disappeared. None of their abilities seemed to work. They couldn't tear through the fabric of space. They couldn't even cast any powers outside of their bodies. What's going on? Ji Yangsheng and the other demons looked at each other with wide, frightened eyes. Let me deal with them, Elysian Moon said smoothly. She waved her paper umbrella, unleashing a sword light. It flew right at Ji Yangsheng. Due to the fact that they couldn't use their powers, Ji Yangsheng and the others had to jerk clumsily away. But with their reaction times being so slow, they couldn't dodge many of the sword lights, and the cruel attacks began to punch through their bodies. Demon blood gushed everywhere as they screamed. A second later, a few of the kings had already perished under Elysian Moon's sword lights. Ji Yangsheng and the other two half-deifieds were badly injured. Now they believed what Han Sen had said. That woman was so pretty, but she was also someone who could slaughter her enemies without so much as a blink of hesitation. They were shocked by how powerful she was. They were under the influence of Han Sen's Dongxian area. They couldn't use their powers, even though they could still touch their self-cogwheels. Their power was there, but they couldn't make use of it. They couldn't do anything to save themselves. That woman's area power was no greater than king class, but her sword lights could pierce through the bodies of half-deifieds. Just that power exceeded what an ordinary king could accomplish. Ji Yangsheng was as shocked as he was angry. He hated the fact that he hadn't followed the Demon King's advice. Han Sen, I'm the son of the Demon Alpha. If you kill me, the demons will do all they can to avenge my death. If you let me go, you can take any deified treasure and xenogenic genes you wish, Ji Yangsheng shouted. Han Sen looked at Ji Yangsheng and said, a demon. You're lowly compared to the extreme king. When he heard that, Ji Yangsheng's face turned gray. He remembered that Han Sen was the one who had killed a prince of the extreme king. If he wasn't concerned about their wrath, why would he fear the demons? Han Sen reached out, and a rainbow light shot from his palm. Ji Yangsheng didn't have the time or strength to dodge it. The purple horn was taken by Han. Senator Han Sen ignored Ji Yangsheng and the others getting killed by Elysian Moon's sword lights. He took the mysterious purple horn and lifted it next to the broken stub on the Shura man's head. It is his horn. Han Sen thought about it and wondered what had happened. Chapter 2551, Pulling a Carriage Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio, Keep them alive. I have things I need to ask them, Han Sen said to Elysian Moon, who was on the verge of taking Ji Yangsheng's life. Elysian Moon lowered her paper umbrella and looked expressionlessly at Ji Yangsheng and the others. The three left alive were severely injured. Even from an idle glance, it was clear that they were in bad shape. But they were restricted by the Dongxian area, so they couldn't have hoped to flee even if they tried. Mr. Ji, what is this doll? Han Sen looked at Ji Yangsheng, who was bleeding all over the place. Since I'm already in your hands, you can kill me if you want. But I can assure you, I won't be giving you any information, Ji Yangsheng said. Han Sen smiled. It looked as if the prince wasn't going to be doing any talking. Otherwise, he would have bargained instead of making heroic claims. Han Sen waved his hands, and the two half-deified demons disappeared in a flash of rainbow light. They were reduced to nothing. Not even their bones remained. Mr. Ji, tell me where the demon doll comes from, and I will let you live, Han Sen said slowly. A myriad of emotions passed over Ji Yangsheng's face, but this time, he didn't speak with the certainty he had shown before. After a while, he said, if I tell you, will you really let me live? Han Sen laughed and said, Mr. Ji, although you are full of yourself, you are a pathetic ant in my eyes. Whether you die or not makes no difference in my life. Ergo, I don't really care what happens to you. Ji Yangsheng gritted his teeth and looked at Han Senator. It looked as if he had just made a big decision, and he said, okay, I will tell you about the demon doll. But you must promise to let me go. Han Sen's face looked cold. He didn't say anything. He lifted his hand, summoning a rainbow light. Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Ji Yongsheng was so shocked. He thought Han Sen had made a mistake by killing the other two demons. Ji Yongsheng thought that if he was the only one alive, Han Sen wouldn't kill him if he wished to know the secret of the demon doll. Therefore, Han Sen would be forced to bargain. But now, he realized Han Sen had the power to kill two half-deifieds with ease. That meant the demon prince could be killed easily, too. The secrets he held weren't worth much to Han Sen, in all likelihood. Don't make me think you are lying. Otherwise, even if I don't want to kill you, I will have to kill you as punishment, Han Sen said to Ji Yongsheng, his voice flat. Han Sen knew Ji Yongsheng was a worm that only acted bravely. The man might have tried to maintain his image if his subordinates were around, so Han Sen took a shortcut and killed the other demons before getting down to brass tacks. And now that he was the only one left alive, Ji Yongsheng seemed a lot more willing to bargain. But even so, his attempts to negotiate were weak. His resolve had crumbled. It wasn't long before Han Sen received the story of the demon doll from Ji Yongsheng. Ji Yongsheng didn't know much about the demon dolls. All he knew was that they were created by the Alpha. They had a strong vitality and a keen proficiency with sky demon powers. They were scarier than actual demons. But no one knew how the demon Alpha created the demon dolls or what materials were used to make them. People believed the demon dolls were crafted from demon elites, but there weren't many demon elites of that level of talent. In addition, no demon elites were missing from the records. So, that couldn't have been the truth. Even the demon society knew little about the demon dolls. Only the core supervisor would know about them. Not many demons were given a demon doll by the Alpha to use. Despite Han Sen's repeated questions and threats, Ji Yongsheng hadn't revealed how the demon doll was created. It was probably something only the demon Alpha knew. How many demon dolls are there? Han Sen seemed to know his captive wasn't lying, and so he asked this. I'm not sure about that. I know there are at least a dozen. The demon Alpha gave out a few demon dolls. There are still a few left in stock. I know of 3 deified demon dolls. The rest are half-deifieds. Ji Yongsheng was gushing secrets like a broken faucet in his desire to survive. There are 3 deified demon dolls. Han Sen was shocked. The demons weren't considered a big race these days. They weren't highly ranked among the higher races. Not only did they have deifieds in their midst, but they had 3 deified demon dolls. There could even be more. That was a scary thought. It looks like the demons are stronger than we thought, Gu Qingqing said after a moment of thought. Han Sen was thinking, too. There sure is something a little sketchy about the demon Alpha. I bet those demon dolls are the Shura kings that entered the Geno universe via the Shura's graveyard. That means there is a blood relation between the demons and the Shuras. But why did the demon Alpha turn them into demon dolls? Han Sen didn't understand, and so he asked Ji Yongsheng how one could control a demon doll. The man's explanation was thorough. But even if you do know how to control it, you need sky demon power to actually do it, Ji Yongsheng said. But Han Sen had already activated the purple horn. The demon doll began to move. Ji Yongsheng's mouth opened wide, and he could no longer speak. This demon doll seems easy to use. Han Sen raised the purple horn, which was oozing purple smoke. As long as Han Sen had that purple horn, he could use his will to control the demon doll. It could act out many commands. The doll was even able to perform simple actions by itself, so it didn't have to be controlled at all times. Mr. Han, I told you everything you asked to know. I didn't lie once. Can I go now? Ji Yongsheng asked Han Sen with sincerity. He looked so scared. Who said you could ever leave? Han Sen smiled. You said you would let me live. Are you going to break your promise? Ji Yangsheng was shocked, and his face looked very pale. I said I would let you live, but I didn't say I would let you go. Han Sen waved his hand and said, you can be in charge of pulling my carriage in the future. 1. Pulling a carriage. Ji Yangsheng was confused. He didn't know what that meant. In the core area, a few kings were hunting a xenogeniac. They were just about to kill it when they saw something coming toward them. They stared for a long minute, confused, before they understood what they were seeing. They saw a demon coming toward them. There were ropes around the demon's shoulders, and he was pulling something like a rickshaw. Hey, isn't that the demon Ji Yangsheng? What is he doing? The kings looked at the strange sight in shock. Most of them couldn't speak. Ji Yangsheng was pulling a bronze carriage. It didn't have a roof, but there was an umbrella shading the occupants. Inside the carriage were a man and 2 women. The beautiful women sat on either side of the man, like 2 wives flanking a king. Chapter 2552, A Hero to Save the Beauties. Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor. Audiobook Studio. Han Sen had no interest in humiliating Ji Yangsheng, and he didn't really want to get in the carriage. He just wanted to see if he could draw out some of the demons that might be nearby. If they wanted to save Ji Yangsheng or eliminate Han Sen, it would be hard for them to do that in the core area. It would likely prompt would-be saviors to use their demon dolls. Han Sen's true purpose was to lure out more of those demon dolls so he could take them for himself. It would be great for him to have a few deified demon dolls in his back pocket. The existence of the demon dolls was a very strange thing. The demon doll Han Sen had already obtained had a life force and could think for itself a little. It never looked like it was truly alive, though. Its mind only came alive when it received commands via the purple horn. If it wasn't being controlled, it would stand in place like a deactivated robot. Plus, people were supposedly unable to travel to the core area with another living thing. Despite that, the demon dolls could be brought into the core area. That meant it wasn't a living thing on its own. Han Sen didn't know if a deified demon doll could come through, though. If that was possible, then the demons should have surely been stronger in the core area than the Extreme King were. Of course, all of this was just Han Sen's line of thinking. These were his guesses. It might not even be possible to bring deified demon dolls into the core area. Even if they could enter, the demons might only use them in secret to avoid word of them spreading to other races. Come and take a look. New things happen every day, and this is assuredly the latest. The demon's Ji Yangsheng is pulling a rickshaw. Ji Yangsheng is loved by the demon Alpha. He was so cocky, and now, he has been reduced to a rickshaw boy. Who is on the carriage he is pulling? It cannot be a king of the Extreme King, can it? What king class of the Extreme King could do that? Such a feat is beyond any of them. You must be joking. In this universe, who could be stronger than the Extreme King? You're forgetting God's daddy. Oh, you mean Han Sen. That guy isn't dead. Dead? He is living just fine. He's somehow forced Ji Yangsheng to do this, and he has 2 very beautiful women next to him. Don't you see those 2 girls? They are so beautiful. I don't think anyone else, out of all the races in existence, could be more beautiful than those 2. I'd be willing to die for just one turn in the sheets with them. Really? They're that hot. I'm not kidding. I saw a princess of the Extreme King once upon a time, but compared to these 2, she was nothing. These girls are so much hotter. The Extreme King princesses are hardly fit to be their handmaidens. In that case, I must get a closer look. Ji Yangsheng lowered his head and continued to pull the carriage. He didn't say a word. He was so angry, and he thought to himself, Han Sen, that asterisk shoal. Don't let me find a chance to kill you, because I will be ready to pounce the moment an opportunity appears. Someone took a video of the scene and distributed it. The entire universe came to know that Ji Yongsheng was a rickshaw boy for Han Senator. The leaders of the demon were about to start retching blood out of shame. Furthermore, the elites that had once been around Ji Yongsheng had been killed. The backup elites were far away, and it would be a long time before they could get in range. Han Sen planned on drawing many demons out, but the demons didn't come. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon were very angry about the fact that they were attracting many horny men. Luckily, they only showed themselves in the beginning. After a while, the girls hid their faces. They wore armor so that no naughty people or creatures could see what they looked like. But even so, many kings still came over to watch. Of course, some of the kings came to see the women, but most of the kings were just there to see Han Senator. They wanted to gain his blessing or capture him. But seeing this half-deified demon Ji Yongsheng pulling a rickshaw for Han Sen, no one dared to try anything provocative. If they were going to take him by force, they would prefer waiting for stronger elites to come. Han Sen traveled for half a day before someone was bold enough to try to bar his way. Look, someone is here. Film it quickly. Let us watch and see who is looking for Han Senator. Isn't that Autumn Wind of the Aichi race? Teehee. The Aichi are very famous for being womanizers. Autumn Wind must be going after those two girls. The Aichi are pretty well respected out of all the high races. They have many elites in their ranks, and they are particularly proficient when it comes to wielding bows. There are many archers in their race. Still, aside from all that, the Aichi are pretty lazy. Most of their elites are just hired by other races. There are few races that don't have an Aichi archer to help them. This Autumn Wind is probably the best archer they've had for many centuries. He is half deified, and he might one day become deified. This guy might actually take down Han Sr. I'm afraid his target isn't Han Sen, it is actually those two girls. I don't think that Autumn Wind has what it takes. Han Sen's title of God's daddy isn't a mere joke. Even the extreme king deified elites failed to catch him, so I doubt there is much Autumn Wind can accomplish. Maybe not. The Tianxia system and the systems of chaos are too complicated. Those deifieds would obviously run into trouble if they were after Han Sen and he hid well. In the core area, it isn't so easy to hide. While everyone was talking, Han Sen's bronze carriage moved right in front of Autumn Wind. Han Sen looked at Autumn Wind. He looked just like a human. He was shorter and skinnier than Han Sen, but his face was very delicate. His ears were long and sharp, in particular. He had long, silver hair with transparent wings on his back. He was like an elf out of legends. Why are you getting in my way? Han Sen asked, looking coldly at Autumn Wind. Autumn Wind looked at Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon and said, I had heard that there were two beautiful women here. It said their image can stun the entire universe. So, I have just come here to take a look. I thought the tales must have been exaggerated, but before I could even see them, their presence alone was enough to make me drunk. These intoxicating feelings are surely worth the trip. I wonder if these two women are willing to reveal their faces to me. I am willing to die for the sight. You should go home while you still can, Han Sen said flatly. I'm serious about this. Ladies, if you will allow me to see your faces, I'm willing to be a slave for you. Heck, I would kill myself immediately and not even be upset about it. Autumn Wind ignored Han Sen, begging Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon for a look. Despite his monologue, it didn't seem like he was looking for a fight. Han Sen was about to tell Ji Yongsheng to continue past Autumn Wind, but Elysian Moon suddenly said, You can see our true selves, but only if you beat him. Do that, and you can see us. Elysian Moon's words shocked many of the kings that were present. They thought those two women were Han Sen's friends, but she had suggested something very different. They started to believe the women were being held hostage by a demon. It made people's blood boil. They wanted to save the beautiful women. Chapter 2553, Wind String Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio. Because of the videos that kings in the core area made and distributed, many elites across the universe were able to watch what was going on there. After hearing what Elysian Moon said, many angry eyes focused on Han Senator. Countless young men wanted to beat up Han Sen to save those two pretty girls. Of course, young men who thought that way generally didn't have the necessary rank to visit the core area. The kings that were watching from inside the core area didn't move. Is what you said true? Autumn Wind asked with excitement, his eyes looking bright. If you don't believe me, then why are you asking me? Elysian Moon smiled. I believe you, my lady. Autumn Wind nodded, then he turned to Han Sr., can you please fight me? Don't worry, I will only beat you on behalf of the lady's request. I won't kill you. This guy is pretty confident, Han Sen thought, suppressing a laugh. He looked at Autumn Wind and said, I can fight you. If you win, you see the girls. If I win, what do I earn? Right, Autumn Wind said, nodding his agreement. What do you want? Han Sen was surprised. He hadn't expected Autumn Wind to say something like that. He looked at Autumn Wind, thinking he was a funny guy. Han Sen went silent and said, if you lose, why don't you pull the rickshaw just like he is? Sure. Autumn Wind didn't even think about it before he agreed. He probably never expected that he might actually lose. Han Sen stood up and climbed off the carriage. He stood 10 meters away from Autumn Wind. Autumn Wind looked at Han Sen and said, use whatever attack you want. If you can hurt me, you win. T-Guy is saying crazier things than I usually do, Han Sen thought, looking at the man. Autumn Wind had a bow on his back, and seeing it prompted Han Sen to say, loan me your bow. I will shoot at you a few times. If you can't dodge my arrows, then you lose. *T, this guy is obscene. He must know Autumn Wind's bow is the Aichi's deified treasure wind string. He wants to scam the treasure off of him. Who would dare do such a thing? Does he think Autumn Wind is stupid? Not many people would happily hand over a deified treasure to someone else. Even if they did, they wouldn't hand it to an enemy. While everyone complained, Autumn Wind took the bow and quiver off his back. He threw them to Han Senator. The kings around them stared blankly at the two. He really did loan it to him. *T. Han Sen just scored big. Run. Is he really going to shoot the bow? Autumn Wind just handed it to him. Go ahead. Shoot me any way you want until you are satisfied. Autumn Wind appeared lackadaisical, and he spoke to Han Sen in a very casual manner. Han Sen picked up the bow and quiver. He noticed that the quiver contained 10 arrows. He spoke to Autumn Wind and said, there are 10 arrows. I will shoot at you 10 times. If I miss them all, then I lose. Autumn Wind nodded and said, sure. If you can get one arrow to touch my body, then I lose. Han Sen didn't say anything more. He just gripped Autumn Wind's bow tightly. The bow looked very ordinary. Its body appeared to have been constructed from old vines. It looked like a very old-fashioned longbow. The string was a half-transparent, and it was as thin as a hair. It was very tightly strung, though. Han Sen didn't know what kind of creature's tendon it came from. The moment Han Sen grabbed the bow, Autumn Wind's face looked glum. That was because when Han Sen picked up the bow, Autumn Wind could tell that he was proficient with the weapon. Han Sen was doubtless an excellent archer. However, Autumn Wind hadn't given Han Sen his bow because he was stupid. In fact, Autumn Wind was very smart. There weren't many that could make use of wind string. It was one of the Aichi's secret treasures, and only the blood of the Aichi could activate it. The wind string was a very spiritual item, and Autumn Wind had already earned its approval. Even if someone took it away from him, they wouldn't be able to use it. Han Sen's attempts to shoot the bow would be pointless. The weapon wouldn't help him, and he might even end up getting hurt by it. Autumn Wind being so polite simply because he wanted the two women to have a good impression of his character. If Han Sen used wind string to shoot him, he wouldn't even have to move. Han Sen would miss and end up getting hurt by wind string himself. When he saw how comfortable Han Sen seemed to be when he handled the bow, Autumn Wind realized that Han Sen must be very good at archery. An elite like that shouldn't have been clueless about wind string, though. So, it begged the question why Han Sen would request to borrow it. Han Sen stroked the wind string's body. Then, he slipped 2 fingers around the string and tried to pull it. As everyone observed, that silk-like, half-transparent string didn't budge. PFFF. The kings and nobles who saw this almost spat out whatever was in their mouths. After half a day, Han Sen was unable to move the bow's string. There was no need for the competition. Han Sen couldn't even fire a single arrow. Han Sen is too naive. Did he really think Autumn Wind was letting him the bow out of the goodness of his heart? This is the Aichi's wind string. Without the blood of an Aichi, it cannot be used. Yeah. How could I forget that? That is wind string. When the Aichi were going through their roughest period of history, their final deified passed away. They haven't had a deified since that time. The race of the bonus attacked the Aichi and stole wind string from them. Then, the bonus king tried to show off wind string at a party. It was given to a general who was a master with the bow. He took the bow, and the king asked him for an archery performance. But that general, despite trying all sorts of different powers, couldn't get the bow's string to move. The king of the bonus saw this, and he commanded another general to work with the first general. One of them held the bow while the other pulled back the string. They tried to force wind string open. They did manage to draw wind string, but after they drew it, the string came to life like a thunderstorm. Wind string started to move by itself, and somehow, the string cut the heads off both of the generals. Ever since then, no one who owned wind string was able to wield it. They all ended up getting hurt by it. It was even said to bring bad luck. That was until wind string was brought back to its rightful place. The Aichi elite who retrieved it killed many people with wind string and eventually became deified. It brought the Aichi race back to life and relevance. As a result, wind string's name became very famous across the universe. But aside from the Aichi, no others dare to use the bow. No wonder Autumn Wind was so quick to give the bow away. It really is the wind string. Chapter 2554, Pulling the String Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor. Nioebo Studio. Han Sen held wind string, and his fingers caressed the bowstring. It shivered at his touch, like he was brushing against a dragon or a tiger. Swords had sword souls, and bows had a spirit of their own, too. The higher level it was, the harder it was for others to make use of it. Han Sen used his Dongxian Sutra powers to activate the treasure. He was able to make use of most treasures, but that was because most treasures didn't already have owners. This wind string did have a master, and even with Han Sen using his Dongxian area powers, it resisted. He was unable to pull the string back. Han Sen's fingers hooked onto that tender-looking string. Slowly, he cast his jade skin power. The fingers upon the string turned to ice, and the power he used became grander. But that string still wouldn't budge. No matter how hard Han Sen tugged at the string, it refused to be drawn. It didn't look as if it was ever going to happen. Autumn Wind was delighted to see this. He said, "My wind string has a mind of its own. Not just anyone can make use of it. Why don't you try using a different bow?" I won't mind. I like my bows to be a little stubborn, Han Sen said inscrutably. Autumn Wind quietly said, I don't mind you trying, but you can't keep these two girls waiting for too long. There's no need to wait. We can start right now. This is the first arrow, Han Sen said. Then he pulled an arrow out of the quiver. Han Sen felt comfortable when he held the arrow. There was a sensation that was difficult to describe. When he was in the sanctuaries, he had frequently used a bow. And he was always the best when it came to using them. When he was in the Blackhawk Military Academy, he came first place in an archery competition. Han Sen liked using bows. But he had yet to find a bow that was strong enough in the Geno universe, and when it came to ranged engagements, he could always make use of Spell's arsenal. He rarely used bows anymore. Even if he found a good bow beast soul, he would sooner give it to his daughter Han Menger. Han Sen thought it would be a while before he had to make use of a bow again. He didn't expect he would have a chance to use his bow in this sort of situation. It feels good to hold a bow again. Han Sen sighed. He lifted the arrow, pressing it against the string of wind string. What is this guy hoping to achieve? He couldn't pull wind string, so what is the point of putting an arrow on it? Is the arrow going to launch itself? Everyone thought what Han Sen was doing was so weird. Everyone could tell Han Sen didn't have enough power. He had pulled wind string twice, and it wouldn't budge. It clearly couldn't be drawn. Autumn Wind put out his hands and said, Actually, I really don't mind you making use of a different bow. Han Sen ignored him. He raised the bow and the knocked arrow, and he cast Jade Skin. Then, he pulled back on wind string. A scary power surged through Han Sen's fingers. He tugged on the string, but it was refusing to move. Han Sen was applying too much strength, though. He pulled so hard that the string dug into his fingers until it reached his finger bones. It completely bypassed the protection of Jade Skin. Don't force it. Even a deified elite might have trouble pulling the string of wind string, Autumn Wind cautioned. Han Sen didn't heed his words. He continued to pull the string, as the power of his fingers became stronger. Sir, run. While everyone's focus was on Han Sen, a demon was frowning at Ji Yongsheng, who was still hitched to the rickshaw. Ji Yongsheng pretended not to see him, but the demon king who had called out to him was in a hurry. He didn't move forward to save Ji Yongsheng, though. He was the only demon there. The true demon elites had yet to show up. What is wrong with the prince? Is he retarded? Why isn't he running? Demon King wondered. Han Sen was obviously focused on the bow right now, so the demon had no idea why Ji Yongsheng was refusing to run while he had the chance. The demon kept making signals to Ji Yongsheng. The man's constant waving made the prince very angry. He turned his head away from the man. Inside, he was thinking, Are you stupid? Of course, I would run if I had the chance to. I wouldn't need a reminder from you. Han Sen is right next to me, and those two women can't be provoked. I can't risk trying to run away. The demon saw that Ji Yongsheng was now refusing to look his way. So, he moved around the crowd, getting back into Ji Yongsheng's line of sight. Once he was sure the prince could see him, he started signaling again. Ji Yongsheng's eyebrows were lowered in a deep frown. He wanted to slap that brain-damaged demon. He wasn't going to run away now. If he started to run, the two women Han Sen had with him would believe he was trying to escape. It would look very bad if he was captured once again, and this time in front of a large audience. Ji Yongsheng ignored the idiotic demon and closed his eyes. Everyone could see Han Sen was using all of his strength, even though the string was digging into his flesh. He was still unable to draw the bow, and that made them happy. Do you really think you're the daddy of all gods? Even if you were, that is a bow. You're the god's daddy, not the bow's daddy. Why are you insisting on wrestling with this bow? His ego's gone out of control. He experienced a big fight and is now confident he can do everything. Haha. I can finally witness Han Sen make a fool of himself. Wind string isn't that easy to operate. If it was that easy, it wouldn't belong to the Aichi. As everyone discussed the bow, Han Sen's eyes hardened. A robe of gray feathers appeared around him, giving off a rainbow light. The crowd of onlookers could see the rainbow glow coming from Han Sen, but they couldn't make out the details of the robe or the symbol that had appeared on Han Sen's back. The peacock had already spread its tail. The glory of its light surrounded Han Senator once Han Sen received the Peacock King's buff. His jade-skin fingers glowed like a rainbow. The power running through his hands surged to a truly horrifying level. As that scary power rose through Han Sen, wind string finally began to move. Inch by inch, the bow was being drawn. The dragon-like tendon string was quivering madly. It made the sound of some ancient predator roaring. It sounded like a thunderstorm. People nearby thought that their eardrums were about to pop. Everyone in the crowd felt this way. They stared, dumbfounded, as Han Sen pulled wing string back. They were too shocked to say anything. Wind string could be drawn by force. Just like the Bona generals, who had been half deified and focused on pure strength. With the combination of their strength, their powers reached a deified level and pulled back wind string. They had only done so once, though. Things never turned out well for the people that forced back wind string. There was a deified elite who once managed to pull back wind string. After forcing it to obey his will, extremely bad luck fell upon him. Everyone could now see that Han Sen had managed to draw wind string. As much as they were shocked, they were really happy about this. They were surprised Han Sen was able to draw wind string, and they were excited to find out whether or not bad luck would fall upon Han Sen like the others that made use of it. Chapter 2555, One Arrow Shocks 10,000 Races. Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio. Han Sen drew wind string, and the predatory roar coming from the bow grew ever louder. Nearby kings felt their hearts pounding in their chests. They felt as if their hearts were going to explode. As everyone drowned in this shock, they knew they had to leave the area and watch Han Sen from a greater distance. Autumn wind started to look grim. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Han Sen was going to pull the bowstring back as far as possible. If he fired it now, Autumn Wind was genuinely unsure whether or not he could dodge the arrow. Wind string, at full strength, could harm a deified. Autumn Wind was only half deified. Even though it was his bow, he didn't think he could avoid an arrow fired by it. Cat! When Wind String's bowstring reached the halfway point, Han Sen felt as if something had gotten stuck. He couldn't pull the string further or let it go. As this occurred, a tornado-like substance chain was released by the bow. It became a scary space tornado that pulled Han Sen into it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Wind string is going to consume him. Bad luck for Han Senator. Why did he have to borrow that cursed wind string? Will wind string cut off Han Sen's head? It is hard to say. Many people have been decapitated by wind string. Sweat ran down Autumn Wind's forehead. If Han Sen fired that arrow, he didn't think he could dodge it. As all the kings discussed this, the tornado surrounding wind string suddenly disappeared. And Han Sen was still at the center of the storm. He was holding the bow, with its bowstring moving again as he drew it further back. He hadn't been hurt by wind string. Wind string kept groaning in his hands. It looked as if it didn't want to be there, but it had no choice but to submit to its new wielder. And as a result, it groaned. When I, Han Sen, want to fire an arrow, you have to open up no matter what, Han Sen proclaimed. Then he applied a massive amount of strength from his fingers. The bowstring that wasn't fully drawn was suddenly pulled all the way. It was now as far as it could go. It looked like a full moon. Wind String shivered and shook, releasing an angry roar. But its protests did nothing. It couldn't stop Han Sen from firing an arrow. Everyone was shocked. Han Sen was using Wind String by force. Even its powers of consumption didn't prevent its new wielder from using it. Seeing Wind String now was like watching a woman with a man forcing himself on top of her. Han Sen trained an arrow on Autumn Wind. Autumn Wind's face went gray. The sweat pouring from him had started to soak his clothes. Seeing that Han Sen on the cusp of firing an arrow, Autumn Wind finally shouted, "No. Don't shoot. I know that you can." Han Sen ignored his plight. It had been so hard to pull the string of that bow. After all that work, he was definitely going to fire it. One whoosh. When Han Sen released the bowstring, it broke the fabric of space. The arrow flew out, disappearing from everyone's vision. Autumn Wind became a typhoon. He kept shifting position like a wind that no one could catch. But somehow, that feather arrow still appeared in front of him. It was going to shoot right through his forehead. Autumn Wind was a dead man. Just as the feather arrow was about to puncture Autumn Wind's forehead, the arrow suddenly abandoned its target. It shot away from everyone, heading toward a nearby planet instead. Pang! The arrow perforated the entire planet, and a second later, the planet exploded. The shockwave washed over several other planets, and the kings around them were knocked off balance by the shockwaves. Fortunately, they were far away from the planet. Otherwise, the explosion would have hurt them a lot. Autumn Wind's face looked pale. If that arrow had hit him, his body would have been annihilated. He would have been unable to escape. Even when he used Wind String, he couldn't summon that much power from the bow. After all, he wasn't deified. He couldn't use the full potential of Wind String. "Thank you for not killing me, Mr. Han." Autumn Wind bowed to Han Sr. "Do I need to demonstrate with another arrow?" Han Sen asked, looking at Autumn Wind. "There is no need. I lost. I will keep my promise and pull the rickshaw on your behalf." "It will be an honor to do this," Autumn Wind said. Han Sen returned Wind String and its quiver to Autumn Wind. The bow's master was Autumn Wind. Han Sen could use it, but he needed the soul robe, jade skin, and the power of the Dongxian Sutra to do so. Firing that one arrow had tired him out more than an entire fight could. No matter how good the bow was, it wouldn't be easy for Han Sen to use. Plus, Han Sen had only said that he wanted to borrow it. He always planned to return it. Autumn Wind accepted the bow and returned it to his back. He walked in front of the bronze rickshaw and stood next to Ji Yongsheng. He pulled the rope and said, "Mr. Ji, now that we are co-workers, it is nice to meet you. 1F*ck that. Look after your own *SS, Ji Yongsheng hissed furiously. He was thinking about why elites like themselves had to operate a rickshaw. And he wondered why Autumn Wind showed so much enthusiasm for the lowly task. When people saw Ji Yongsheng and Autumn Wind pulling the bronze rickshaw, they finally shook off their daze. God's daddy really deserves his title. He is too much of a *King God. How could he force Wind String to submit to him without ending up dead? Is he really a king? Are you sure he isn't a deified in disguise? Nonsense. Deifieds can't enter the core area. Yeah, right. But when he used the bow, I think he generated a substance chain. That feather robe must be a powerful deified treasure. That has to be how he was granted such a scary amount of power. No wonder the extreme king can't capture him. He is way too strong. There were some extreme king princes and princesses there, but none of them opted to attack Han Senator. No one was willing to try to stop him. His performance with Wind String was so scary that it had stunned everyone. In the core area, not even the extreme king wanted to confront him. Unless they could bring deifieds to bear against him, Han Sen's power was simply overwhelming. All the races researched the video of Han Sen firing his arrow. The widely accepted explanation was that the feather robe was a mysterious treasure that helped him. It could somehow allow Han Sen's power to rival a deified. That asterisk shoal. How does he have so much good luck? First, he earned the shield of the Medusa's gaze, and now he has that mysterious feather robe. How many treasures does he have? The sixth uncle of the extreme king saw the footage and moaned. It looks like we cannot capture him in the core area. We must find him in the systems of chaos, the fourth uncle Meng Lai said in a hard voice. Spring Rain has been looking for him. I hope they will return bearing results. The sixth uncle didn't harbor much hope for Spring Rain's success, though. All the races now understood one thing: Han Sen shouldn't be provoked in the core area. Chapter 2556, You Are the Savior. Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Audiobook Studio. Han Sen's continued traversal of the core area was free from strife. Although many people sought to follow him, none of them sought trouble. That was what depressed Han Sen, though. Not even the demons came looking to start a fight. Han Sen wanted more of those demon dolls, and he wasn't getting another chance to procure one. The next day, Han Sen decided to let Autumn Wind go. He didn't really need another person to pull the rickshaw for him, and if the demon weren't going to come, there was no point in doing any of this. Brother Wind, you fulfilled your promise. You can leave now. Autumn Wind was actually pretty nice, so Han Sen didn't want to trouble him too much. After Autumn Wind heard this, he shook his head determinedly. He said, No. No. Since I lost, I must uphold my end of the bargain. You've already pulled it all day. That's plenty, Han Sen replied with shock. One day is not enough, Autumn Wind said. I have to help you and these two ladies for at least a year. No, 10 years. It is my pleasure to help you three out. Ji Yangsheng was so angry, and he thought to himself, You are such an idiot. Why would you want to be a rickshaw boy? Han Sen looked at Autumn Wind and said emotionlessly, We don't need this rickshaw anymore. You may leave. Perhaps we will meet again one day. Autumn Wind still didn't look willing to leave. He said, Even if you don't need a rickshaw, there must be some other service I can do for you. I can hunt down xenogenics and cook well. Let me work for you. Just go while we're letting you live. Stop talking crap. Elysian Moon said in annoyance. Autumn Wind sighed and said, If you insist on me leaving, then I will. I hope I can see you both again someday. After that, Autumn Wind dropped the rope and departed. He kept looking back as he was leaving as if he didn't want to go. People would think that being a rickshaw boy had been a luxurious vacation for him, not an arduous task that he was conscripted into. This Autumn Wind would do anything for pretty girls. What a player. Han Sen laughed. He knew that Autumn Wind was only there for Elysian Moon and Gu Qingcheng. After Autumn Wind left, Ji Yangsheng saw Han Sen look at him. He thought to himself, Let me go, let me go, let me go now, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pull our rickshaw, Han Sen said with a cruel stare. F***ck. Ji Yangsheng was furious. He wanted to slap Han Sen more than a few times, but all he could do was pull the carriage. In a distant corner of a dark world, a dim light was shining amidst the old ruins of a palace. Old cat, are you sure little sacred leader can go to the sanctuaries now? Auntie May asked, looking at Nine Life Cat. Old cat, you better think this through. If something happens to little sacred leader, I will kill you, Old Vulture said to Old Cat with a fearsome gaze. Old Cat laughed. Don't worry. I'm not wrong about this. Little sacred leader is going to be king class. This is the best time for him to earn genes in the sanctuaries. If he reaches king class, his self-cogwheel will be complete. Then, it will be too late for him to earn the genes he requires. He must reset his body's genes before he becomes king class, then he can use his self-cogwheel to become king class. But little sacred leader is already a duke. Are you sure it is safe for him to go to the sanctuaries? Auntie May asked. Others might not fare well, but little sacred leader won't have any trouble. Old Cat paused and then went on to say, don't worry. I will be following behind little sacred leader. I won't allow anything bad to happen to him. You better. Otherwise, Auntie May coldly grunted. Those scary people said goodbye to Little Flower. Not long after, a man and a cat took a lantern with them as they left the ruins. They ventured out into the darkness. Old Cat, I want to see my mother, Little Flower said to Old Cat. He was holding the lantern as he walked. Of course. You can now go anywhere, but you must know that your mother loves you so much. When you are back, she will want to keep you and not allow you to go anywhere. But this world is going to end, and when that happens, your mother, family, and friends will all die. If you don't level up and save all of existence, then your mother and your father will leave you. Even your cute sister will die. You saw the video of her, right? Do you really want them to be killed? Old Cat said. Only I can save the world. Is there no other way? Little Flower asked, looking at Old Cat. Yes, you are the savior of this world. Only you can save everybody, the Old Cat answered seriously. Fine. We will go to the sanctuaries. I won't let my parents or my sister get hurt. I will save the world. Little Flower's face looked certain of this. Yes. Just like that. Save the world, and then you can be with your family, the Old Cat said with a nod and a blink. Standing in the first god's sanctuary, Tang Minger happily clutched her knife and rushed forward. She headed for the fields, wanting to kill creatures. She had just turned 16, and this was her first time in the sanctuaries, but the weird thing was, the shelter she resided in was empty. She was the only person there. That didn't matter to Tang Minger, though. She had the Tang family's positive personality, and she was confident in her abilities. She didn't care if there was no one there. She just wanted to kill creatures quickly. After running for a short while, she saw two creatures running across the fields. Tang Minger was happy about this. She sprinted toward them with her Z-steel knife. But when Tang Minger drew close, she was given a fright. The two creatures were a 12-year-old boy and a beast that resembled a cat. The boy had red lips and white teeth. He was beautiful, and he looked like a human. People couldn't enter the sanctuaries until they were 16, though. If they entered before their 16th birthday, their bodies would be damaged. With that in mind, he couldn't have been a human. Are you a human or what? Tang Minger asked, raising her knife as she drew close to the boy. I'm human. You're a human too, right, big sister? Little Flower looked at Tang Minger with curiosity. He hadn't seen another human in years. Tang Minger felt relieved to hear he was a human, but she didn't think that could be true. She pulled out her knife and pointed it at Little Flower. She said, "Don't lie to me. Humans can only enter the sanctuaries when they are 16. You are so small. How did you enter the sanctuaries before that?" Little Flower was about to respond when he heard something tearing its way out of the soil. Grass and dirt fountained up, and a 10-meter-long centipede came out of the ground. It was going to attack Tang Minger and Little Flower. Run! Tang Minger's face went pale. She picked up Little Flower and ran toward her shelter. Before she entered the sanctuaries, she had read about the creatures that lived there. She immediately knew this was a sacred blood demon centipede. She had just entered the sanctuaries, and so she couldn't beat it. Chapter 2557, Han Family Sun Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor. Audiobook Studio. Tang Ming'er had only just entered the sanctuaries, and although her geno arts weren't bad, her genes hadn't been reinforced. She was weak, and she couldn't outrun the giant demon centipede. The centipede caught up within seconds. Tang Ming'er held Little Flower as she dashed away, but the skies suddenly turned dark. An enormous shadow fell over the ground. Without looking up, she knew the giant demon centipede's mouth was hanging agape over their heads. Why am I this unlucky? Does God envy smart people or something? Or is it because I, Tang Ming'er, am simply too smart? Tang Ming'er thought to herself. It could be said that her disposition was gloomy, and that was putting it lightly. Tang Ming'er was still pulling Little Flower's hands as she ran. Seeing the open mouth of the giant demon centipede drawing close behind her, she threw Little Flower forward. "Run!" she shouted. Seeing that scary mouth draw so close, Tang Ming'er felt like she was about to dissolve in fear. After all, she was an underage girl. She kind of looked like Tang Zhenliu, but she had never encountered a near-death experience before. So, she was afraid. Seeing the giant demon centipede mouth about to eat her, Tang Ming'er's vision turned blurry. Then, she saw the giant demon centipede's head hit the ground near her. Soil and grass sprayed everywhere. The creature's head was inside a crater, and the boy with red lips and white teeth was standing atop the creature's body. Tang Ming'er's eyes opened wide. She stared at the boy upon the giant demon centipede's head. It was the boy she had been carrying moments before. "Big sister, are you okay?" Han Little Flower walked over to Tang Ming'er, looking worried. Tang Ming'er had no clue how to compose herself. She just stared at Han Little Flower in utter shock. No other response came to mind. She couldn't believe this boy, who looked a few years younger than she was herself, was standing on top of a sacred blood giant demon centipede. He made it look so easy. "Big sister, what's wrong?" Han Little Flower saw that Tang Ming'er had frozen. He thought she was injured. He placed his hands on her forehead, preparing to inject power into her body and see where she might be hurt. Boom! As this happened, the giant demon centipede struggled to pull its head out of the soil. Tang Ming'er was scared again. She fell back. "You scared big sister. Go apologize." Han Little Flower turned around and glared at the giant demon centipede. The giant demon centipede's body shivered and shook. As Tang Ming'er watched with unbelieving eyes, the giant demon centipede lowered its body. It kept nodding toward Tang Ming'er as if it was begging for forgiveness. What is going on? Am I dreaming? Is this really the sacred blood creature known as a giant demon centipede? Tang Ming'er was frozen. "Big sister. Are you okay?" Han Little Flower ran in front of Tang Ming'er again and placed his hands on her forehead. Tang Ming'er's face blushed. She fell back and looked at him. "Who are you? No, are you human? Why would a demon centipede listen to you?" "My name is Han Little Flower, and I am human. Didn't I already tell you this?" He pointed at the giant demon centipede and said, "He can't beat me. Of course he listens to me." Han Little Flower. Your surname is Han. Are you related to Uncle Han's son? Tang Ming'er quickly asked. I'm his son. Have you seen my dad? Upon hearing his dad's name get spoken, Little Flower became immeasurably happy. You are Uncle Han's son. In that case, no wonder you can do this. My grandfather said anything can happen to the Han family, and that is because the Han family is so weird. Tang Ming'er's eyes were wide as she said, I didn't believe my grandfather's words. I thought I was a genius, but you are so young and already this strong. What he was saying had to be true. Big sister, where are you going? I can take you where you need to go, Han Little Flower said. Take me. How would you take me? Tang Mingyur asked. Han Littleflower took Tang Mingyur by the hand. He guided her over to the demon centipede's head. Then, he pulled out a blanket from his bag. He asked Tang Mingyur to sit down on it. He brought out some fruit for her. As the sun was setting, the giant demon centipede ran across the fields. Atop it was a boy and a young woman. The demon centipede ran fast, but it carefully maintained its stability to avoid disrupting the two it carried. It looked as if it was struggling to do that, though. If the demon centipede was able to talk, it would probably have been crying something along the lines of, "Gee, why am I so unlucky?" Han Sen gulped down another king-class xenogeneic gene. He had 100 king-class xenogeneic genes. I wonder how soon I'll be able to become half-deified, Han Sen mumbled to himself. He wanted to upgrade his Dongxian area. At the same time, in the core area, no one dared to provoke him. He was depending on Consume and Big Destroy to eat his king xenogeneic genes. His Dongxian area had reached the 9th tier. He only needed one more rank to transcend king class and become a half-deified being. Unfortunately, Han Sen was disappointed. Despite having 100 king genes, his Dongxian area was refusing to level up. It looks like I need my power to break through the 9th tier and have it all return to 1 to become half-deified. Han Sen had already guessed this might happen. Setting aside his disappointment, he used those 100 king xenogeneic genes to level up Jade Skin instead. Right now, Han Sen was looking very annoyed. The rate at which he was consuming his amassed genes was far outpacing the speed at which he was able to hunt more creatures and replenish his stock. His reserves were being depleted. The core area had many king xenogeneics, but the place was so big that it took forever to travel between destinations. It could take him several days to find a single king xenogeneic. For an ordinary king, that might have been a decent time. But for someone like Han Sen, that wasn't nearly quick enough. He needed a shortcut. No, I must find more king xenogeneic genes, Han Sen thought to himself. And as he spoke to himself, his mind started to rummage through a trove of different ideas that might enable him to collect vast swathes of king xenogeneic genes all at once. The fastest way would be to hunt deifieds with Dragon 1 or someone else again. But if there really was a deified creature about, Han Sen would have preferred to kill it himself. Helping others wouldn't really be worth it. As Han Sen thought deeply about this problem, someone came hurrying over. The person moved in front of him to block his way. Bar. When Han Sen saw Bar, he suddenly felt a headache coming on. He wasn't afraid, he just thought the man was annoying. Han Sen, I'm going to lay it down straight for you. I want you to bless me. I can give you anything your heart desires in return for this, Bar said, upon stopping in front of him. Okay. How about 2,000 king xenogeneic genes? Han Sen suggested, staring at Bar. Bar was taken aback. 2,000 king xenogeneic genes was a big number. Chapter 2558, Expensive Blessing, 2,000 king xenogeneic genes. Why don't you just go rob someone? Ji Yang Sheng was thinking. Ordinary king-class people wouldn't have that many saved up. Even a half-deified wouldn't have that many king xenogeneic genes in storage. Apparently, Bar wasn't a man who had stocked up an unbelievable number of xenogeneic genes either. So, his face looked pretty gloomy. With his personality being what it was, he wouldn't have much in the way of wealth. Although he could kill xenogeneics, he wouldn't be stockpiling their genes. Even if he wanted to borrow them, he probably couldn't. He had no friends, after all. His only real friend was Dia Robber, but it was unlikely that Dia Robber had that many to part with either. Sure. Wait until I collect the xenogeneic genes. When I have what you have asked for, I will seek you out again, Bar said. Then, he opened the core area hall and departed. Han Sen wasn't too concerned about this. 2,000 king xenogeneic genes was a big number. If most kings couldn't pull that many out of storage, it was doubly doubtful that Bar would be able to. But Han Sen had set this price to create a standard for the people who were watching him. If others heard the price and offered 2,000 genes, then he wouldn't mind exerting a little effort to bless them in exchange. If he had 2,000 king xenogeneic genes, with the extra few that he received via hunting, he would have enough to raise 3 of his different areas to the 9th tier. He is crazy. 2,000 king genes. Can his blessing really bring people up to the rank of deified? The demon mocked, upon hearing this news. Other people who had heard Han Sen's conversation with Bar thought the same thing. None of them could believe that Han Sen could simply make another person deified. They thought something special must have happened to Lando at the same time, or maybe some sort of special treasure was used. Perhaps he made use of some unknown force in that part of the universe. It couldn't have been Han Sen's power alone that gave Lando the final push. Of course, they accepted the fact that Han Sen's power had some sort of effect. But they didn't think it was the sole reason that Lando had become deified. 2,000 king-class xenogeneic genes. That's some easy money. I'd bless someone for 1,000, a half-deified feather grumbled to himself, dripping with disdain. When the 4th uncle of the extreme King Meng Lai heard this, he frowned. The 6th uncle spoke up, saying, "This Han Sen is too greedy. 2,000 king xenogeneic genes. Not even deified people like you and I can get that many. If he can really make someone deified, 2,000 king-class genes is nothing," Meng Lai replied. "How is that possible? If this works, then why must we go to all the trouble of practicing? Why don't we all just go queue and await his blessing?" Uncle Sixth asked with a look of scorn. No one believed Bar would deliver Han Sen 2,000 king xenogeneic genes for a blessing. Not even Han Sen himself believed something like that would happen. A few demons flew some distance away from Han Sen and shouted, "Han Sen, 2,000 king-class xenogeneic genes is too expensive. Can we haggle? We can pay 1,000 king xenogeneic genes for you to bless Mr. G." "No, but if you want to free him, you need to pay me 500 king-class xenogeneic genes," Han Sen said while pointing at Ji Yangsheng. Ji Yangsheng was happy to hear this. He wanted the other demons to pay the xenogeneic gene ransom so he would never have to pull a rickshaw ever again. "What about the blessing?" the negotiating demon asked with confusion. 500 to be freed. 2,000 for a blessing. No discounts, Han Sen said simply. That's too expensive. We cannot bring you that many xenogeneic genes, the demon said with hesitation. When I said 2,000, I was giving you a 50% discount. In the future, it won't be this cheap, Han Sen warned. The Demon King, when he heard Han Sen, understood that the price wouldn't go lower. "I don't need a blessing. Just let me leave," Ji Yangsheng quickly said. He didn't think Han Sen's blessing was going to make him deified, anyway. 2,000 king xenogeneic genes was practically daylight robbery. The negotiating demons spoke for a while more, and they eventually forked over 500 king-class xenogeneic genes for Ji Yangsheng's freedom. "You don't want me to bless you? 2,000 is a small sum. If you miss this chance now, it won't be any cheaper for you later on." Han Sen smiled at Ji Yangsheng. "No one is going to pay you 2,000 king-class xenogeneic genes for your blessings," Ji Yangsheng spat. Then he turned around to leave. He didn't want to see Han Sen ever again. Han Sen leered at the pile of king-class xenogeneic genes that the demons had just given him. He thought this was a fine business venture. If he couldn't get any more king-class xenogeneic genes for blessings, he could always bargain with the Extreme King using by Wuchang. If he sold the prince back to the Extreme King, it would be for a fine ransom. But he thought the Extreme King wouldn't be as fast to pay up as the demon. The Extreme King were one of the top 3 races in the Geno universe. They had to maintain their reputation, so there was a chance they wouldn't be willing to pay a ransom for the safety of their people. There was no one pulling the rickshaw anymore, so Han Sen returned it to Destiny's Tower. Its origin was in the Alliance. He flew forward with Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. Gu Qingcheng could fly atop her sword, while Elysian Moon used her umbrella to float. It looked very beautiful. Han Sen had to fly on his own. He had weapons, but he thought it wouldn't look as cool if he flew atop a rocket launcher or a sniper rifle. So, he gave up on that idea and flew on his own. After flying for half a day without seeing a single core Xenogeneic, he suddenly saw something flying crazily through space after him. He had a closer look and noticed it was Bar. Han Sen, I have prepared 2000 King-class Xenogeneic genes for you. When can you start blessing me? Bar shouted, getting to the point immediately. You really want me to bless you? Han Sen looked at Bar with shock. If I didn't, why would I come looking for you? When can you begin? Bar looked impatient. Pay me first, and then I will bless you. When the 2000 King Xenogeneic genes have arrived, I will begin the process. Han Sen paused and then went on to say, but the blessing is just a blessing. I can't guarantee that you will become deified. It all depends on the potential of your genes. That's fine, as long as there is a chance. You wait here, and I will go get the Xenogeneic genes, Bar said, and then he left the core area. When he returned, he was lugging a mountain of King-class Xenogeneic genes behind him. Many King-class people were watching Han Senator. They froze when they saw that mountain of King-class Xenogeneic genes. The news of Bar delivering 2000 King-class Xenogeneic genes to Han Sen in exchange for a blessing spread across the entire universe. Is Bar crazy? 2000 King-class Xenogeneic genes for Han Sen's blessing. Isn't that a big waste? No way Bar had that many King-class Xenogeneic genes. This must have been given to him by the boss of the Destroyed. The Destroyed really want a deified, don't they? They are willing to pay so many King-class Xenogeneic genes for this ridiculous ceremony. Many King-class people came close to watch. They wanted to see how Bar's blessing turned out. Many people had their filming equipment at the ready. They streamed the images back to their people. Chapter 2559, Blessing Bar. Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Audiobook Studio. Can we start the blessing process now? Bar was standing atop the big pile of King-class Xenogeneic genes as he spoke. Sure. Hang on a second. It will begin shortly. Let me just move these Xenogeneic genes into storage first. Han Sen carted the Xenogeneic genes into his core area hall, then placed them all inside Destiny's Tower. Then, he returned to the core area. Let's start now, Han Sen said as he walked in front of Bar. Then he asked curiously, why do you want me to bless you? Han Sen didn't quite understand this. He knew that Bar had no lack of willpower, and it was strange that the man was so desperate for a blessing all of a sudden. With Bar's personality being what it was, it just seemed a bit out of character. There is someone I wish to defeat. But if I'm ever to accomplish that task, I'm going to require a greater amount of power. I need that strength, and I need it now, Bar said with frightening certainty. Who is that, lucky person? Han Sen was going to say, unlucky, but then switched it to lucky. After all, Bar was a customer. Han Sen knew that being Bar's enemy was never a good thing, anyway. In this case, Han Sen thought it was funny. And as long as Bar wasn't bothering him, he didn't care who the unlucky sod was. Dollar, Bar answered. Han Sen felt his eyes bulge upon hearing that. After half a day of waiting, it was revealed that he himself was the unlucky guy Bar harbored so much antipathy for. Interesting. Shaking off his momentary pause, Han Sen gave Bar an uneasy thumbs up. After everything that had happened, Han Sen couldn't back out now. He had already taken the goods, so he had no choice but to go through with things. Bar stood tall and straight like a tower, and Han Sen reluctantly reached out his hands. He placed them on Bar's forehead like a priest. He said, "I, Han Sen, by the names of all the gods, grant you, Bar, an eternal holy power, opening destiny's door." Han Sen made himself sound like a god. The warm light he unleashed came from his hands. It became a deep red as it shined down and entered Bar's body. Han Sen said this, but he was hoping that Bar failed to level up to become deified. If this process was successful, then he had just made a new enemy for himself. An even more formidable one, at that. There were many elites who were watching, both in the core area and the outside universe, and none of them blinked. They intently watched Han Sen hold Bar's forehead. Bar was taller than Han Sen, but as he stood before Han Sen right now, he looked like some apostle being initiated into monkhood. He closed his eyes and allowed the blood-like powers to enter his body. The Blood Pulse Sutra's self-cogwheel connected with Bar's self-cogwheel. When the Blood Pulse Sutra's self-cogwheel moved, Bar's self-cogwheel started to move as well. Han Sen was able to see that Bar's self-cogwheel was black. It was black like metal. His cogwheel was laden with triangular black symbols. In the corners, there were faceless heads. There was nothing distinguishing about the blank faces, but he could tell that one of them was feminine. He could identify another as being the face of a man. The third one, however, was different. Trying to discern it was nearly impossible. It was so blurry that a gender couldn't be accurately defined. "Dia Robber, do you think Han Sen can make Bar deified?" A deified of the destroyed, whose name was Arthur, asked Dia Robber. "He might not become deified, but I do believe that whatever happens will be a great boon for Bar," Dia Robber said. Arthur frowned and said, "Dia Robber, you've spoiled Bar. If you knew that Han Sen might not make him deified, why did you borrow him so many xenogenic genes? If it wasn't for you, we would never have approved this trade." Dia Robber bowed to Arthur and said, "Mr. Arthur, I lent out the king's xenogenic genes. It is only a matter of time before we see the sum returned. Don't worry." Arthur shook his head. "I'm just saying, you shouldn't spoil him. After all, he isn't a pure destroyed." Dia Robber laughed and said, "Bar may be of impure blood, but he is very talented. Everyone knows that. His talents are excellent, but due to his blood, his chances of becoming deified are pretty low," Arthur said. "Yes. That's why I'm helping him. Han Sen might not make him deified, but this blessing should at least help reinforce his motley genes. Perhaps this is Bar's chance," Dia Robber said calmly. "Old 4, what do you think will happen with this blessing?" The sixth uncle was drinking tea as he watched the stream of Han Sen imparting his blessing upon Bar. "It is hard to tell," Meng Lai said quietly. "What do you mean it's hard to tell?" "Those 2,000 king xenogenic genes have likely just been squandered. And for what purpose? To level up a measly king. The destroyed are way too hopeful, placing their faith in some silly myth surrounding that arrogant boy." The sixth uncle laughed. Meng Lai didn't say anything. He merely continued watching Bar be blessed. Many people were watching Bar. After Bar's self-cogwheel was pushed, it started to spin. The symbols on his self-cogwheel started to shine. Bar's body began to change in a bizarre way. Bar wasn't a pure destroyed. He had 3 faces, but not 3 heads. Furthermore, they were all male. He didn't have 6 arms. At first glance, no one would believe he was considered one of the destroyed. But when his self-cogwheel started to spin, his 3 faces underwent strange changes. The face in the front started to disappear, and the left face started to become more masculine, whereas the right face appeared more feminine. The left face looked very murderous. It was like the face of a demon from hell. The right face was very kind. It looked so nice, and its appearance was somewhat reminiscent of a Buddha. Only the face in the middle had no defining features. Boom! As this happened, drastic changes rippled through Bar's body. His muscles were like gas-filled balloons. They swelled to become ludicrously large, like he was some living caricature of strength. And in all honesty, that wasn't far from the truth. A scary destroyed power oozed out of him like black lava. Inside that burning destroyed power, Bar's body melted away. His flesh came off of him, revealing just his bones. Those bones were different from ordinary bones. They were black like steel, and their shape, composition, and arrangement seemed to resemble something of a human skeleton. The only real, significant difference was the head. The skull possessed 3 faces. The left one looked demonic, whereas the right one looked like a Buddha. The middle one still didn't have any discerning features. It was a blank slate, expressionless and unreadable. Frightening black destroyed powers began to sear the man's skeleton. Then, as countless elites watched, Bar's 3 faces began to scream. His left face shrieked like a devil. His right face was chanting. The middle one with no mouth was making a silent scream. With these 3 cries, Bar's destroyed power exploded. His scary black bones were covered in energy. His destroyed power burned like a black sun. This creature no longer bore any resemblance to the old Bar. The dark destroyed power began to get stronger. All of a sudden, a white dot appeared within the darkness. That white spot was like a sun, gleaming through the shadows. The black destroyed power became white. No way. The 6th uncle's eyes opened wide. In his sheer awe, he had forgotten all about his cup of tea. His attention was now fixated on the white dot of destroyed power. That white dot was small, but a deified like the 6th uncle could tell it was a substance chain. Only deifieds could possess substance chains. Chapter 2560, Godfather Hansen Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Audiobook Studio. As the white light shone brighter and brighter in the dark, it became impossible to miss. Many deified elites noticed its presence, and their faces were all drawn in shock. As he watched through a video screen, Ji Yongsheng noticed the white dot. The white dot was too small, though. It didn't necessarily mean that Bar was deified yet, so he wasn't sure what it meant. A substance chain. That is a substance chain. Bar is going to become deified. Moldo, who was next to him, saw the white dot. His face warped, and he could barely believe his eyes. What? What did you say, Mr. Moldo? Ji Yongsheng thought he might have heard that incorrectly. So, he asked Mr. Moldo to repeat what he had said. Before Moldo could reply, Ji Yongsheng was answered in an unmistakable way. That white dot grew quickly, and the black destroyed power became white all of a sudden. It was like fire as it wreathed around Bar's body. Only Bar's black bones remained, but those bones were now becoming white. And that white destroyed power started to rebuild his flesh. Boom! Before Bar could emerge from that white destroyed power, the fabric of space seemed to twist and tear. It was like the universe was falling apart. Bar's body fell into that space and vanished. When Bar disappeared, the scary collapse of space stopped. What is going on? I don't think Bar had finished changing. Why did he vanish? Many people were confused by what they saw. They didn't know why space had seemed to collapse around Bar. He became deified. The core area doesn't allow deified elites to enter. Once he became deified, he had to be kicked out of the core, said someone who understood. Bar became deified. Ji Yongsheng was shocked. And then, he felt so annoyed and jealous. If he had paid the 2,000 genes that had been requested of him, he was the one who would be deified right now. Really? Bar became deified. Someone in the audience didn't believe what they had just witnessed. He is deified. This has to be a hoax. Come on, are you telling me Han Sen made another deified? Does anyone mind explaining to me how this could happen? He is God's daddy. That's why, and this is further evidence. He really can do this. 2000 King xenogeneic genes. You only need 2000 King xenogeneic genes to be made deified. This world has gone mad. Or am I the one that has been driven insane? Since when did deifieds become so cheap? At that moment, the whole universe seemed to go crazy. Everyone that looked at Han Sen no longer saw a person. They saw a god statue that people could make wishes before. They all wanted to go before him and bow, hoping to have their foreheads touched and be made deified. Bar really became deified. The sixth uncle stared at his screen with a gaping mouth. He struggled to close it. Up until Han Sen departed the core area, he looked strange. It will be easy enough for us to find out if Bar really did become deified. All we have to do is send someone over to the destroyed and learn the truth right from the horse's mouth, Meng Lai said. Every race leader was doing the same thing as the Extreme King. They wanted to learn about Bar's condition. Bar didn't remain hidden for long, though. He stood before everyone, not hiding the power he received by becoming deified. He really did become deified. There was no doubt about it now. Every person of the higher races looked at Han Sen as if he was mad. Everyone was waving their xenogeneic genes, hoping they could draw Han Sen out to bless them. 2000 xenogeneic genes was a high number, but compared to being a deified, it was nothing. It was peanuts. Exchanging 2000 King xenogeneic genes to become a deified was more than worth it. If Han Sen was willing to give more blessings, every high race would pay for blessings until they bankrupted themselves. Arthur had watched Bar become deified. He was so happy about the result. 2000 King xenogeneic genes had been handed out in return for a deified Bar. This was so F***king worth it. Even Dia Robber was surprised. He thought Han Sen's blessing would only reinforce Bar's genes. He hadn't expected Bar to become a deified straight away. This man is too scary. Dia Robber wasn't that surprised about Bar becoming deified, though. He was worried more than anything. It wasn't just Dia Robber feeling this way, either. Many elites of the higher race were scared of Han Senator. This was a fear that they had never experienced before. A king-class being was manufacturing deified beings. It was almost too shocking to believe. He was able to take the whole universe and flip it on its head. Ordinary kings and nobles didn't think much of it, though. They just thought what Han Sen had done was something of a miracle. Mr. Godfather is too strong, but I don't have 2000 king-class genes. Maybe if I did, I would ask him to bless me so I could become deified. 2000 xenogeneic genes are far beyond what I have. Would he take women, instead? I would pay with my body if I could. Stop dreaming. Look in the mirror. Are you as pretty as those two women the Godfather has? F***ck. He has all the good stuff, and he has sick power. He even has insanely pretty women. He has it all. Han Sen was randomly bestowed this Godfather title. Before, many people referred to Han Sen as God's daddy. But that title was a secret one, and not something they would refer to him as in public. After this event, though, the Godfather title became quite common. It made him sound like a clergyman, but it didn't mean that. Ji Yongsheng was the most depressed of all now, though. He had pulled the rickshaw for Han Sen for a very long time. He even gave him 500 king-class xenogeneic genes. He received nothing in return. Instead, Bar was made deified. If God gave Ji Yongsheng the chance to do things over, he would tell Han Sen, "Yes, I will give them to you." If he had known that Han Sen could really make people deified, he would have been willing to pay more than 2,000 king xenogeneic genes. He would have been willing to pay double that sum. The only issue was that no one had believed Han Sen could make others deified before this. After all, it did sound a little ridiculous. When Han Sen entered the core area, the kings of every race came out and shocked Han Sr., "Teacher Han, I brought you 2,000 king xenogeneic genes. If you are willing to bless me, I will give them to you." Get lost. What is this about 2,000 king xenogeneic genes? You are being that cheap before the Godfather. I have 2,500 king class xenogeneic genes. I should be blessed first. I have 3,000. Even Ji Yongsheng had brought 2,000 king class xenogeneic genes to Han Sen, but when he saw how busy things were, he didn't fancy his chances. He felt so sad. Chapter 2561, What is Equality? Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Audiobook Studio. Han Sen was shocked. He thought they might all be storming over to mob him, but they had actually all come to him for a blessing. That realization made him feel much safer. To be honest, performing blessings can harm my body and reduce my lifespan. After blessing someone, it takes me half a year to recover. My lifespan is also cut down by 100 years. If I didn't need the xenogeneic genes, I wouldn't have accepted Bar's offer. So, if you offer me 2,000, 4,000, or even 5,000 now, I won't do it. I'm sorry if I have to disappoint you like this, Han Sen said, feeling bad about the words even as they came out of his mouth. Although using the Blood Pulse Sutra consumed a lot of energy, it wasn't half as bad as Han Sen made it sound. He only needed a day or two of rest. And in regards to shortening his lifespan, that was pure nonsense. Han Sen said this because he didn't wish to bless any old Tom, Dick, and Harry that came by. And he needed to maintain his reputation. He wouldn't be considered as prestigious and special if he went around blessing everyone. Han Sen didn't think he was lying, though. They wouldn't believe that a deified could be produced for practically no cost at all. What Han Sen said seemed to make sense. Reducing a lifespan by 100 years for a deified was still a low price to pay. Of course, it wouldn't harm their lifespans. For them, it was okay. But what made them so depressed was the fact that Han Sen wasn't going to accept king xenogeneic genes in order to bless others. Now, every race regretted it. If they had known what would happen when Han Sen first announced a blessing for the price of 2,000 xenogeneic genes, they'd have bought it without a shadow of a doubt. The situation now sucked. Even if they paid him triple the original price, he wouldn't bless them. We allowed the destroyed to snap up a bargain. Many of the higher races felt incredibly sad. They were very jealous of the destroyed spar. Mr. Godfather, I'm willing to use my body. I will be a maid or a slave or anything you wish of me to become. I'm begging you to be nice enough to bless me just once. A fox woman winked at Han Sr., "Teacher Han, this is the sky treasure lotus, known as the 5 treasure. Eating one lotus seed can increase your lifespan by 10 years. There are 23 here. I'm hoping you will be willing to bless our master just once." Teacher Han, Han Sen had said he was no longer accepting xenogeneic genes, so the smarter people started to offer all sorts of different benefits and gifts in the hope it would convince Han Sen to bless them. "My body hasn't yet healed. I cannot bless you. It is useless, even if I make promises. You must wait until my body is healed first." Continuing to talk to them was pointless. No matter how many times Han Sen tried to explain things, he couldn't get rid of them, so he decided to exit the core area. Back in the White Whale, Han Sen became dollar again. Then he returned to the core area. With Bar's 2,000 core xenogeneic genes, he was very close to getting his 4 areas to the 9th tier. Han Sen planned to kill a few xenogeneics by himself, and while doing so, he might as well practice his teleportation abilities and big destroyed. Since he used Dollar's identity to enter the core area, not many people cared to bother him. That didn't mean that no one came after him, however. Han Sen found the bronze furnace, and after they flew for only a few minutes, 2 women of the sky came racing toward him. One of them was Li Qier. He already knew her. The other woman had a white veil obscuring her face. Han Sen couldn't determine what she looked like, but he knew she was one of the sky. "Brother Dollar, long time no see," Li Qier said calmly, forcing her demeanor to be casual. She and the other woman had been waiting there all that time for Han Sen to show up again in his Dollar persona. But it had been a long time since Han Sen used that persona, and so they had been waiting for a very long time. Fortunately, they were not impatient people. They had remained by Dollar's exit point until he reappeared. "Lady Qier, who is this?" Han Sen asked, looking at third sister. He thought that the woman was quite strange. She didn't seem to be looking at a person, it was more like she was examining a product, and it made Han Sen feel rather uncomfortable. "This is third sister. Her name is Exquisite." After Li Qier introduced the other woman, she said, "Brother Dollar, if you don't have anything else to do, how about we hunt xenogeneics together?" Han Sen hesitated. He didn't want to travel with others. He really just wanted to quietly hunt xenogeneics and practice his geno arts for a while. But he did have a history with Li Qier, and so he would have felt bad if he turned down her request. "Li Qier taught me how to teleport, and she knows I have big destroyed. I suppose I can practice in front of her," Han Sen thought. He nodded to the women. "Sure. I'm not familiar with this area. Do you know where I can find King-class xenogeneics?" "I know of a place with many King-class xenogeneics." "Allow me to take you there," Li Qier said with a laugh. Han Sen went silent for a moment, then said, "If we cooperate, there is something we should discuss first. We should talk about how we will separate the loot." "How about an even split?" Li Qier suggested. "Yeah, I think that is great. I will take 50%, and you two split the other 50%. Are you guys okay with that?" Han Sen said. Li Qier was surprised. When she suggested an even split, she meant that they should divide the loot 3 ways, with everyone getting an equal share. Her even split was different from his even split. Exquisite said coldly, "That division of shares is unfair. Whoever works the most should earn the most. We are cooperating, but we don't need to divide up the prizes. There are many xenogeneics. Whoever kills a beast can loot it. Sharing doesn't matter." "I like the way you think." Han Sen nodded. Splitting things up that way would be best. With Li Qier leading the way, the 3 of them flew into space. Han Sen was able to talk easily to Li Qier, but Exquisite had a very loner-type personality. She wasn't very fond of talking, and she didn't say a word to Han Senator. The way she looked at Han Sen made him uncomfortable, too. She was like a robot without any emotions. Exquisite was going to use this xenogeneic hunting opportunity to get a first-hand look at the power Han Sen wielded. She wanted to see more of his personality, too. She hadn't expected that Han Sen would suggest dividing up the loot in such a way. Rather than saying anything, Exquisite planned to teach Han Sen a lesson. She was going to test Han Sen's mettle and steal all of his kills. "I want to see who you really are." Exquisite touched her eyes. They had healed now, but she was still scared after what happened. The bronze furnace was flying next to Han Senator. When they reached a certain area, it stopped in its tracks and started to cry to Han Sr., "What is it?" Han Sen asked, frowning and looking at the bronze furnace. "Danger," the bronze furnace said by writing words in fire and smoke. Chapter 2562, Chain Demon Crocodile Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Audiobook Studio. The bronze furnace refused to go forward, so Han Sen had no choice but to leave it behind. He went on ahead with Likier and Exquisite. The bronze furnace continued to spit out fire behind Han Sen, creating a sentence that read, "Don't go. There is danger." Han Sen asked the bronze furnace what the danger was, but it didn't elaborate. All it did was continue to warn Han Sen of some danger, and that he should stay away from there. "You wait for me here." Han Sen didn't think there was any reason that he should be afraid. There were few creatures in the core area that could threaten him these days. The three of them kept flying. The bronze furnace was too reluctant to follow them. After a short while of flight, the three of them saw a xenogeniac soaring through space. As soon as they noticed the xenogeniac, the creature noticed them, too. It roared and flew over to them. The xenogeniac growled like a crocodile, but it looked to have been built out of red metal. Bat-like metal wings spread from the creature's back, and it flew very quickly. Lights gleamed across the edges of its metallic body as it cast an area. Metal chains appeared within that area, shooting out and binding anything that moved. Han Sen and the others were tied down by those metal chains. Han Sen struggled and noticed that the metal chains were so strong, they were too hard for even him to break them. Han Sen summoned his strength, but suddenly, there was a flash. The creature was cut in half, and the chains that bound them vanished. "Pardon me," Exquisite said coldly. Then, she flew over to the king xenogeniac and dug out its xenogeniac gene. "Lady Exquisite is quite strong," Han Sen complimented. The hit earlier was nothing short of perfection. It happened so fast that Han Sen hadn't even seen what skill she unleashed to destroy that xenogeniac. Her skills were strong, there was no doubt of that. But it made Han Sen curious. It had been a long time since he'd stayed in Sky Palace, but he had never heard of Likier or Exquisite in the time he spent there. With their powers, there was no way he could have avoided hearing stories about them. Exquisite, with an absence of emotion, said, "That was an ordinary space-cutting skill." Han Sen laughed and said nothing. Space geno arts were difficult to practice. Exquisite made it sound as if the skill was nothing extraordinary, but Han Sen knew she was just acting. "We've just arrived, and already we've encountered a king xenogeniac. We are lucky. We should be able to earn a lot from this trip," Likier said. "Are the xenogeniacs around here the same as that one?" Han Sen asked. "Yes. These xenogeniacs are called chain demon crocodiles. They rule this area. There are many marquises and dukes here. Kings and half-deifieds, also. There is a legendary crocodile god here, as well, but we have never seen it," Likier answered. Han Sen nodded. Then, the three of them proceeded. There were many chain demon crocodiles in the nearby asteroids. Crocodiles began to emerge from the asteroid belts, and while Han Sen examined the creatures, Exquisite was already moving. Exquisite immediately flew over to the chain demon crocodiles, her white clothes trailing behind her. There were tens of thousands of them, but most of them were low level. Han Sen didn't see a single king-class crocodile in their midst. Just as Exquisite was about to reach the hordes of demon crocodiles, her body suddenly vanished from sight. The geno art used by Exquisite was familiar to Han Senator. She had teleported. But Exquisite's proficiency with teleportation abilities had already reached space teleportation. She was able to cross great distances with the skill. Han Sen was unable to see her amidst the crocodile group. In the blink of an eye, Han Sen heard a squeal. Then, Exquisite's body appeared before them again. In her hand, she held a xenogeniac gene that was shaped like a metal cogwheel. It was the same xenogeniac gene that could be found in the king-class crocodiles. "Let's go. There was only one king there. Killing these lower-level ones is pointless," Exquisite said. Then, she flew away. Han Sen watched Exquisite leave. He thought of something, and a smile crossed his face. Then he followed. Hansen didn't know if Exquisite was deliberately stealing the king's energenics, but if this was to continue, Exquisite was going to kill all the kings. If that happened, this trip would have been a waste of time. The sky can be so scary. I've never heard of Exquisite before, but she is so strong. Hansen then got to thinking about how he might steal the demon crocodiles from beneath her nose. With Hansen's speed, any crocodiles below king class had no hope of chasing after them. They would be left in the dust. The giant planet up ahead has loads of demon crocodiles. Should we go there? Li Kier pointed at the planet as she spoke. Sure. Hansen nodded. If there were lots of crocodile kings, then he wouldn't have to fight against Exquisite for the kills. This planet is like a white dwarf. Its temperature and gravity are scary, so be careful, Li Kier warned them. Hansen looked at the dark red planet and was shocked. Compared to ordinary stars, white dwarfs were very small. But this white dwarf up ahead was very large. It looked like it would take forever for them to fly to it unless they used space teleportation. Luckily, though, the core area's space wasn't like ordinary space. There wasn't a lot of space between the planets like there was in the Alliance. They entered the orbit of their destination, and Hansen felt the heat immediately start to burn his body. A powerful force of gravity was pulling him down. This gravity is very strong. Hansen was shocked. Even with his level of power, he could still feel the effects of that gravity. The mass of that planet was unimaginable. While it was an annoyance, Hansen could still fly with that amount of gravity. As he dropped toward the planet, he felt like the powerful forces acting on him were slowing down everything around him. Even break space teleportation was really slow now. Quickly, Hansen discovered 2 chain demon crocodiles lying on the planet's surface. This made Hansen very happy, because the 2 chain demon crocodiles were kings. They had dark red metal armor that looked very intimidating. Are the demon crocodiles on this planet king class? Hansen thought it was possible. The planet's temperature and gravity were scary, after all. Ordinary demon crocodiles probably couldn't survive such conditions. If Duke demon crocodiles went to the surface, they probably wouldn't even be able to move there. The scary gravity would probably crush them, not to mention the insane temperatures that would likely melt their bodies. Chapter 2563, Try Your Best Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor. Audiobook Studio 2 demon crocodiles appeared at the same time. Hansen teleported over to the one that was farther from him. He gave the closer one to Exquisite, as he didn't want to steal the kill from her. Gravity was strong there. Even teleportation happened slowly beneath that level of pressure. When Hansen teleported near the demon crocodile, Exquisite had already killed the creature. Exquisite looked at Hansen and then teleported again. She appeared in front of Hansen, cutting the other demon crocodile in half as well. These crocodiles were just second or third tier kings, but they lived in an environment with strong gravity. Their bodies were incredibly dense and hard. It was scary to see Exquisite kill one in a mere second. But Hansen was no longer focused on Exquisite's skills. If they had been engaging in a simple competition before, things had now gone beyond that. This was straight-up thievery. Lady Exquisite, do you have to be in such a rush? Hansen said, looking at her. If I can earn more by putting in more work, why wouldn't I do my best? Exquisite asked coolly. There was no emotion in her voice. She spoke as if this was something that she did every day. You are right. People should do all they can. Hansen looked at Exquisite and nodded. Li Kier hastily tried to repair the atmosphere of the group, and so she said, please do not mind her behavior, dollar. Third sister is always like this. She doesn't hate you. Hansen laughed and said, Lady Exquisite is right. Trying your best is the right thing to do. I need to learn from her. The atmosphere was awkward, to say the least. Li Qiu didn't know what to say now. The three of them continued to travel forward. The planet was very large. They had to slog forward under the weight of its gravity. After flying for an hour, they spotted another demon crocodile. As soon as the creature came into view, Han Sen and Exquisite were gone. Exquisite wanted to make sure that she didn't let Han Sen kill a single demon crocodile. She was going to get every one. Li Qiu felt glum. She didn't want to test Han Sen this way, but if this was how Exquisite wanted to do things, she had no choice but to accept it. After all, she was low-ranking in the very high. She had no authority over third sister Exquisite. If this keeps going, Dollar will get angry, Li Qiu thought to herself. She didn't know what she could do to make their relationship better. While she was thinking, Li Qiu saw the demon crocodile's skull crumble. In a split second, its metallic head was reduced to sand. Li Qiu was surprised. The creature hadn't died by Exquisite space-cutting skill, that was the Geno art called Big Destroyed. Exquisite knew many Geno arts, but not even she knew Big Destroyed. The Geno art couldn't be learned unless someone had the body of a destroyed. Although there were some members of the very high that had been fortunate enough to study Big Destroyed, the numbers of such people were few. And they had a great deal of difficulty becoming proficient with the skill. Exquisite had never bothered with it. Li Qiu took a closer look. It wasn't Exquisite that had broken the crocodile's head. It was Han Senator. She was surprised, and she murmured to herself, he really did learn Big Destroyed. When Li Qiu had seen Han Sen receive Big Destroyed in trade, she had thought Han Sen was being an idiot. She believed it would be impossible for him to learn it. However, in such a short amount of time, Han Sen had become proficient with the skill. And on top of that, he could use it in battle now. It was scarcely believable. Is this guy that talented? Li Qiu looked at Han Sen with shock. Before, Han Sen had easily learned God's Wonder. When he did, Li Qiu was very surprised. Now, he was showing off Big Destroyed. The most unbelievable thing about it all was that Han Sen had managed to kill the demon crocodile before Exquisite could. Li Qiu couldn't believe it. Li Qiu didn't think there was any way that Dollar's teleportation ability could be superior to Exquisite's. Dollar had only just learned God's Wonder, after all. How can he be faster than third sister? Li Qiu looked at Exquisite. Exquisite was staring at Han Senator. Exquisite's face was expressionless, but she was shocked on the inside. She was thinking as hard as she could, trying to figure out how Han Sen was faster than her. It should have been impossible. Lady Exquisite, I'm sorry. Han Sen laughed and dug out the demon crocodile's xenogenic gene. You got it with your power. There is no need to apologize, Exquisite responded in a level tone. Then, she resumed her flight. Exquisite thought she must have underestimated Dollar. Because of that, she must not have tried her best. This is good. It is great that I can force him to reveal his true power. But Exquisite formulated a plan to keep Han Sen from securing any other kills after this. Dollar, you really managed to learn Big Destroyed. Li Qiu flew over to Han Sen and tried to chat with him. I got lucky. I've only just learned it, Han Sen said. Are all humans so talented? Why have I never heard of this race before? Li Qiu and Han Sen started to chat. Han Sen and Li Qiu were talking, but Han Sen kept his eyes peeled for crocodiles. Li Qiu was a little distracting, and Exquisite wasn't talking. All of her focus was placed on her surroundings. She was going to make sure she killed any creatures that appeared before Dollar could get to them. Suddenly, a demon crocodile appeared in front of Exquisite. Exquisite used God's Wonder to teleport over to it. But when she appeared in front of that demon crocodile, the crocodile's head had already been crushed. Han Sen was standing right next to her, chuckling. Li Qiu and Exquisite were both frozen. When this happened the first time, they could convince themselves that it had been a fluke or a mistake. This time, however, they couldn't deny that Exquisite had simply lost. This time, Exquisite had tried her best to reach the demon crocodile first, but she had lost to Dollar again. And on top of that, he'd been in the middle of a conversation with Li Kier. Exquisite let her eyes linger on Han Sen for some time. Then, she looked back at Li Kier and asked, "Is he using God's Wander?" Exquisite could tell that Han Sen was using God's Wander, but there was no way Han Sen's God's Wander was better than hers. Her experience with God's Wander should have been far greater than Han Sen's. She shouldn't have lost to him. That must be God's Wander, right? Li Kier wasn't sure anymore either. She knew that if Dollar was using God's Wander, he couldn't be any faster than Exquisite. But somehow, he was. Next time, take a closer look and observe. See if he is truly using God's Wander, Exquisite instructed. The three of them kept on traveling. When they saw another demon crocodile, Exquisite focused her mind beyond what she thought was possible. But even so, she was still slower than Han Senator this time. Li Kier and Exquisite were able to confirm that Han Sen was indeed using God's Wander. But he should have been no better than a beginner with God's Wander. He should have been far slower than Exquisite. But this beginner level of God's Wander was faster than Exquisite's advanced techniques. Exquisite couldn't believe this truth, but as they continued to move forward, she was no longer able to collect any more spoils from the demon crocodiles. The next 7 demon crocodiles were stolen by Han Sen. Chapter 2564, Crocodile God Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Audiobook Studio. Li Kier and Exquisite were feeling something beyond shock. As they watched Dollar make kill after kill, they were growing numb. They couldn't wrap their heads around how Dollar was doing this. He had used the Very High's teleportation ability to beat a member of the Very High. Even Exquisite, whose face was forever cold and expressionless, looked shocked. In fact, when they encountered the last 2 crocodiles, Exquisite had given up trying to steal the kills from Han Senator. She resorted to paying attention to how Han Sen moved. She wanted to learn how he moved faster than her. To her surprise, Exquisite confirmed that Han Sen's God's Wander really was a beginner variant. It should have been slower than hers, yet for some reason, it didn't look slow. The fact that he seemed to be using the skill in an ordinary manner made Exquisite feel rather strange. A while later, Exquisite finally unearthed the truth. This planet's gravity doesn't seem to affect him. Han Sen's teleportation ability wasn't actually faster than hers, but it was unhindered by the gravity that hampered her. Han Sen used the ability at the same speed that he would anywhere else in the universe. Exquisite's theory was correct. Han Sen used the Dongxian area to stop the universal cogwheels of gravity. The planet's gravity will no longer affected him, but Exquisite was still under its thumb. That resulted in her becoming slower than him. The Dongxian Sutra was similar to the Very High Sense, but they had been developed in different directions. As a result, the Very High Sense lacked this ability. 1-inch power that can ignore the effects of gravity. That is very interesting. Exquisite nodded. There were Geno arts like that in the Very High, but she hadn't chosen to practice them. So, she wasn't surprised. It looks like this place isn't giving him a reason to display his true power. I need to wait until the crocodile god shows up. Exquisite hadn't expected this to be an ideal place for Han Sen to demonstrate his true power, anyway. She hadn't come here to watch Han Sen slay some demon crocodiles. She wanted him to square off against the crocodile god. King-class xenogeneics weren't easy to find, and the 3 of them only located a dozen demon crocodiles. Because of the planet's gravity and scary temperature, King-class fighters that couldn't teleport would be in a lot of danger if they came there to fight chain demon crocodiles. And if it had been an easier place to hunt, there wouldn't have been many chain demon crocodiles for Han Sen to slay. After Han Sen killed 7 demon crocodiles, another half-day of travel failed to bring them any more xenogeneics. It looks like the demon crocodiles are getting wiped out by our efforts. Are there any other places with kings? Han Sen asked, still wanting more. Since we're already here, let's walk around the planet just in case we've overlooked something, Exquisite said. Han Sen readily agreed to that. It was rare to find king xenogeneics, so he needed to ensure he killed all the creatures they were able to find. The three of them continued to scour the planet, and after a short while of walking, they discovered another demon crocodile. This time, however, Han Sen didn't immediately strike. After all, Li Qier and Exquisite had brought him there. He would feel bad if he took every single kill. So, he decided to leave one for them to take out. Exquisite seemed to look on Han Sen's generosity with contempt. When Li Qier noticed Han Sen not moving, however, she knew exactly what he was thinking. She teleported forward and slew the chain demon crocodile. Li Qier was weaker than Exquisite, but killing fourth-tier chain demon crocodiles was a trivial task. After killing the crocodile, they saw some movement out in front of them. It looked like a bubble of lava rising to the surface of the planet, as if something was about to emerge from down below. More demon crocodiles? Han Sen asked, glancing in that direction. Then, he saw a demon crocodile appear. But this demon crocodile looked different from the other demon crocodiles. It looked similar to the others, but this demon crocodile seemed smaller than usual. It was the size of an ordinary crocodile, and it didn't have any wings. Ordinary demon crocodiles had red, metallic bodies. This one, however, was pitch black. If its body hadn't been releasing a strange glow of some sort, it would have looked just like a normal crocodile at a passing glance. Han Sen observed the demon crocodile with narrowed eyes, and a wave of tension rolled through his body. He only felt this way when he was in danger. As Han Sen observed the small demon crocodile, he remembered the behavior of the bronze furnace. He was able to guess what this creature was. I thought it was the gravity and heat that frightened the bronze furnace. I guess there really is a deified xenogeneic here, huh? Han Sen wasn't terribly shocked about this. On the contrary, he was rather happy. Another chance to kill a deified xenogeneic was the best thing he could hope for. Han Sen was close to becoming deified himself, so he needed to collect as many deified xenogeneic genes as he could. If he became deified, he wouldn't be able to enter the core area. So he had to kill as many core deifieds as possible while he still could. Careful. This looks like a deified demon crocodile, Li Qier warned them. Exquisite didn't say anything in response. She had detected the crocodile god's presence a long time ago. The very high sense was better than the Dongxian Sutra in this regard. The Dongxian Sutra could only sense what was in the area. The very high sense was about the sky and practitioner becoming one. When Exquisite stood on the planet, she could see everything on that planet clearly. She didn't have to use an area to discover what was around her. And she was only using the very high sense at a very low level. If she reached the top level possible, she would be able to see and detect anything across the whole universe. Of course, that was just a theory on what a perfect version of the very high sense could do. No one in the very high had ever become that proficient with it. The very high sense focused on one's senses. The sense-detecting ability was greater than the Dongxian Sutras, but its ability of control was weaker than the Dongxian Sutra. They both had their pros and cons. Han Sen observed the crocodile god. The crocodile's eyes looked like the eyes of a lion as it stared at them. It might have just been the shape of the crocodile's face, but the creature seemed to be staring at Han Sen and his companions with scorn. It also looked as if it didn't care for their presence. That was especially true of its very small eyes. Its gaze was snobby and patronizing. As Han Sen was about to move, the crocodile god released a black light. That light was like a black hole that encompassed the entire planet. Han Sen's body felt as if it was sinking. There was a loud noise, and he fell. He hit the planet's surface with his limbs outstretched. Han Sen wasn't the only one who had slammed into the ground in an undignified manner. Li Keir and Exquisite fell, too. They crumpled to the ground in very awkward postures. They no longer looked like elegant women. Han Sen cast all his powers to try and stand up, but it felt as if the strength of his abilities was being sucked away by a strong magnet. He was unable to get back to his feet. He couldn't even lift his head off the ground. Li Keir and Exquisite were in a similar situation. They were unable to move. The three of them were stretched spread eagle on the ground, and they all watched the small crocodile come over to them. Chapter 2565, Deified 5 Stages Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio. Han Sen gnashed his teeth as he tried to get up. He used all of his power to do so, and that included opening his 9th tier Dongxian area. Yet despite that, his body was still pinned to the ground. It didn't look as if he would be leaving any time soon. It wasn't only Han Sen suffering this. Li Keir and Exquisite were desperately trying to get free, as well. Their faces looked more than grim. They weren't acting this time. This situation was beyond their control. There were many accidents in life, and now, Li Keir and Exquisite had run into one. It was a very bad one, at that. They had seen the crocodile god before, and it wasn't too long ago. They knew how strong the crocodile god could be, but they were still confident they had a sufficient amount of power to get by if they fought the creature. But while men propose, gods tend to dispose. And the very high were not gods. It was impossible to see and know everything. They hadn't realized that this deified crocodile god had such strength. Deified beings had 5 stages of growth: primitive, transmutation, larva, butterfly, and true god. Ordinary deifieds in the core area were considered primitive. The core area's deified xenogeneics were forever stuck in the bracket of primitive deifieds. It was thought that they were limited, unable to grow beyond that level. Even though the strong ones like Gold Armor General were on the upper edge of the primitive bracket, they were still worse than an average deified being. When they saw the crocodile god, they thought it was on par with the Gold Armor General. It had a strong body that was on the upper borders of the primitive level. Its area was composed of chains that were used to restrict enemies. But that was all there was to it. Exquisite and Li Keir weren't afraid of the creature. God's Wander could break space and let them escape the crocodile god's chains. The last time they were here, this was how they had gotten free. But this time, something unexpected had happened. The crocodile god had changed. It must have somehow managed to level up. But that should have been an impossible task for deifieds in the core area. They didn't know if the crocodile god was of the transmutation rank or larva rank. What was happening here was completely outside of their experience and education, and the crocodile god's power exceeded what they were able to sense and understand. The scariest thing about all of this, though, was that after the crocodile god leveled up, wild changes had occurred within the creature's substance chains. It's scary, gravity-like substance chains could affect space. Space was cracking and breaking under the creature's power, which also kept them from escaping. Li Keir and Exquisite used all the Geno arts they could think of to try to break free. They used more than Han Sen, even. But under the gravitic power of the crocodile god, none of their abilities seemed to work. One power could crush 10 things, but the crocodile god's gravity was strong enough to crush everything. At the very least, it prohibited Li Keir and Exquisite from breaking free. Third sister, what do we do? Li Keir asked Exquisite in a trembling voice. Exquisite was able to keep calm. She watched the crocodile god slowly coming toward them, and she said firmly, although I don't know what has happened, the core area has allowed the crocodile god to level up. I don't think it has reached any further than transmutation, though. The substance chains have made their own substance rules, and those rules are not yet complete. We have our very high spell, and if we exhaust all of our power, we might be able to escape this. Upon hearing Exquisite say all this, Li Qier felt much safer. But she asked, what about Dollar? Han Sen was quite far away from them. Under that scary force of gravity, they were unable to move. When they used their powers, they would only be able to escape the crocodile god's trap in a straight line. God's Wander could probably allow them to escape, but they doubted they would be able to save Han Sr. We will try to save him, but if we can't, then you must select another silkworm, Exquisite said quietly. It was like Han Sen's life was nothing in her eyes. He was like a piece of paper, if it was ripped, it was no big deal. The Very High had no emotions. They weren't born that way, but the more they practiced the Very High sense, the less they cared about the people around them. Love didn't need to be shown. For the Very High, love didn't mean anything. On top of that, Dollar was just a silkworm. The silkworms they selected were no more important to them than test subjects or lab rats. The Very High would foster their silkworms, watching them grow and develop until they became deified. Then the Very High would continue to raise their silkworms through the ranks of primitive, transmutation, larva, butterfly, and true god. The Very High would learn through this process, experiencing what it was like to become a god. With that experience under their belts, they would have a good base to become true gods. When the Very High began to follow their own path to power, the process would be much safer and smoother. Their power grew, and they never needed to experience the misfortune of a mistake. Creatures in that universe took pride in being selected by the Very High. They thought they were actually taking advantage of the Very High, as they would learn many geno arts and be given many other resources. Silkworms were treated well. The Very High gave out so much that it might have looked like they didn't want anything in exchange. It was unknown how many of the higher races had been selected by the Very High and developed under the protective wing of that most powerful race. So, the Very High didn't fight against the other races in order to claim anything. But the reputation of the Very High was above even that of the Extreme King. They were a race admired by the entire universe. Even the Extreme King's princes and princesses would be proud to be selected by the Very High for nurturing. Warriors from ordinary and lesser higher races would be even more pleased to be chosen. If someone from a lower race was selected by a Very High, that meant they would be made a primitive deified, at the very least. Their entire race could be considered a higher race then. Although many geniuses could guess that the Very High did this for their own betterment, so what? Many people were willing to sacrifice a great deal for the chance of becoming deified. Those who had watched Han Sen's blessings had gone mad with the desire to become deified. Plus, Han Sen's blessing only pushed them to the primitive deified territory. The Very High, on the other hand, could take them further. Many became butterflies under the nurturing hands of their Very High masters. They didn't mind making sacrifices for this opportunity, but the Very High never asked for anything. In fact, being a lab rat for the Very High wasn't all that bad. You received many benefits. If Li Qier had explained all of this to Han Sen, he might have agreed. But Li Qier had wanted to claim Han Sen's heart before she received his body. All her attempts thus far had gone terribly, though. As the crocodile god came nearer, Exquisite raised her voice to say, "Get ready to leave before it is too late." As she spoke, a light emerged from Exquisite's body. Strange symbols appeared across her skin. It was like many musical notes were now glowing across her body. This was the Very High's Very High spell. Very High elites placed the spell across their bodies. When they used the ability, they'd be gifted the power of a deified for a short time. They only needed one chance to make use of God's Wander and depart to a place that was many systems away. Chapter 2566, Scary Crocodile God Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio Boom. That mysterious very high spell broke those new rules of gravity, and Exquisite's body flashed far away into space until she was gone from sight. Han Sen was shocked. Exquisite's power exploded with the strength of a deified. He had no idea how she had accomplished something like that. How do I escape this? Han Sen didn't have time to contemplate how Exquisite might have unleashed the amount of power that she had. His escape took precedence. But the strength of this crocodile god was beyond his imagination. He didn't think he had the power to fight against something that scary. Pang! Han Sen hadn't decided on how he should escape when he heard another loud noise. Exquisite had just used space teleportation to break free, but she fell out of it and landed back on the planet. She lay where she was, coughing up blood. Her expression didn't look remote and untouchable now. She looked like she was in trouble. Han Sen was stunned. Exquisite already used space teleportation. Why is she back? This is so scary. Third sister, Li Qier said hesitantly. It shook her to see Exquisite like that. She asked, "Third sister, what happened?" Exquisite was unable to speak. Blood was still gushing out of her mouth. She had used the very high spell to break the rules of gravity and escape. She traveled away from the planet for a time, but when the very high spell was exhausted, the terrifying power of the creature yanked her back down. It was like a rubber band. The further away she got, the harder her descent was. Now, most of her organs had ruptured. This wouldn't kill her, but with the pressure of the planet's gravity, the pain was excruciating. If she had met an ordinary primitive deified, she could have dealt with all of this. Exquisite was a 9th-tier king with the very high's Geno arts, after all. But against that crocodile god, without the very high spell, it was doubtful many of the very high could survive. The level gap was way too big. After seeing the condition that Exquisite was now in, Li Qier knew that it was lucky that she had hesitated to use her very high spell. She merely looked at Exquisite, hoping the other woman's recovery would be swift. At that moment, the crocodile god was only 10 meters away from them. Its small crocodile eyes peered at them like it was toying with them. The crocodile god looked over them for a while. Its attention was mostly on Exquisite, though, and it climbed over to her slowly. Han Sen frowned. He didn't know if he could escape this. He wasn't even thinking about saving Exquisite, who had been unkind to him. But Li Qier had taught him space teleportation. It didn't seem appropriate to sit back and watch her die. Right now, the crocodile god was focused on Exquisite. He could take Li Qier away. As Han Sen hesitated, the crocodile god slapped the ground, and the ground shook. The three of them were bounced away. Exquisite was closest to the crocodile god, and so she flew the highest. The crocodile god swung its tail. It smacked Exquisite and sent her flying. Han Sen fell onto the ground hard. He watched Exquisite fly through the air. The blow hadn't been as devastating as he thought it would be. When she landed, Han Sen watched her manage to get up. Han Sen wasn't sure what to do, and the crocodile's tail struck another 2 times. It sent Han Sen and Li Qier flying as well. It was like baseball, 1 tail swing per person as it hurled them through the air. The crocodile god's tail was very powerful, but the creature was controlling its power very carefully. Han Sen didn't feel as if much strength had been used to strike his body. It was more like he was just being tossed away. He landed next to Exquisite. Li Qier hit the ground beside them, as well. The strangest thing was, this place looked similar to the rest of the planet. But the force of gravity on them had now been relieved. It wasn't just the crocodile god's rules of gravity that had been lifted, either. The planet's weighty, natural gravity was gone, too. Han Sen and Li Qier stood up. They ambled around until they noticed the ground had turned from dark red to black. There was a hole nearby. Could this be the crocodile god's cave? Why did it send us here? Is it going to save us for a snack? Han Sen wondered to himself. Third sister, are you okay? Li Keer was holding the injured Exquisite. Exquisite shook her head. It's only my organs that have been damaged. I am fine. Don't use space teleportation just yet. The crocodile god's area of gravity is too strong. Even if we teleport away, its powers are bound to pull us back down. Han Sen agreed with that prediction, so he didn't think about teleporting away to make an escape. His teleportation abilities were still new, too. He couldn't do space teleportation yet. If Exquisite couldn't escape, then he couldn't escape. The crocodile god swung its tail threateningly from side to side, but Han Sen wasn't too afraid of it. If the crocodile god wanted to kill them, it would have done so earlier. There was no need for it to send them over here. Perhaps the crocodile god wanted to play a game of cat and mouse, but whatever the case ended up being, it didn't seem as if their deaths were on the tablet just yet. As Han Sen tried to guess what the crocodile god wanted to do, he suddenly heard the sound of something crawling coming from the cave. He spun around in surprise, and he thought to himself, is there more than one crocodile god? Exquisite and Li Keer heard the sound, as well. They turned to face the entrance of the cave. They quickly saw another crocodile emerge from the pit. This crocodile was even smaller, no more than 1 foot long. Its body was pitch black, and its scales were very tight. They shone with a metallic luster. Due to the fact it was so small, it didn't look very menacing. It actually looked rather cute. It was like a metal doll. But its small eyes looked at them with scorn in exactly the same way that the crocodile god had. The eyes were a sharp contrast with the creature's cute body. Is this the crocodile god's child? Han Sen looked at the small crocodile with shock. It wasn't just small, it also looked rather young. It looked like a baby. Exquisite and Li Keer looked very surprised. To their knowledge, the core area's xenogeneics came from the core hall. Few core xenogeneics ever gave birth. But this crocodile god had produced an heir right here. It was such a rare thing to witness in the core area. Amidst their confusion, the small crocodile god found them. Excitement washed over the creature's face in an almost human expression. Boom! The small crocodile god was so excited that a black light began to shine from its body. Han Sen and the others were covered in the light, and then, the 3 of them dropped to the ground again. They were pinned down, their faces glued to the dirt. How could it be, born deified? Exquisite and Li Keer gasped, almost losing their voices. They looked at the little creature in disbelief. Chapter 2567, Another crocodile god in the universe outside the core area. The heirs of deifieds were known for having better than average genes. They had incredible potential, but when they were born, they weren't that different from ordinary people or creatures. They would still need to level up. It was like the deified jade toad that lived in Narrow Moon. Its small offspring started at the lowest class of xenogeneic, and they would have to level up over the years. Most of them would never reach deified rank, though. And what rank they reached would be largely dependent on what resources they had available. Of course, there were some creatures that were born deified. There weren't many of those, though. The most famous of those came from the second top race, the ancient gods. Those beings were born deified. They were born as primitive deifieds, and they had to work their way up from there. Many were able to become butterflies, with others managing to reach the prestigious level of true god. When Han Sen had seen the ancient water god, that deified was a true god. The ancient water god origin was still in Han Sen's possession, so if there was ever a new ancient water god, it would be a primitive deified. But such cases were very rarely seen in the Geno universe. And on top of that, this was the core area. It was hard to make babies there, and the odds of having a child be born deified were astronomically low. Normally, Xenogeniacs that were born deified could grow a lot if they gained enough resources. They could certainly become a butterfly and possibly reach the rank of true god. Exquisite and Likir observed the smaller crocodile god with wide eyes. Born deifieds were highly coveted as silkworms. They were the best of the best. If they were already deified, there would be no need for them to grow. Plus, they would have exceptional talent. They could certainly reach the rank of butterfly. And with some luck, they could become true gods. Likir's primary goal was to gain a butterfly. She wanted a butterfly silkworm. The ancient gods had no interest in becoming silkworms of the very high. Otherwise, all of the very high would have fought for ancient gods to be their silkworms. Across history, very few of the ancient gods had become silkworms for the very high. The total number could be counted on one hand. That small crocodile god was definitely as strong as an ancient god. Exquisite and Likir really wanted it. But they knew that this wasn't the time to try to claim a silkworm. Their lives were in its scaled hands. The small crocodile god happily trotted over before Han Sen and the others. It looked at the three of them with curiosity. But its eyes were so small. No matter how Han Sen chose to inspect them, they were tiny. Han Sen now understood that he had held a false impression of the crocodile god. It wasn't looking at them with disdain, the creature's eyes just grew like that. The big crocodile god came crawling over, calling to the small crocodile god. The small crocodile god's black light faded. Han Sen and the other two felt the pressure of gravity release them. They stood up. They didn't know what the crocodile gods were thinking, but one thing was for sure, the crocodile gods had no intention of killing them. Exquisite and Likir were good at sensing things. They could feel that the crocodile gods harbored no murderous intent toward them. The big crocodile god headed toward the hole. The small crocodile god climbed atop its back. It looked back and made a noise at Han Sen and the others. Exquisite and Likir were good at sensing things, so they knew immediately what it meant. Han Sen's sensing abilities were inferior, but even he could guess that the crocodile god wanted them to follow it. The three of them looked at each other, then entered the hole. Likir and Exquisite couldn't escape, and Han Sen was keen on knowing what the crocodiles were up to. Han Sen could see that the hole wasn't very big, and thus, he didn't think that it was very deep. When he entered, he swiftly realized that he was wrong. The bottomless hole seemed to go straight to the core of the planet. The three of them followed the two crocodiles, plunging into the gaping hole. They didn't know how far they had descended, but they found themselves near the planet's core, looking out on a sea of lava. In truth, the red liquid was thicker and darker than lava. It was like the hydrogen that burned in the sun. This must be the core of this planet. The crocodile god must live here. Exquisite frowned. She had noticed this place when her very high sense first scanned the planet, but all she knew was that the sea at the core seemed to be undergoing nuclear fusion. She hadn't realized that the small crocodile god resided here. Patong. Still carrying the small crocodile god, the big one plunged into the sea. The creature moved as if the horrifying heat at the center of this planet was no more than an ordinary hot spring. The small crocodile god sent a low rumble toward Han Sen and the others. It told them to continue following. Crocodile gods, your bodies might be able to endure the heat, but ours cannot, Han Sen said with dismay. Just standing next to the sea made him feel as if his Dongxian armor was melting. It wouldn't hold if he had to enter the dark red lava. The big crocodile god's body flashed with a black light, which flew over to surround Han Sen and the others. The burning sensation of the intense heat disappeared. The small crocodile god rumbled at them again, like it was hurrying them to follow. The big crocodile god didn't have that much patience. As Han Sen and the others still hesitated to follow them in, their bodies suddenly felt so heavy. They sank into the sea, dropping into it like dumplings. Luckily, they had the black aura for protection, which kept the heat from harming them. The powerful force of gravity continued to pull them deeper into the lava, though. When their vision returned, they were already out of the burning sea. They had reached the center of the planet, and yet, it was like a city. No lava was visible anywhere, but what they saw shocked the three of them. Even Exquisite's eyes grew round. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The planet's core had buildings like a space fortress. It was obviously man-made. It couldn't have been naturally generated. The whole of the space castle gave off a technological feel. Everything was made from crystal, but that magical space fortress was in disarray. It had been badly ruined, so most of the very complicated crystal machinery that Han Sen could see everywhere had stopped working. Only a few were running, with lights blinking across them like pleas for help. Upon seeing the space fortress and machines, Han Sen was shocked. He almost screamed out, "No way! Why does this place look like a crystallizer control room?" Chapter 2568, Crystal Fortress. As Han Sen glanced around, he thought the buildings in this place looked exactly like a crystallizer control room. Li Kier commented on it, saying, "The style of architecture must mean this place belonged to the crystallizers." Exquisite nodded and said, "This should indeed be a crystallizer structure." The genes of the crystallizers didn't evolve much, but their technological prowess was exceptional. They ended up challenging the real demons, which were rank 13, but if they had gone for a lower rank high race somewhere in the top 100, they would have become a high race through their technological power. Li Kier was interested, and so she said, "I have heard the crystallizers almost beat the real demons, and they only lost because of the Extreme King's interference. Is that true?" Exquisite shook her head. "I don't know about that, but according to the records of our race, after the lamp was turned off, another race joined the fight. That race wasn't the Extreme King, though." "What race was it, then?" Han Sen couldn't help ask. Exquisite didn't mind answering, and so she casually said, "I don't know. It was an army composed of people from all sorts of different races. They never explained where they were from. Poor crystallizers. Despite their shortcomings, they strove so hard to overcome the challenges of the universe. They did so by crafting technology because it was what they had at their disposal. Reaching the heights that they did through technology alone couldn't have been an easy accomplishment." Li Kier sighed with dismay. While they were talking, they followed the two crocodile gods into the crystallizer fortress. The stuff there had been badly damaged. There were broken buildings and machines strewn about, but they didn't see any remains of the fortress's former inhabitants. The whole fortress was composed of buildings and machines. The big crocodile god continued to lead them through the ruined fortress, though it gave them no indication of where they were going. It's pretty obvious by now that this place once belonged to the crystallizers, but only kings can enter the core area. How would they have been able to get here from the outside universe? Even if they somehow managed that feat, how would they get through the sea of lava to the core of this planet? Li Kier asked, looking around. Crystallizers could do things that other races can't. It's hard to say anything about the crystallizers, because their technology opened a wide range of possibilities. Their technology could have brought them here safely, even though such a trip would have been impossible for others. But what were they thinking, by building a fortress here? Exquisite looked around and thought aloud. Han Sen was also examining the fortress as they walked. This place was similar to the crystallizer control room he had once been inside. Crystallizer technology was everywhere, but he didn't know how to make use of their gear. It's a shame that Stay Up Late isn't here. If he was, he might be able to say a thing or two about this place, Han Sen thought. Suddenly, Han Sen was given a shock. Deep within the fortress, they came upon a large area that looked like a warehouse. Inside that place, there were many crystal canisters. They were lined up like a row of pillars that were 100 meters tall. Most of the cylinders in the front seemed to be shattered. There were only 2 or 3 that were still whole, and inside them, there were chain demon crocodiles. They were not crocodile gods. They looked like the big ones on the planet's surface that were dark red. Those chain demon crocodiles with bat wings were soaking inside the crystal test tubes that were full of fluids. They looked like dead bodies submerged in tanks of formaldehyde in a laboratory. Exquisite and Li Qier noticed those tubes and stared at them. They approached them and saw that there were many more crystal canisters. There were a few dozen rows of them. Each row had 15 canisters. Most of the canisters were broken. There were less than 10 that were in an okay condition, and each of those had a chain demon crocodile occupant. Weird. The crystallizers came all the way here to capture the chain demon crocodiles. Li Qier was confused. This isn't right, Exquisite suddenly said. What isn't right? Li Qier looked at Exquisite as she asked. Based on how these canisters are lined up and the location of each chain demon crocodile, the other canisters should have held chain demon crocodiles, too. But they aren't here, and their dead bodies aren't here either, Exquisite said. Maybe they ran away. Li Qier said. Exquisite shook her head. That isn't important. Each canister has a king-class chain demon crocodile inside it. If each canister contained one of these, think about how many chain demon crocodiles there were in total. I'm afraid the whole population of chain demon crocodiles doesn't equal the number that could be stored here. Li Qier hadn't considered that. Maybe the other canisters weren't intended to hold demon crocodiles. But regardless of what they held, there should still be bodies lying around outside the broken containers, Li Qier said. Exquisite didn't object to her line of thinking this time. The good canisters were randomly positioned amongst the broken canisters. There didn't appear to be any order. Perhaps it wasn't an accident that there were king-class demon crocodiles inside the canisters. Maybe there had been demon crocodiles inside the broken ones before. But if they were all king demon crocodiles, that didn't seem to make sense with what they knew of the current crocodile population. It really was hard to believe. The 3 of them followed the crocodile gods around the area. They eventually saw a semicircular crystallizer building ahead of them. It was made of transparent crystal, but their view inside was still obscured. They couldn't see what was on the interior of the building. The crocodile god walked into the building, which was around the size of a stadium. Han Sen and the others had no choice but to follow them inside. After they entered, the 3 of them were shocked. They could see that this place had a swimming pool. There was also a man-made beach, which made it look like an ocean. Scattered across the place were many benches. The big crocodile god climbed atop a sunbathing chair with its belly facing outwards. It relaxed as it enjoyed the seashore like a gangster boss. All it needed was a shirt and a pair of shorts. The small crocodile god ran across the sand and then it ran back. Its mouth now held a rope, and it was hauling a box toward them. Han Sen watched the small crocodile god drag the box in front of them. Then, it rumbled at them. Li Qier knew what the little crocodile god meant. She opened the box and saw many tools inside. She suddenly had a bad feeling about this. Although the 3 of them had never seen crystallizer tools before, they were certain that was what filled the box. They did not know what the tools did, though. But judging from their shape, it was possible to imagine them as tools for construction work. As the small crocodile god rumbled and Li Qier explained, Han Sen quickly realized the bad feelings were coming true. The crocodiles intended to use the 3 of them as workers. The crocodile god wanted to use them as slaves, so they could repair and clean up the space fortress. After understanding what the small crocodile god meant, Exquisite and Li Qier looked terrible. They had never done anything like this for the very high. Now, 2 crocodiles were treating them as maids. It made them feel so ill that they wanted to pass out. Chapter 2569, Clown Tattoo Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio. Han Sen picked up the tools and headed toward the swimming pool. He didn't mind working. By doing this, he'd be able to walk around the whole fortress, which might give him the opportunity to find something. Right now, he was quite curious about the nature of the location he had ended up in. Exquisite and Li Keir were aware of what Han Sen wanted. So, they reluctantly picked up their tools and went with him. But before they exited the immediate area, the small crocodile god stopped them. It lifted a clawed hand to point at the rubbish scattered across the beach. It wanted them to clean up the beach area first. Han Sen exited the swimming pool with the toolbox in hand. The crocodile god didn't follow him. He wasn't in a rush to clean, so he took the chance to walk around the fortress while he was able to. The fortress was in poor condition. Most of the machinery had been destroyed in whatever cataclysmic event had ended the life of this place. Even when he saw a machine that wasn't broken, Han Sen had no clue what all the gadgets and gizmos were supposed to do, anyway. Strangely, though, aside from the demon crocodiles in the canisters, he hadn't seen any other bodies. He couldn't even find any long-forgotten bones. Judging from the way the buildings and equipment is all broken, this place must have come under fire from a hail of meteors. But why can I not see what rained down on the place? As Han Sen continued to think about the problem, he went back to the plaza with the crystal canisters. He had settled on investigating that place first. The demon crocodiles there exhibited no semblance of a life force. Inside those broken canisters, there was nothing. There were no bodies, and whatever liquid they might once have contained had all dried up, not leaving a single drop of the stuff behind. 1 inch weird. Does that mean the crystal canisters themselves were empty? Han Sen frowned and kept walking forward. Han Sen looked at all the crystal canisters. They all looked the same, and he didn't think there was anything amiss. Suddenly, Han Sen stopped before one shattered crystal canister in particular. Beneath that shattered crystal canister, he found something. Under the shattered crystal, he found a man's hand. It looked very big, and its skin was rather dark. The most important thing about it, though, was that it was in perfect shape. It showed no signs of decomposition. Han Sen would have taken it for a living man's hand if he hadn't felt that there was no life force coming from it. Han Sen was so excited about making this discovery. He moved the shattered crystal to reveal more of the hand. Han Sen found that it was actually a whole arm. There was no body attached to it, though. The arm had been severed around the shoulder. The arm was very muscular. Judging from its length, the person who had that arm had to have been 2 meters tall. He would have been a very powerful man. On the side of the arm, near the bicep, there was a tattoo. The art depicted a clown, and it was dark red. The tattoo clown appeared to be jumping. Its legs were spread as if it had just taken a mighty leap. The clown's face was facing forward, and there were 2 horns on its hat. Its eyes were small, and it was smiling. Han Sen didn't find the tattoo amusing. The clown was strange, and its smile made Han Sen feel very uncomfortable. Han Sen set the arm back down and went back to cleaning the shattered bits of crystal. He was hoping to find the body that the arm had come from. He wanted to find out who the man might have been. The broken chunks of crystal were heavier than steel, but to Han Sen, they were nothing. He quickly managed to brush all the broken crystals aside. However, oddly enough, he didn't find any evidence of a body underneath the destroyed crystal canister. In fact, there wasn't even a blood splatter. Han Sen used his purple-eyed butterfly to check the area out. He didn't know if the rest of the body had never been there or if it had simply degraded over time, but aside from the arm, there were no leftover substances of anything else. Was this arm chopped off elsewhere, then brought here at a later date? Han Sen glanced around. The fortress was like a big city, so searching through all of it would be a difficult task. Han Sen planned to widen his search, but when he turned around to pick up the broken arm, he was given a shock. The broken arm had been perfectly preserved when Hansen first found it, but after he spent 10 minutes cleaning up the broken crystals, it was totally rotten. Only its bones remained. The dark skin and strong muscles had become a pile of reeking gloop. Hansen was used to seeing dead bodies. He wasn't disgusted by the sight like many people would have been, but he did feel strange. This arm was fine all these years. Why did it suddenly rot just now? Hansen inspected the rotted arm, staring at it. Only the bones remained now, but he discovered something very special about them. The clown symbol on the skin hadn't disappeared. It was still branded onto the bones of the arm. It still had the same creepy little smile, and the clown was still positioned in mid-step. The dissolving flesh had revealed other markings, as well. The skin had only shown the tattoo of a clown, but the bones were covered in other symbols. Crystallizer text. Hansen was as shocked as he was happy. He looked at the words, which were written in a tiny, crowded script. Without his purple-eyed butterfly, he would probably have needed a high-tech microscope to examine what the text said. Hansen had learned the language of the crystallizers from Stay Up Late, so he knew what the words meant. Even as he examined the text, he still thought it was weird that someone had carved words into their bones. Plus, the arm had been perfect. How had someone carved directly on the bone without harming the surrounding skin and muscles? Hansen picked up the bones from the pile of gloop. He cleaned away the mess that had accumulated so that he could get a better look at them. The bones were pale, and he couldn't detect any semblance of a life force. But he could tell that the clown symbol and the text had been etched in by a machine. It was engraved, not branded. What is going on here? How could someone use a machine to write words onto their bones? Did someone write this after the person died? Hansen thought to himself, as he tried reading the text. M67 test subject had abnormal changes. Test results are unknown. Number 7586 core creation of a god failed. Hansen read it out. It seemed like some sort of report log. Hansen didn't know what M67 meant. Judging from the contents, though, it appeared that the crystallizers had been trying to create a god and something happened to the test subject. Then, the tests concluded. And there were some numbers Hansen did not understand the relevance of. They were associated with the data on how M67 had mutated. He didn't know why all of this was written on the bones of the arm. Were these people crazy? This data and information could have been stored on a crystallizer flash drive. Why carve it into bone? There had to be a reason for them doing this. Hansen stared at the text on the bone in consternation. As Hansen was thinking about this, he heard a low roar from the small crocodile god. It swung its tail in annoyance as it approached him. It growled again as if it was hurrying him. It didn't like the fact that Hansen was sitting there doing nothing. Chapter 2570, Crystal Furnace. Hansen thought for a while. He brought a few pieces of fruit out of Destiny's Tower to give to the crocodile god. This little crocodile god is just a baby. It should be an easy thing to please. All I need to do is keep it happy, then I can do anything I want. I wonder if it is a vegetarian. I don't have much meat stockpiled at the moment. Ever since Hansen started collecting King xenogenic genes, he hadn't been eating anything else. The fruit was something he had saved for Bauer. But ever since Bauer had found that purple ginseng, she hadn't shown interest in anything else. No other type of fruit enticed her, so Hansen had been keeping them inside Destiny's Tower the whole time. If someone wanted their body to evolve, the process would take a lot more than just practicing various geno arts. The higher class a person was, the more energy their body would require. And the food they consumed had to be of greater quality. That was the only way to deliver the extra needed energy. Every creature in the universe had to eat, the only differences were in how and what they ate. High-class elites could go without food for a long time, but the price they paid for that was the consumption of their energy. If that went on for a long time, their bodies would be damaged quite severely. When people said they didn't need to eat while practicing, it was a load of rubbish. In real life, you would die if you didn't eat. The starvation process just took a little longer for strong people than for the weak. This didn't just apply to warriors with ordinary levels of power. In Han Sen's experience, even guys that called themselves God had to eat, too. But instead of eating flesh, they ate the lifespan of the people that came to them to make wishes. The little crocodile god had to eat, too, but it didn't show any interest in the fruit Han Sen had given it. It used its tail to sweep all the pieces of fruit away. It looks like it doesn't eat fruit or veggies. In that case, what kind of food does it eat? Han Sen tried to guess, but he had no meat to share. Then again, Han Sen doubted that the creature wanted to eat meat either. If it had, Han Sen, Li Qir, and Exquisite would have already become crocodile chow. The little god crocodile growled at Han Senator. This was the second time, and it was clearly rushing Han Sen to get to work. And so he did, clearing the shattered crystals all around him. The little crocodile god had assumed the role of the inspector. It commanded Han Sen to do things, like throwing the shattered crystals out of the fortress and into the lava sea that was held at bay outside. Han Sen wasn't in a rush, and neither was he annoyed. He just stuck to his tasks of sweeping and cleaning up, hoping to find something useful as he went. The small god crocodile was pleased with Han Sen's work ethic. The little crocodile god seemed born to be a supervisor, and it seemed very pleased to be doing this sort of work. But Han Sen failed to find anything interesting as he went. And when the little god crocodile eventually grew bored, it brought Han Sen back to the swimming pool with it. When Han Sen arrived back at the swimming pool, he found Li Qir and Exquisite giving the big crocodile god a head massage. They were using a brush to scrub its body, too. Li Qir and Exquisite looked like a perfect picture of misery. They had never dreamed of being forced to do something this demeaning. They had been taught that as members of the very high, their futures held incredible potential. They had dreamed of doing many things, but never of working as a crocodile's maids. Especially with someone like Dollar around to see their humiliation. The big crocodile god was a harsh taskmaster, but Li Qir and Exquisite were eventually allowed a break. "Did you find anything around here?" Exquisite asked Han Sen, as the two of them approached. "Just more shattered crystal. There doesn't seem to be a single thing of interest, otherwise." Han Sen had already stuffed the arm bones into his Destiny's Tower. He didn't plan on informing the girls about his discovery. "What about you two?" Han Sen asked. "What could we find? All we've been doing is sweeping up crap all day. I have no idea how these two eat so much. They piss wherever they like, too," Li Qir said, her expression morose. Han Sen's heart leaped. He quickly asked, "Can you tell me what they've been eating?" "How the hell should I know what they eat? Their dung is like firm orbs. It looks just like the materials that make up the planet itself," Li Qir said. "In that case, maybe they are eating material that comes from the planet," Han Sen said after a moment of thought. "What is the point of knowing what they eat?" Li Qir asked. "It would let us rest easy in the knowledge that they don't want to eat us, at least." "If that's the case, we are quite lucky," Han Sen said with a shrug of his shoulders. "If I'm going to be trapped in here for the rest of my life, I think I would rather die." Li Qir didn't agree with Han Sen's line of thinking. "We aren't carrying much food ourselves. We need to find a way to get out of here," Exquisite said. "Do you know a way out of here?" Han Sen asked. "Not right now." Exquisite shook her head. "Then there's no point in talking about it," Han Sen said gloomily. The three of them rested for a while. The little crocodile god soon came over, hurrying them back to work. Out of the three, Han Sen had the best chance of working outside the pool area. The two girls were worse off, as they were stuck serving the crocodile god on the beach. They swept up crap or massaged the crocodile's scales. They were just like maids. It was likely that the crocodiles were the only beings in the universe using two of the very high as maids, but God only knew how long they would enjoy this service. Han Sen was outside, setting toppled pieces of equipment upright or cleaning up devices that had been completely destroyed. In the beginning, the little crocodile god was really interested in ordering him around. But after a while, it became too lazy and stopped. Once he was free of his miniature overlord, Han Sen could walk around the fortress. While looking through a random plaza, he finally found something. Crystal was a technological product. It wasn't normally used to create things like tablets, but in that plaza, Han Sen found a crystal wall with text on it. Because the crystal wall was broken, it took Han Sen almost 3 days to collect all of the fragments and piece the wall back together. Then, he was able to read the text in full. Crystal Furnace Skill. This seems to be a Geno art, but the name is very weird. I wonder what it does. Han Sen began reading through the content a little more closely. After all, the Geno arts of the crystallizers were usually quite suitable for humans to practice. But Han Sen wasn't very hopeful for the potential of a crystallizer Geno art, because the crystallizers weren't very famous for their Geno arts. Their skills were rarely exceptional. But after Han Sen read about the crystal furnace, he was given a fright. This wasn't exactly a Geno art. It was a godly skill for people who loved to eat. The crystal furnace was a way to reinforce one's stomach. It was different from consume, which focused on the ability to digest food. By contrast, the crystal furnace turned one's stomach into a nuclear reactor. It quickly released the energy of food, and the energy released would be immediately absorbed. The waste would come out quickly. No wonder the crystallizers have such a reputation for research and development. Even their Geno arts are scientific. Han Sen loved it. He wouldn't turn down a new Geno art that aided his digestion. But when Han Sen reached the end of the text for Crystal Furnace, he saw an additional note. The public version of Crystal Furnace is only suitable for kids below 16. For those who are above 16, please practice Crystal Core Reactor. This is the kids' version. Han Sen was annoyed by that, but he couldn't find the adult version of Crystal Furnace, so he had to learn the kids' version first. Chapter 2571, Crystal Furnace Database Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor. Audiobook Studio. Han Sen memorized the crystal furnace skill, then he broke the crystal wall back down and tossed the remains into the burning sea. Although the crocodile god hadn't clamped down on his freedom to explore, Han Sen knew that a being of such power would be to control the whole fortress. If Han Sen did something bad, like opening his core area hull, he would be immediately stopped. So, Han Sen didn't make any reckless escape attempts. Instead, he did legitimate work, shoveling and cleaning things up properly. He cleaned like a man who had come from a long line of noble janitors. The crystallizers were a race that focused on technology. Unfortunately, it meant there were few leads for Han Sen to follow up on. There were many tools available, but Han Sen didn't know how to make use of any of them. Most of the machines were probably too broken to be repaired, anyway. As he continued to fail to find anything useful, Han Sen became less and less enthused with cleaning. He tried bringing out many items to attract the attention of the little crocodile god, but the creature wasn't interested in any of the things he offered to it. Clearly, Han Sen had no idea what it fancied. Exquisite and Liqueur kept trying to escape, but all their attempts failed. They were in more of a rush to get out of there than Han Sen was. However, every time they tried to run, the crocodile god's control of gravity pulled them back. They were unable to teleport away, either. One day, as Han Sen was cleaning up a fallen room, he found a table. What is this? The table and the room's equipment were all broken. The table was cut in half, and all 4 of the table's legs were broken. But there was a drawer under the table that hadn't been damaged. Due to the fact that the table had been broken, the drawer had popped open. After quickly rummaging through it, Han-sen found a box. The box was made of wood, which was rare to see in a crystallizer's territory. Han-sen opened the lid and found a pair of glasses inside. The glasses sort of looked like sunglasses. They looked really cool, and the glass itself was dark like charcoal. They didn't look see-through at all. What is this rare and strange item? Were these glasses intended for a blind man? Han-sen murmured as he fiddled with the item. There was nothing weird about them, and so he simply put them on. The moment Han-sen put them on, the pitch-black glasses grew transparent like crystal. No, they were more transparent than crystal. When Han-sen looked out through the glasses, he couldn't even see the glass that was resting across his own face. And as this happened, lots of data began to scroll across the screen of the glasses. The data whizzed by in a blur, and Han-sen soon heard a voice. It seemed to be coming from the glasses, but it played directly in Han-sen's ears. System scanning. Genes confirmed. Crystallizer identity confirmed. Crystal furnace data opened. Han-sen suspected that this was a high-tech piece of equipment since it could scan one's genes. When the voice grew quiet, though, Han-sen couldn't feel anything different. The lights and numbers on the glasses had disappeared. Aside from that initial procedure, nothing seemed to be happening. "Hey, are you still there?" Han-sen asked the glasses. "Please don't ask dumb questions. The crystal furnace carries intelligence and sense. Please align yourself with intelligence to avoid sending the crystal furnace unnecessary messages. It is a waste of energy." Han-sen heard the voice directly in his head, and he suppressed a sigh. A pair of glasses didn't like him. So, Han-sen said one word, but then he decided to be quiet. He spent a moment thinking about what he should say first. He ended up telling the glasses, "Your name is Crystal Furnace, right? What functions can you perform?" "My full name is ZXT27 Crystal Furnace Database. I am in charge of feeding juveniles." The voice of the glasses played in Han-sen's ears again. "ZX, what? I am just going to call you Glasses. And what did you say about feeding juveniles?" Han-sen asked. "I am designed to aid babies in growing up healthily," Glasses answered. "Be specific. What can you do for babies?" Han-sen asked after a second. "The main services I provide are collecting a person's data and analyzing it with the Crystal Furnace database." That explanation didn't really help Han-Senator. Clearly, Glasses wasn't that smart. Glasses seemed to be able to sense what Han-sen was thinking. It said, "ZXT27 Crystal Furnace Database is the greatest piece of crystallizer technology. It has an intelligence growth system. The starting intelligence level is that of a 5-year-old crystallizer child." "That's pretty good," Han-sen complimented Glasses, but he was still unable to figure out what it did. As Han-sen tried to think of a way to ask Glasses more about its purpose, he saw Exquisite approaching from the swimming pool. Han-sen's heart jumped. He used his mind and spoke to Glasses. "Let's be more pragmatic. Do you have a see-through function that allows you to see through walls, or maybe clothes?" Han-sen remembered that pairs of glasses in fiction often had that function. He had his Dongxian aura, but he couldn't use it to see through clothes. If Glasses had that function, then maybe the device wasn't too shabby. Voyeurism goes against crystallizer law, Article 16221. Violations can result in prison sentences of 5 to 10 years. ZXT27 is an AI for children, and so it does not allow that function. A professional worker allowance card is required to enable that function on your Crystal Furnace database. Are the crystallizers such good people? After mulling that over, Han-sen sighed. "Then, what is it that you do?" "Show me," Han Sen said finally. Please select a target, the pair of glasses said. I want her, Han Sen said as he directed his gaze at Exquisite, who was coming over. Symbols and data suddenly ran across Glass's screen. The view of Exquisite zoomed in slightly, like a camera was focusing on her. The crosshairs locked on tight as Glasses started its analysis. The glasses didn't release any light or anything, so Han Sen didn't know how Glasses was performing its analysis. Collecting data, analyzing data, Exquisite was already in front of him by now, and the device was continuing to scroll through data. This thing is so slow. It's as laggy as a dying computer, Han Sen thought to himself. Why are you wearing black glasses that you can't see through? Are you pretending to be a blind man? Exquisite said, peering at Han Sen's face. Yeah, I'm just messing around, Han Sen said casually. But he was actually thinking, it looks like I'm the only person who can see through the glasses. If other people look at the glasses, all they see is black. This is quite smart. At this time, the voice in the glasses spoke in Han Sen's head again. Scanning was successful. The data has been successfully analyzed. Han Sen observed the image of Exquisite and the data being displayed on Glass's screen. There was a report, too. Target, very high female. Han Sen looked at the first few words in front of him in stunned silence. Chapter 2572, Gene Potential Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Audiobook Studio, are you mistaken? Isn't she one of the sky? Why does it say she is one of the very high? Han Sen asked Glasses in his mind. He was trying to keep his surprise under wraps while he read through the rest of the report. Target, very high female. Gene age calculation, 23 years, gene level, 9th tier king, gene potential, 5 stars, Crystal Furnace database has a lot of gene data concerning the very high. Based on the target's genes, her genes match the very high profile at a rate of 87.675%. The genes that associate her with the sky compose 0.3% of her form. Likelihood of target being a member of the very high is 99.99%, Glasses answered. Han Sen believed it. He already knew that Exquisite was 9th tier king, which proved that Glasses wasn't talking nonsense. Right. I never heard about Li Kier and Exquisite in Sky Palace because they don't belong to the sky, Han Sen surmised. Then what does their gene potential mean? What is the highest star rating achievable? Han Sen asked. The gene potential means how much a creature can grow. According to the Crystal Furnace database, there are 10 stars in total, Glasses answered. No way. There are 10 stars in total and a member of the very high only has 5. Han Sen was very suspicious about these results due to the fact that the very high were one of the strongest races in the entire universe. Even if their genes weren't the best, they shouldn't have been as low as 5 stars. What are you doing, waiting around here? Exquisite asked with a frown. Han Sen was just standing there staring at her. It's nothing. I was just thinking of a way to get out of here, Han Sen said. So, did you think of a way? Exquisite asked. No. Han Sen shook his head. Then let's just wait for rescue. We have been missing for a while. Our people will probably think of a way to save us, Exquisite said. Then, she left. Han Sen opened his mouth. He wanted to ask if she was one of the very high, but if she was choosing not to divulge that information herself, there had to be a reason. He knew that very well, considering that he didn't go around telling everyone that he was a human. With that in mind, he decided not to ask. For a king, 5 stars is top class. Only deified start at 6 stars for analysis, Glasses answered. I see. How many stars do I have? Han Sen asked out of curiosity. Collecting data, analyzing, Glasses' data collection started going through the motions. except this time it was taking far longer. Genes are unstable. Cannot confirm. Cannot confirm. The data collection kept going on, and it didn't seem as if it was going to stop. It doesn't matter, I suppose. There is no need to continue testing, Hansen said. Glasses had continued to say, cannot confirm, which Hansen found annoying. Glasses quieted down and the data on the screen vanished. Right, let's go and see how the big and little crocodile gods rank on this thing, Hansen thought. His heart already beating a little faster, Hansen headed for the swimming pool. Hansen saw the big crocodile god still asleep on the sunbathing chair with Likir massaging its head. Curiosity rose in Hansen, and he found himself wanting to test out Likir first. The results were similar to Exquisite's, and it turned out that Likir was one of the very high, too. She also had 5 stars, but she was younger. According to the crystallizer's gene calculations, Likir was only 16. This time, I believe you. Hansen turned and looked at the big crocodile god. He saw the icon spinning as the device collected data, but after a while passed, it hadn't come up with any results. There's no way you cannot analyze that. Hansen started to doubt whether or not the glasses were working properly. But then, he saw the image and data of the crocodile god appear. Target, gravity crocodile god female. Gene age calculation, 1, 365 billion years gene level, transmutation deified gene potential, 7 star, your analysis is so inaccurate. A deified of the transmutation rank only has a potential of 7 stars. Hansen was doubting the analysis glasses was providing again. Gravity crocodile god's genes are only 4 stars. There is a limit to the rank that it can achieve. It cannot become fully deified because, even after modification, its gene potential will only rise to 7 stars. It can never exceed the rank of transmutation. If there are no gene mutations, the chance of reaching larva class is 1 in billion. Seriously? You have that much deified data to compare with? Hansen asked skeptically. This is the result after comparisons with the samples of other deified creatures. According to the database, without a 9-star potential, a deified creature can never become a true god, Glasses answered. Hansen looked at the little crocodile god with much suspicion. Glasses worked again, and the data symbols started to spin. After a while, Hansen was finally able to read the results. Target, gravity crocodile god male. Gene age calculation, 1 month, 7 days. Gene level, primitive deified gene potential, 9 stars holy *T. This guy is a gravity crocodile god. Why does it have 9 stars? Hansen asked. This gravity crocodile god was born deified. Its genes mutated, becoming far better than the old ones. According to the genes shared, they must be mother and son. Seriously? This small thing has the potential to become a true god. Hansen looked at the small crocodile god with a fire in his eyes. The little crocodile god realized Hansen was staring at it. So, it looked at Hansen with disdain. But Exquisite was still scrubbing the creature's scales, so it didn't do anything. A 9-star deified xenogeneic can become a true god, but it isn't guaranteed, Glasses answered. Hansen ignored Glasses as he tried to think of a way to kidnap the small crocodile god. That thing could one day become a true god. But Hansen remembered that he couldn't take a core xenogeneic away from there. So, kidnapping would be pointless. After considering the results delivered by Glasses, Hansen decided to place his faith in them. If the crystallizers had designed this device by themselves, they wouldn't have been able to gather so much data on deified creatures. But the elders of the crystallizers helped Sacred Leader analyze the story of genes. And they eventually took over the sanctuaries. Hansen believed they must have received some data from Sacred. For someone like Sacred Leader, it wouldn't have been too difficult to collect data on deified beings. Back then, the very high and ancient God were far below sacred. The extreme king were servants of sacred. If sacred leader wanted their gene data, it would have been very easy for him to collect it. After all, gathering gene data didn't require the deaths of the deifieds. It would only require a hair or a small sample of DNA. If sacred leader wanted a strand of hair, who would dare to turn down his request? Now, Han Sen just wanted to go home and try it out on his baby daughter Linger. He wanted to see how much gene potential she had. But as long as he was under the control of the big and little crocodile gods, he couldn't go anywhere. Leaving wasn't an option just yet. Han Sen was going to remain patient and keep cleaning up the fortress in case there was anything else there for him to find. Glasses only scanned, analyzed, and compared. It didn't do anything else. Chapter 2573, Analysis Result Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor. Audiobook Studio. Han Sen searched for a few more days, but he didn't find any goodies. However, in that time, Han Sen's crystal furnace reached beginner level. After all, it was a geno art for crystallizer children. It wasn't very difficult to come to grips with. And having crystal blood made it even easier to learn. Humans were the offspring of crystallizers, so crystallizer geno arts were quite compatible with human physiology. It only took Han Sen a few days to learn the geno art, and he produced some good results to boot. Now, Han Sen was able to eat 20 to 30 king xenogeneic genes a day. And that was just at the beginner level of crystal furnace. If consume, big destroyed, and crystal furnace all reached peak performance, he calculated that he could eat at least 110 xenogeneic genes a day. Crystal furnace isn't bad. I need to teach it to Bauer and Linger, too. When Han Sen thought about his baby daughters, it felt as if he took an arrow to the heart. But escaping the fortress wouldn't be easy. In the past, he would have tried to escape using his super god body. Because Wana was in his destiny's tower, however, he couldn't use his super god body for very long. Making his escape would take longer than he could maintain his invincible form. Han Sen sat down and rested. He brought out one of his alliance beverages and had a couple of sips. But after he did, the little crocodile god ran over to him and stared at the bottle of wine. It seemed very curious. Han Sen raised an eyebrow. He pulled out a cup and poured some wine for the small crocodile god. This time, the little crocodile didn't smack the cup away with its tail. It rolled out its tongue and tentatively approached the cup. Han Sen was so happy. At first he thought that the little crocodile enjoyed drinking, but instead, the crocodile god used its tongue to lift the cup and splash itself with the contents. Its scales were very high in temperature. The creature had tried to lower the heat of its scales, but when the wine touched its body, the liquid flashed into steam. The small crocodile god looked unsatisfied. So, it used its tongue to snatch the entire bottle of wine this time. It appended the bottle over itself. As he watched the wonderful wine boil away, Han Sen's heart ached. It was a bottle of the wine that Ji Yanran had prepared for him. It was a century old, and it could no longer be purchased anywhere. It was a very rare item. But the small crocodile god seemed to really enjoy it, and its body reeked of alcohol. The little crocodile god made an inquisitive rumbling noise as Han Sen mourned the loss of his wine. It turned out that the crocodile wanted more. I don't have any more wine. If you want, I can go back and get you some more, Han Sen offered to the small crocodile god. The little creature nodded and gave a low roar, as if it was hurrying Han Sen to go and fetch the wine. You will let me go back. If that's true, then I will leave. Han Sen didn't really believe that the creature would let him go so easily. If people left the core area, they would return to the same spot that they had left. Unless they never entered the core area again, they'd be trapped. But Han Sen was different. Because he had 4 self-cogwheels, he could show up in 4 different locations. He didn't need to return to this location. If he could leave, he would be set free. The small crocodile god hurried him to leave and bring back wine. So, Han-sen generated the power to open the door to the core hall. He said to the small crocodile god, "I really am going." The core hall's door was open, and the small crocodile god made no effort to stop him. And neither did the big crocodile god. For all intents and purposes, he had permission to leave. Han-sen was so happy. He hadn't thought that he would ever be able to leave that place so easily. So, he quickly hurried through the hall's door. The small crocodile god made no effort to stop him, and so Han-sen successfully managed to leave the core area. He returned to the safety of the white whale. His exit was so smooth that he could barely believe it. "Dad, you were gone for so long. Next time you go on such a long trip, can you take me with you?" Bauer jumped into Han-sen's arms. "You can't go to that place." Han-sen smiled. Han-sen couldn't take people or creatures there, and even if he could, he wouldn't dare do it. If a child entered the core area, they would have to be king class. And that meant people, upon seeing a small child enter, would go crazy. Seeing Bauer's smile, Han-sen's heart felt warm. He used glasses to analyze Bauer's genes. Han-sen didn't want to find out how much potential Bauer had. He wanted to know what Bauer's race was. Bauer's race had always been a mystery, so maybe the glasses could help to resolve it once and for all. The data scan of the glasses kept scrolling. A while went by, and the analysis cycled on and on. It gave Han-sen a bad feeling. Lack of data. Cannot analyze. Cannot analyze. When Han-sen heard those words, he was disappointed. But no matter what race Bauer was, Han-sen didn't care. As far as he was concerned, she was his genuine daughter. Han-sen was going to let glasses stop, but then he heard a voice. Analysis complete. The genes are unstable. Gene level cannot be confirmed. Gene potential cannot be confirmed. You are her parent. **T. This thing really is for kids. It isn't reliable, Han-sen thought in annoyance. After half a day of waiting, that was the result he got. Han-sen used glasses to look at everyone on the white whale. Aside from Elysian Moon and Gu Qingcheng, who came from the sanctuaries, the others were analyzed in great detail and with an impressive amount of accuracy. Elysian Moon and Gu Qingcheng had the same results as Han-sen. Their genes were unstable, and they couldn't be analyzed. Han-sen tried using glasses to analyze the little red bird. He didn't have much hope for success, but he was presented with something interesting. Target, Phoenix, 51%, and Fishbird, 49%, female gene class, original deified gene potential, 10 stars. There were many detailed pieces of information being analyzed, and it all shocked Han-sen. He hadn't expected the little red bird's blood to be that powerful. Its 10-star gene potential practically guaranteed that it would become a true god. His gene blood is that strong? Han-sen curiously asked Glasses. Glasses answered, "Phoenixes and fishbirds are true gods. It has the blood of both, and while its growth speed might be slow, there is a high chance it can become a true god. Its chances of failure are practically zero, but it will require a lot of materials to become a true god. It has a higher chance than a creature that is born purely a phoenix or a fishbird." After Han-sen heard this, he closed his eyes in exhaustion for a long moment. He had been growing the little red bird all this time, and upon hearing this, he now knew he would have to gather a lot more resources for the bird in the future. Han-sen looked at the others in the white whale and assumed that the information on them was accurate. Then, he looked at Warner, who was asleep in Destiny's Tower. Glasses had to run longer for her than it did for the little red bird, but only one word was presented as a result: sacred. There was nothing more than that. It analyzed the race, but the only result was a name. There were no details or other content. Chapter 2574, Alcoholic Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor. Nioebo Studio. Han Sen returned to his home in the Alliance. He wanted to test glasses on his daughter Han Linger and see how much potential she had. Soon after trying, though, he was forced to acknowledge that you could never tell how much potential a human had. It would always say the genes of a human were unstable and unable to be determined. The creatures could have their potential and blood calculated, though. The results were promising, and some of them had a 5-star gene potential. Because they hadn't reached deified class, though, 5 stars were the highest their potentials could go. After becoming deified, their gene potentials could be tested again, and thus the tests at that time would be more accurate. It was like there was a distinction between those who were deified and those who weren't. No wonder the elites didn't want me before. Now it makes sense. Are the genes of humans really that unstable? Han Sen wondered. Daddy, hug. Linger was able to talk pretty well. She reached out her pale little hands as she ran to Han Sr. My little baby, let Daddy kiss you. Han Sen lifted Linger and kissed her on the cheeks. When he wasn't trapped, Han Sen came back every day to rest. He had been trapped inside the core area for many days, though, and so he hadn't seen his family. Linger was a good kid, and she didn't cry much. The family did a good job of protecting her, as well. After she was born, she hadn't used her super god spirit again. That came as a relief to Han Senator's small kids, and too much power was a bad combination. Linger hadn't yet learned how strong her powers were, and so she hadn't yet learned how to harness them. If her mood spiraled out of control, it would be a dangerous and frightening thing. Luckily, Linger had a very calm personality, and the family was able to take care of her. So, nothing had gone wrong in his time away. Han Sen hoped Linger would be able to grow up like an ordinary child. He wanted her to have a normal childhood. The last thing he wanted was for her to reach the complexities of adulthood too soon. He rested at home for the night. The next day, he gathered a few cases of wine and took it to the core area. Now that the small crocodile god had allowed him to leave, that meant it was likely he would be able to leave again in the future. Han Sen wasn't in a rush to get out of there, anyway. He wanted to spend more time digging and see what else there was to find in the fortress. Han Sen returned to the core area. When he arrived, the little crocodile god ran frantically over to Han Senator. It roared at him repeatedly, its tone strange and wandering. Perhaps the crocodile was complaining about him being too slow. I was looking for that wine for you. I needed some time, as this stuff is very precious. Han Sen opened a barrel of wine, allowing the intoxicating fragrance to suffuse the area. The small crocodile's eyes brightened. It stopped whining at Han Sen and jumped straight into the barrel of wine. Huge plumes of steam came from the wine barrel, and a second later, the wine was all dry. The small crocodile god jumped out. Before Han Sen could open up the next barrel, the crocodile god was already jumping inside. Han Sen soon realized that the crocodile god didn't want to use the wine for drinking. The crocodile wanted to bathe in it. I have heard of women enjoying baths of milk, but I've never heard of a crocodile wanting to bathe in wine. Han Sen couldn't help but smile as he watched the enthusiastic little creature. The crocodile's scales were very hot, and although it had already tried to cool itself down, the wine was vaporized almost as soon as it entered the barrels. It was unable to take its time and swim around in the barrel's contents. In no time at all, it went through a few barrels of wine. The small crocodile god came out of the last barrel and roared softly at Han Senator. It seemed as if it wanted more. He wanted Han Sen to return and collect more wine for it. This is a very rare treasure. It took me a while to gather these few barrels, so if you want more, you will have to wait a long time, Han Sen said. Han Sen had many barrels of wine in storage, and he could easily buy a few vineyards. He couldn't spoil the small crocodile god, though. He had to plan for the long term. Han Sen brought 2 or 3 barrels for the crocodile each day. It was enough to keep the small creature happy, but it wasn't enough to keep it satisfied. Now, Han Sen no longer had to work. The small crocodile wanted him to just bring it wine, but Han Sen still stuck to his cleaning duties. That was because he could dig wherever he wanted without the explicit command or direction of the little crocodile god. Ever since he found glasses, Han Sen hadn't discovered anything useful. His lack of progress was frustrating. He worked in the fortress for a month, but he didn't find anything else of interest. His jade skin reached the 9th tier, so he couldn't level up anymore even if he continued to consume King's energenic genes. Han Sen then focused on his Blood Pulse Sutra, leaving the story of genes as the last to be leveled up. Exquisite and Li Qier were so depressed. They could see Han Sen coming and going as if the place was his own backyard. They wanted to leave, too, but no matter how much they tried talking to the 2 crocodile gods, they weren't permitted to go anywhere. They tried to use the wine retrieval excuse, but the crocodile god wasn't interested in what they had to offer. This made them incredibly sad. Han Sen didn't know why the crocodile gods treated them differently, but everything was panning out perfectly for him. Han Sen actually thought it was convenient that the 2 of them were still trapped. If they got free, they might cause him problems of some sort. The very high are nothing that special. They can't even deal with a transmutation deified. They are worse than the ancient god, Han Sen thought to himself. Actually, Han Sen only thought this because he hadn't learned the nature of their strength. The power of the very high didn't lie purely in their combat abilities, and they had nearly limitless resources. If the very high survived long enough, they could become butterflies with ease. That was better than most races. Since he still wasn't managing to dig up any worthwhile items, all Han Sen achieved was making the small crocodile god an alcoholic. Han Sen kept giving it wine, but the creature never drank it. It used every barrel for bathing. It sickened Han Sen to see so much fine wine be wasted. No matter how rich he was, it hurt to see something so precious be poured down the drain. Han Sen examined and excavated the whole fortress, but he didn't find anything useful. He hadn't even been able to find the body that the arm had been attached to. It seemed as if only the arm had been left behind. It looks like I need to find a way out of here. Han Sen wasn't interested in delivering wine to the crocodile gods for the rest of eternity. Lady Exquisite, didn't you say that your elders would come and save you? When are they going to come? Han Sen found a chance to stop by and talk to Exquisite and Li Qier. I'm not sure. It could take 2 or 3 months, or it could take a couple of years, Exquisite said. Why would it take them so long? Han Sen was shocked. Exquisite didn't answer Han Sen's question. Actually, the very high had self-spells coded into their bodies. If they were in danger or injured, the self-spell would awaken. If they died, the self-spell would self-destruct, and people were sure to know something had happened to them. But Exquisite and Li Qier were neither injured nor in danger. The self-spell wasn't going to ring its alarm. If the very high people didn't hear anything from the self-spell, they'd have no clue that something had happened to the 2 women. After a while, if Exquisite remained missing, the people of her race would notice her absence. They knew where she had gone, but it was hard to determine when they would notice her absence. While the 2 women were wallowing in their depression, Han Sen set out a grilled goose to munch on. He ate it and drank, picking through a side of fruit as well. They wanted to eat some, too. Chapter 2575, Geno Art Swapped for Fruit Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor. Nioebo Studio. The very high were admired by all. No matter where Exquisite and Li Qier went, they were as popular as the stars and the moon. Even when the extreme kings, princes and princesses met with them, the royal children would be extra polite to them. They would treat the 2 very high like VIPs at all times, not willing to do anything that might offend them. Now, they had been reduced to this. The crocodiles were treating them like lowly slaves, whereas Dollar was able to eat nice food and drink lovely beverages all day long. He made no effort to help them out. He never shared his food or did much with them. Exquisite and Likir hadn't brought much food of their own. After all, they had God's Wander. They could use Galaxy Teleport to grab what they needed whenever they wanted. They didn't have to bring simple necessities like food with them. But they had finished all their reserves, and there was nothing more for them in that place. They could last another 2 or 3 months by consuming the energy stored in their bodies, but they still wanted to eat food. It was in the nature of their bodies, and they couldn't help it. Exquisite was faring a little better. She had trained her very high sense for a long time, so her detachment from personal connections, known as forget love, was at a very high level. It helped her separate herself from worldly desires. Likir, however, was in dire straits. She couldn't control her temptation for food. Dollar, can you sell us some of your food? Likir asked Han Sen, chewing her lip distractedly. Sure. What would you like to buy? Grilled chicken or grilled goose? Roast lamb or roast pork? You can have something that flies and something that swims. I have everything you could ever need, Han Sen said expansively, agreeing to the request with haste. There is no need to go to such trouble. Just giving us some of that fruit will do. Likir said, eyeing Han Sen's plate that was stuffed with fresh peaches. The very high were like a mix between the sky and humans. They would kill if they had to, but they wouldn't kill for no reason. They didn't like to waste or take lives without purpose. The chicken that Han Sen was eating smelled nice, but it wouldn't provide much energy. There was no point in eating it, so eating the fruit would be better. Sure. 1 fruit meal for a Geno art. Han Sen picked up a peach that was bigger than his fist, and he smiled at Likir. Why don't you just mug me, instead? Likir's eyes opened wide at Han Senator. She couldn't believe her ears. The peach was a xenogenic plant's fruit, but it wasn't high level. Far from it. The fruit was probably ranked no higher than barren. Swapping a fruit like that for a Geno art was practically daylight robbery. It's up to you. I'm not the one who suggested a trade. Han Sen shrugged and began munching on the peach. Juice dribbled from the peach as he bit into it, and a delectable fragrance came wafting out of it. Okay. That branch of fruit for a Geno art. I will make the trade. Likir gritted her teeth and thought to herself, we, the very high, have a lot of Geno arts. I know enough of them to kill you. If I just give you one random art after another, I will take all of your fruit. Wait, I have a condition. The Geno art you give me must be one I've never learned before, Han Sen said. He was scamming Exquisite and Likir, and he wouldn't feel a tiny bit sorry for doing so. Han Sen had believed them to be sky, and he hadn't minded helping them. Now that he knew they were from the very high, his feelings toward them had changed. Any of the very high in the core area wouldn't require his help to kill a bronze tripod or a deified xenogenic. That was just impossible to believe. He knew they were up to something, considering the way they had behaved around him. If they had some sort of ulterior motive, then there was no need for Han Sen to be polite with them. He was going to scam them without remorse. If he hadn't learned who they were, Han Sen would have given them the fruit for free. The fruit wasn't worth much to him, after all. How am I supposed to know what you have learned, and how am I supposed to know what you can or cannot learn? Likir lifted her lips. Tell me the Geno art's name and what it can be used for. I can figure it out for myself, Han Sen said without moving. Okay. Have you heard of the Geno art Dragon Blood Evil Breaker? I can swap that Geno art in exchange for your peach, Likir said carefully. Dragon Blood Evil Breaker was a secret Geno art belonging to the dragon, and outsiders were not permitted to read and learn its secrets. The very high, however, were an exception to that rule. The Very High had selected many dragons for silkworms, and many of those dragons possessed knowledge of dragon blood evil breaker. The Very High could sense their progress with it, and see into the secrets shrouding dragon blood evil breaker. In truth, the same principle applied to all races across the whole Geno universe. The secrets of each individual race's Geno arts meant little before the Very High. They could see through everything. It was just as Li Kier said. The number of Geno arts she knew about could kill Han Senator. It would be no trouble, and she could easily bring out a few hundred. The Very High had a rule about not teaching others the Geno arts that they had collected. They had many Geno arts from many races. In some ways, their race was like an encyclopedia of Geno arts. Of course, it didn't matter how many Geno arts she had, Li Kier would not sell them out easily. She knew she would soon have Han Sen as her silkworm, and so she wasn't all that worried. Even so, Li Kier was only going to present him with the Geno arts of outsiders for now. She wasn't willing to leak the secret Geno arts that belonged to the Very High. Plus, Dragon Blood Evil Breaker required the blood of the dragon race to practice. She decided to mention that one in particular because she didn't think Han Sen could make use of it. She wanted to dishearten him. Fine. Then I will accept the Dragon Blood Evil Breaker. Han Sen agreed to it quickly and tossed her a peach. Han Sen had seen Dragon 1 use Dragon Blood Evil Breaker, and he thought it was a pretty decent Geno art. It was similar to saving money. He didn't know if he could practice it, but simply hearing about it would be helpful. You really want to learn Dragon Blood Evil Breaker? Li Kier was shocked. She then remembered that Dollar had somehow been able to learn Big Destroyed. With that thought, she considered the possibility that he might actually be able to learn Dragon Blood Evil Breaker. It made her hesitate. The Very High were strict about their rules. Although they had thousands of Geno arts, with many coming from other races, they weren't allowed to leak them to others. Teaching someone an ordinary Geno art would be okay, but Dragon Blood Evil Breaker was a secret skill of the dragons. If the details of the Geno art became common knowledge, it could affect the dragons. That was something the Very High didn't want to see. Are you just saying whatever you can to get the fruit? Are you hesitating because you don't actually know Dragon Blood Evil Breaker? Han Sen saw Li Kier hesitate. His expression looked something like a smile, but it wasn't pleasant at all. Of course I know Dragon Blood Evil Breaker, but, Li Kier knew Han Sen was provoking her, but she still hesitated. Make the exchange, Exquisite said suddenly. Third sister, I'm not sure that's a good idea, Li Kier said to Exquisite. It's fine. I want to see if he can learn Dragon Blood Evil Breaker, Exquisite said smoothly. Her eyes looked so strange. Li Kier nodded and turned back to Han Sr. All right. I will swap Dragon Blood Evil Breaker for the fruit. Listen closely, because I'm only going to tell you once. Han Sen perked his ears and focused on the skill that Li Kier began to explain. He didn't know if he could learn it, but he did know that Dragon Blood Evil Breaker was a high-quality art. Chapter 2576, Escaping the Fortress Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor. Nioebo Studio. Han Sen still wanted to conduct trades and collect more Geno arts, but after one fruit meal, Li Kier was no longer interested. Han Sen still didn't have time to learn Dragon Blood Evil Breaker, and he repeatedly ransacked his brain for ideas on how to escape the fortress. Although he was trying to plan a jailbreak, he had become quite close to the small crocodile god. Now, the little crocodile god was dependent on Han Sen for survival. It had become totally addicted to Han Sen's wine. Li Kier stared at Han Senator. She looked at Han Sen and the little crocodile god, who were currently lying on sunbathing chairs. While they soaked in the rays, Li Kier had to pour them their wine. They had all been captured, and yet, she was being forced to serve Han Senator. That made her very angry. Goon! Li Kier stared angrily at Han Sr. Hey, little crocodile god, do you want to go and see the outside world? The outside world is better than this place. There are many pretty girls and a whole lot more wine. You might be able to find a pretty lady crocodile god with nice, smooth skin. With your strength, small crocodile god, the ladies would be crying to get you. You will become so famous in the outside world, Han Sen coaxed, trying to convince the little crocodile god to leave the fortress. Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra wasn't as good at reading other creatures as the very high sense, but after he had been there for a while, he was still able to understand the behavior of the little crocodile god. In that way, they could actually hold conversations. Under Han Sen's influence, the little crocodile god was slowly becoming curious about the outside world. If the little creature had been alone, Han Sen would already have taken him off-world. But the creature was too small, and the big crocodile god wouldn't let it leave. So, there was nothing Han Sen could do. However, Han Sen had noticed a window of opportunity. The big crocodile god had to exit the fortress every few days, perhaps to find food. During that time, the little crocodile god was tasked with watching over the prisoners. If they made a single move to escape or cause trouble, the little crocodile god could call on the big crocodile god to hurry back. Exquisite and Likir had tried to escape many times, but they were always brought back. Han Sen didn't try to run. He just encouraged the small crocodile god to leave. If he was successful in convincing it, escape would be trivial. The small crocodile god, constantly hearing Han Sen describe the outside world, became enthralled by the idea. But it didn't know how far away the world that Han Sen described truly was. He was talking about outside of the core area. He was talking about the Geno universe. It was somewhere core area creatures couldn't get to. Of course, the small crocodile god didn't understand the nature of the core area that he'd been born into. But now, he couldn't suppress his giddiness to leave. He was ready to get out of there. It had tried to run off before, but it hadn't gotten too far. This time, Han Sen was able to convince it to go all the way. And it excitedly rumbled at Han Sen to come along with it in a daring escape. Exquisite and Likir were frozen, almost unable to believe Han Sen had been able to manipulate the creature like that. Lying to a child. How cheap. Likir didn't think it was fair. Small crocodile god, bring those two along. Otherwise, there will be no one to serve you. Then, no one will be able to tell how powerful you are. Han Sen pointed at Likir and Exquisite. That hadn't taken much effort. He thought he was doing them a favor. The small crocodile god made some grunting noises, then flew into the burning sea. Likir and Exquisite were happy. Likir had just been decrying Han Sen for tricking a child, but now she was very grateful. The small crocodile god's power wasn't as great as the power of the big crocodile god. Han Sen and the other two had to stick close to the small crocodile god. They needed the protection of its gravity substance chains to avoid being melted by the scary burning sea. It wasn't too long before the small crocodile, Han Sen, and the others were out of the cave. Han Sen and the small crocodile god scoped out the vicinity with care. They didn't see the big crocodile god nearby, and that made them feel relieved. Go! The pearly gates of this beautiful new world are opening for you. You will get wine, lady crocodiles, and the love and adoration of many different races. Han Sen saw the small crocodile god looking a little nervous. It was glancing back into the cave and seemed hesitant, so he tried to influence it a bit more. The small crocodile god rumbled happily. It jumped onto Han Sen's hand and swung its claws around. It looked very excited. He is just a child, and yet, he is so easy to trick. Pleased with himself, Han Sen flew up and escaped the planet. Exquisite and Likir were quick to follow. With haste, the three of them and the small crocodile god left that planet of frightening gravity. They hadn't been away from the planet for very long when the bronze furnace joined them, whistling quietly and belching smoke. It had waited there patiently for Han Sen, which surprised him a lot. He thought it might have run off. The bronze furnace was making a lot of noise as it came toward them. The small crocodile god thought it was hostile at first. In response, the little creature swung one of its gravity substance chains and tied up the bronze furnace. The bronze furnace was stunned. It started to cry, believing it was going to be crushed by an immense force of gravity. "Stop, he's one of us. He's one of our people," Han Sen hastily explained to the small crocodile god. The small crocodile god let go of the bronze furnace. Due to the fact that the small crocodile god was still lying on Han Sen's head, the bronze furnace couldn't leave and neither could it stay. It didn't know what it was supposed to do. "Let's go. We should leave this area now." Han Sen didn't know where the big crocodile god had wandered off to. Since he didn't know how far away it was, they needed to keep going as far as they could to avoid having any nasty encounters with the beast. Their flight was surprisingly smooth, and the big crocodile god didn't show up. They brought the small crocodile god with them as they teleported a few systems away. Exquisite and Li Qier used galaxy teleportation. They lost track of how many systems they traveled through, but they were fortunate enough to not encounter the big crocodile god for the length of their journey. "We are free." Li Qier couldn't believe their escape had come about so easily. The small crocodile god had a lot of potential, but for the time being, it was only a primitive deified. It couldn't trap them as easily as the big crocodile god could. Li Qier and Exquisite could teleport away whenever they wanted to. The small crocodile god looked at Han Sen and made an inquisitive noise. Its eyes scanned the area around, indicating what it meant to say was, "Where is the wine? Where are the people? Don't be hasty. We have just made it out. We still have a long way to go." Han Sen needed to calm the small crocodile god. And as he was thinking of a way to get rid of it, his heart jumped. Exquisite and Li Qier also froze. They could feel something awful coming toward them. The blood drained from their faces. Is the big crocodile god coming? As Han Sen suppressed the tension in his stomach, he figured out which direction the frightening power was coming from. A scary xenogeniac was headed their way. What kind of xenogeniac is that? Han Sen stared at the creature. It wasn't the crocodile god. It was a big snake that looked something like a dragon. The snake was 100 meters long, and its head was like that of a cobra. But on its wing-like neck, there were 2 rows of eyes. Each row had 3 bright green eyes. The deified 6-core snake god. Exquisite and Li Qier screamed. Judging from the way they were freaking out, that deified xenogeniac had to be something special.